Oldham sneered. Are you trying to combine it with your myriad illusions? Since he was able to figure out Chen Feng's goal here, he could naturally piece everything together, concluding that Chen Feng had selected this ability due to the myriad illusions ability he possessed. Other people would only be able to release not more than 20 abilities with God Punisher. As for Chen Feng, with his myriad illusions, he would have hundreds or even 1,000 abilities in his repertoire. With the combination of myriad illusions and God Punisher, the unleashed might would most certainly be off the charts. Bang! Oldham watched on as the endless white surged out of Chen Feng. When a huge amount of abilities of different colors interwove together, the final combination was something white, a terrifying white radiance that dyed the entire sky white as everything bombarded Oldham. Oldham pointed midair. Condense. Hum. A plum blossom flame bloomed midair. Silently, it hovered there, swallowing up all the white radiance charging at it. Myriad illusions? God Punisher? Oldham sneered. Perhaps this combination would be very terrifying for others. Unfortunately, these low-level abilities contained within myriad illusions weren't even capable of breaking through his defense. If Chen Feng were already an A-class warrior, Oldham might have had something to fear, but for the present B-class him. Furthermore, myriad illusions was a 1-star ability. A 1-star ability released by a B-class warrior, how powerful could it be? With such an ability, even if 1,000 of them were unleashed, what could they accomplish? Ultimately, their level was too low. Shwa. Noiselessly, the plum blossom spinned there. The abilities released by Chen Feng, the seemingly never-ending abilities, were incapable of doing anything against the plum blossom. Devour, my dear plum blossom, Oldham muttered. Bang, bang. The world was enveloped by white, with the exception being the spot Oldham was standing on, the spot that remained untainted. There, with a feeble-looking flame, that part of the world was seemingly protected against the endless white that had enveloped everywhere else. The rest of them were alarmed as they witnessed this. How is this possible? Too powerful. The fact that Chen Feng was able to unleash such a powerful attack was very shocking to them. None of them had expected that the B-class Chen Feng was capable of unleashing an attack equivalent to the attack of a regular A-class warrior. On the other hand, the defense mounted by Oldham caused them to be fearful. Just like that, this attack of Chen Feng was being blocked. They were aware that if it was them that were facing such attack, they would most probably be insta-killed. Against such an attack, Oldham could defend so easily. 100 abilities, 200 abilities, 300 abilities, 500 abilities, 1,000 abilities. Within the never-ending white, several hundreds of abilities were shot forth with every passing second. The speed at which those abilities were shot out by Chen Feng was indeed terrifying. One ought not forget that this was his first time using God Punisher. As such, he wasn't well practiced with it and was only able to keep throwing all the appearing abilities out in one go. The attack was so powerful that space itself seemed to have frozen. Bang, bang, bang. Some of them that had better eyes were able to get a much clearer look at the unleashed abilities than others. It'll be reaching 1,000 soon. The released abilities are growing stronger and stronger. I suppose it's going to end soon. Looks like Chen Feng has some ability to keep the stronger abilities for the end. He is releasing the abilities in sequence according to their strength. The later it gets, the stronger the abilities become. That seems to be the case. Everyone was filled with anticipation. Perhaps this would be sufficient to defeat Oldham. Bang, bang. The plum blossom appeared to be tottering now, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Soon, he might be able to defeat Oldham for real. They were full of anticipation. However, right at this moment, with a slight raise of Oldham's hand, beside the initial plum blossom that had yet to dissipate, a brand new plum blossom appeared. From the looks of it, it seemed even more powerful than the initial plum blossom. Their expressions changed greatly. There were more? Oldham sneered. How idiotic. Did they truly think that something he had used 10 years to obtain would be this weak? Oh well. Chen Feng had already unleashed 1,000 abilities now. It would most probably end soon. After all, Oldham had a certain degree of understanding toward the myriad illusions ability. Some others had learned this ability previously as well. However, even when reaching A-class, those people only had around 1,000 abilities in total. If one wanted more, it would be dependent on luck. After all, a lot of the abilities contained within myriad illusions had too low a probability of appearance. Therefore, despite there being several thousand abilities contained within myriad illusions, most people would only be able to make use of around 1,000 of them. Naturally, he did not know that Chen Feng's version of myriad illusions was a mutated version. This was an ability improved by Chen Feng himself, an ability containing 16,000 minor abilities. He was also unaware that as far as Chen Feng was concerned, regardless of how low the probability of appearance for any minor ability was, with Windblade and Luck value, the appearance of these abilities was something extremely simple. Bang! 1,500 abilities. The second plum blossom was also collapsing now. Oldham was filled with doubt. The high amount of abilities unleashed by this god punisher had given him quite a surprise. However, this would probably be the furthest it would go. After all, it was understandable for someone like Chen Feng to have several hundred more abilities than other users of myriad illusions. But then, the speed at which this second plum blossom was collapsing seemed somewhat too fast. This second plum blossom of his, this peerless flame, wasn't even able to last more than a single second under Chen Feng's barrage. How odd. Once again, Oldham formed a brand new plum blossom. Bang! 1,700 abilities. And now, yet another plum blossom of Oldham's collapsed! This time, Oldham was truly alarmed. Another collapse. Hadn't a single plum blossom of his been capable of blocking the attacks of a group of A-class warriors during his previous uses? And now, when it was facing Chen Feng's god punisher, it was gone in a mere instant. How was this possible? I refuse to believe this. Clenching his teeth, Oldham condensed another plum blossom. Bang! 1,800 abilities. The new plum blossom collapsed. Bang! 1,900 abilities. Yet another new plum blossom collapsed. Bang! Bang! Oldham kept forming new plum blossoms without stop, alarming him and everyone there. His ever-victorious plum blossoms could only last a single instant against Chen Feng's barrage. It had reached a point where a single plum blossom of his was no longer able to block more than 100 abilities of Chen Feng's. Finally, Oldham's expression changed. How is this possible? Could Chen Feng have some peculiar ability that was countering his plum blossom? At this thought, he soaked his consciousness into the plum blossom, trying to figure out what was going on. However, the information he obtained startled him greatly. No weakness was found. His plum blossom wasn't being countered. Astonishingly, Chen Feng was simply using brute force, slamming his abilities against the plum blossom until its eventual collapse. In other words, the energy being unleashed by this god punisher had far exceeded the amount of energy his plum blossom could defend against. But then, how was that possible? When had this low-level ability, this myriad illusions, become even stronger than the full-powered attack of an A-class warrior? Oldham truly couldn't answer this question. Bang! The white radiance was still as blinding as ever. As for Oldham, he did not dare to even pause, forming plum blossoms without stop. Facing an attack of this level, he could no longer hope to survive through a fluke. The only thing he could do was face force with force. Despite the fact that Chen Feng's god punisher appeared to be increasingly powerful, Oldham was clear that Chen Feng was going to reach the end, as God Punisher would be done unleashing its abilities soon. Now, it was a matter of persevering till the end. Even if you can destroy a plum blossom, a single plum blossom only consumes a small amount of my energy. Let me have a look at how long your God Punisher can last and how many more abilities you have to unleash. 2,000 abilities. Bang! 3 hovering plum blossoms collapsed together. 2,100 abilities. Bang! 5 plum blossoms collapsed together. 2,200 abilities. Bang! 10 plum blossoms collapsed together. This plum blossom capable of blocking a group of A-class attacks had now been reduced to mere cannon fodder. The only thing Oldham could do was form plum blossoms unendingly to defend himself. Presently, Chen Feng's barrage was getting increasingly stronger, increasingly astonishing. However, Oldham knew that Chen Feng was reaching his limit. God Punisher would end soon. As for the onlookers around them, they were already numb toward any and all surprises. This was a battle they could not even hope to interfere with. Oldham's gaze was cold. By now, he did not have much energy left in him. He had never expected that with this perfected plum blossom that could be treated as something with an unlimited supply, he would actually reach a point where he was on the brink of energy exhaustion. This was something that would ordinarily never happen. Now, though, it seemed like this was precisely what was happening. 2,300 abilities. Bang! 20 plum blossoms collapsed. At this moment, God Punisher stopped its barrage momentarily. An extremely terrifying amount of energy seemed to be on the verge of release. Rather than being alarmed, Oldham was instead overjoyed. Finally, it was ending. Finally, Chen Feng's God Punisher had reached its final barrage. Chen Feng seemed to have used some other ability in conjunction with God Punisher to control the sequence of the abilities unleashed. From the start till the end, the might of the abilities had increased without stop. Therefore, this final ability would certainly be an extremely powerful ability. This would be his final trump card. This would also be the moment where God Punisher was at its strongest. At this moment, the entirety of Chen Feng was enveloped in radiance. The radiance was an effect of the numerous buff abilities unleashed by the God Punisher earlier. Chen Feng had clearly used those buff abilities on himself. At the same time, Oldham's body was also enveloped by a rather dark radiance. This was the effect of the numerous debuff abilities released by God Punisher earlier. Despite their inability to harm the plum blossoms, despite their rather weak effects, they were still ultimately a gathering of various bizarre debuffs. However, Oldham was without the slightest fear. "Come!" Oldham bellowed inwardly. He had finally completed his transformation after 10 whole years of preparation. As such, he absolutely would not allow himself to be defeated in this very first battle so fresh after his transformation. A powerful concentration of energy gathered in his hands before assembling and forming an exceptionally dazzling plum blossom that was blooming with a flame akin to the flames of hell. Bang! A seemingly boundless red radiance started shining dazzlingly. Other shore mountain, white, red, beneath the dark sky, two entirely different colors clashed, blinding all onlookers with the dazzling clash. The intensity of the clash causing onlookers to feel flustered. The participants of this clash were Oldham and Chen Feng. One was an expert unheard of before, while the other was a person who had previously spent much time in the limelight, yet he was also a mere producer whose level wasn't particularly high. It was beyond everyone's expectation that the scope of these two's battle had reached such a level. At this point, their fight was already rivaling the fight of PK-class warriors. As for the others there that were ordinary A-class warriors, they couldn't even interfere in the battle at all. Countless people had their fists clenched tight. This was the very first time in their lives that they had felt such a pressing urge to improve their strength. While the clash between Chen Feng and Oldham might seem like it had been going on for a long time, in truth, only a few seconds had passed since the start of their battle. Within such a short time period, several thousand abilities had been unleashed, alarming everyone present. Bang! Before their eyes, the terrifying radiance bloomed. They were all anticipating that Chen Feng would be the final victor. Betraying their anticipation, that alarming radiance was gradually changing color, with the white waning and the red intensifying. That red light that had initially seemed so feeble was now so very dazzling. Their hearts shuddered. This is bad. Had Chen Feng been defeated? No, that shouldn't be possible. They had obviously seen how Chen Feng had Oldham suppressed toward the end, but then, that final plum blossom summoned by Oldham did seem much larger than what he had summoned previously. Could it be? Has Chen Feng failed to break through that final plum blossom? Someone asked bitterly. That seemed to be just the case. At this thought, the expressions of everyone else sunk as well. It was all over. Currently, Chen Feng was their only hope. But then, it seemed like even Chen Feng was unable to defeat Oldham. If even that terrifying power of Chen Feng's had failed to break through that plum blossom, what else could they do? Someone sighed. God Punisher has probably finished unleashing all the abilities. They could roughly guess what had happened during the exchange earlier. Ultimately, Chen Feng had been the one attacking, Oldham had merely been defending himself. Now that Chen Feng's God Punisher was done spamming abilities, even if Oldham had only a tiny spark of his flame remaining, this could be considered a defeat. Only by defeating all Oldham's flame or killing Oldham would they be considered victorious. But then, they all stared upward at the sky. Beneath the pitch-black sky, only an expanse of red could be seen. Moreover, along with the passage of time, the red was intensifying. After only a single second, the red had seemingly reached the tipping point. Bang! Bang! Next, a terrifying explosion that shocked one's heart started reverberating. Space collapsed, and the earth trembled. After a long time, the red faded, returning Other Shore Mountain to its tranquility. Their hearts were trembling. Has it ended? At this moment, they did not even have the courage to raise their heads, to look at the result of the battle, even though they already had their guesses as to the final result of the battle. However, when someone finally raised his head, that person was given a huge shock. His eyes widened abruptly as he stared ahead, unbelieving. There, a red light was flickering. It was Oldham. He was indeed the final survivor. But then, Why did he seem to be in such a sorry state? And why did he look like he was fleeing? Just as this thought surfaced in that person's brain, bang, a red flash streaked past. Next, blood started spurting out all over Oldham's body. Hastily, he streaked forth, transforming into a red flash as he escaped. As for the plum blossom that he had initially used to blockade Othershore Mountain, he directly absorbed it back into him. As that plum blossom was absorbed, the radiance around him intensified as he regained a portion of his power. Next, he used his newly recovered power to flee for his life. Everyone else was dumbfounded. Fled? Why was Oldham the one fleeing? Hold on, from the final red radiance that had been so dazzling, shouldn't Oldham have been the final victor? Curiously, they looked at Chen Feng. Only now did they notice with amazement that Chen Feng was standing there coldly. In his eyes, a red radiance that caused one to feel flustered was fading slowly. It would seem like the red radiance earlier had actually been released by Chen Feng. It's nether gaze. I have once seen this ability, someone whispered. He did not even have the courage to look into Chen Feng's eyes. Since when has this ability been so powerful? The rest were alarmed. That final plum blossom unleashed by Oldham was powerful enough to contend against a PK class warrior. What about Chen Feng? He was a mere B class warrior. A nether gaze unleashed by a B class warrior had actually. Suddenly, they felt like their worldview had been completely overturned. A lot of them heaved a sigh of relief. Chen Feng won. At the same time, they thought of another question. With someone like Chen Feng here, would they still be able to obtain the rewards for this mission? Chen Feng had a cold expression. It's over. He had ultimately been victorious in this battle. However, it was rather unfortunate that when Oldham was supposed to have been killed here, that old man had utilized the plum blossom he had used to blockade Othershore Mountain to flee. This had caught Chen Feng by surprise. Oldham was indeed no ordinary person. However, you have only used around 2,000 abilities of myriad illusions previously. Therefore, the final amplification of the God Punisher only reached around 20 times. If you have a usage history of all 16,000 abilities of myriad illusions, the next time you use God Punisher, the final amplification will probably reach 160 times or greater. This will be the true might of your God Punisher, Spirit reminded him. Chen Feng smiled calmly. I know. The only reason he had failed to kill Oldham was due to him having only learned this God Punisher a short while ago. If he could encounter Oldham once again in the future, he could definitely bully Oldham to the point that that fellow would question life itself. You need to master God Punisher as soon as possible. With your present speed of several hundred abilities released per second, the moment you use the ultimate God Punisher with 16,000 and more abilities, there is a chance that you might be interrupted in the midst of your ability, Spirit reminded him. Chen Feng nodded. I know. Suppose he could release 300 abilities per second. To fully release all 16,000 abilities, it would be weird if he wasn't interrupted in the midst of his barrage. Even today, where Chen Feng only had around 2,000 abilities to unleash, he had wasted 7 seconds on it. He had only succeeded because the opponent had been Oldham. If he had faced someone else today, such as a true PK class warrior or an A class warrior that was well versed in assassination abilities, what would have happened? In a flash, Chen Feng would have been dead. If this God Punisher was described in gaming terms, then when Chen Feng was releasing his God Punisher, he was casting his skill and could be easily interrupted. Therefore, despite its strength, God Punisher had rather harsh limitations as well. This was especially pronounced for this mutated God Punisher. Yes, theoretically, toward the end of the barrage, the abilities would be even stronger, but who would actually allow him to finish his barrage? Granted, when used now, his enemies would naturally have no idea what it was. However, in the future, when this ability of Chen Feng's became well known and all of them found out about the flaw of this God Punisher, they would most probably tank the initial barrage of the God Punisher and kill him off before the stronger abilities could even be fired. The enemies would most definitely strive to kill Chen Feng, even at the cost of suffering a disastrous injury. This was a flaw that would most certainly be leaked as Chen Feng's usage of this ability increased. Chen Feng took in a deep breath. Looks like I have to work hard. Although he had obtained this rather astonishing trump card, he still had to train hard. He was aware that he was still far from truly mastering this God Punisher. For God Punisher to display its true might, the full release had to be instantaneous. Only then would it be a true eruption. the true God Punisher. Chen Feng raised his head and looked at the sky. Only 2 more days left. Time to return. Surprising him, after he took a mere step forward, the genetic warriors around him actually surrounded him, all of them with solemn expressions. Chen Feng was somewhat shocked at this new development. Huh? Sorry, but you are too strong. There are only 5 5-star secret hearts and 5 6-star secret hearts in the reward pool. If you remain alive, I doubt any of us will have any shot at the rewards anymore. Therefore, we have no choice but to kill you while you are in your present weakened state, someone stated honestly. Chen Feng shrugged. Oh, what if I leave right this moment? Then, another person shook his head. Sorry, you are too strong. When you recover, none of us will be your match. Chen Feng sighed. All this just for some 6-star secret hearts? They nodded. Yes, because we have witnessed your battle with Oldham, we recognize that we need those secret hearts even more now. We are not resigned to be below others like this. Sure. They started approaching Chen Feng. Chen Feng shrugged. Don't you guys still need to compete among yourselves anyway? True. But then, we are all A-class warriors and will be a match for each other. We all stand a chance in a fight against each other. If we were to fight you instead, all of us together would not be your match. If we let you go, all those 6-star secret hearts offered in the mission will end up being yours, they stated earnestly. As Chen Feng pondered, he noted that their reasoning was truly too good, to the point he couldn't even retort. Did Chen Feng want those 6-star secret hearts? The answer was most definitely yes. Those were, after all, 6-star secret hearts, extremely powerful items. One only needed to give it a bit of thought to understand this. A single 6-star secret heart was already sufficient to drive a group of A-class warriors crazy. Now that there were 5 of them on the line, these people would put their lives on the line for it. This other Shore Mountain incident was a perfect demonstration of this. These secret hearts were simply too valuable. If he had a chance of obtaining them, Chen Feng would most certainly not give up on them. His initial plan had been to first leave before returning in secret and obtaining several young hill sea beasts before going back to claim the reward. As for his incredible strength, seemingly capable of everything as described by these guys, he was not able to demonstrate such strength presently. After all, the time required for the full release of his God Punisher was too long. Hence, his present God Punisher was only suited for one-on-one fights. With this entire group of people here, only one would need to face him head-on while the other mounted an ambush. This alone would render Chen Feng helpless. Unfortunately for them, they were not aware of this. The earlier demonstration of strength by Chen Feng had instead scared them, resulting in them deciding to join hands and get rid of him. Chen Feng rolled his eyes as he thought of this. He was truly not as powerful as what they thought. Earlier, he had been truly unleashing his trump card. Despite him being able to defeat Oldham, the difference between him and Oldham was that he wouldn't be able to defeat everyone here, while Oldham was capable of such. It was a pity that this was unknown to any of them here. Even if he told them, they wouldn't believe him in any case. Furthermore, if they truly believed it, they would instead have no inhibitions toward Chen Feng and would deal with him directly. Chen Feng sighed. I am your benefactor. We are aware of that. Therefore, after your death, we will erect a memorial arch for you. Each year, at this time, we will pray to you, someone stated earnestly. Chen Feng, how very sincere. They exchanged glances. Sorry. The present Chen Feng was at his weakest state. Therefore, they would only have the courage to act against him at this time. After all, God Punisher was an ability that was supposed to fully exhaust all the energy of the user. Moreover, the user wouldn't be able to recover within a short period of time. Therefore, this was their one and only opportunity to get rid of Chen Feng. This was something both they and Chen Feng were aware of. The present Chen Feng had just finished a battle with Oldham and was almost emptied of all his energy. He had no combat power left. If they made a move now, Chen Feng would undoubtedly perish here. Seeing the crisis Chen Feng faced, Spirit asked, do you want to activate Luck Aura? Presently, there was still some luck value remaining. Despite the low amount, if it was all used, they could still create a miracle. Perhaps this would be sufficient to create a lifeline for Chen Feng. Chen Feng rejected the suggestion. No. Suddenly, some sounds could be heard behind Chen Feng. As he turned around, he noted that someone had appeared behind him as well, blocking his only escape route. Suddenly, Chen Feng gained understanding. So the reason you guys continued talking to me earlier was to drag this out, allowing those people to seal my escape route? They did not deny it. Yes, Chen Feng sighed. How cautious. It would seem like they had indeed learned something from the encounter with Oldham. Moreover, these genetic warriors that were initially unfamiliar with each other had now gained a certain degree of tacit understanding with each other after battling together earlier. This was a rather important point to note. The only unexpected thing was that they had actually utilized this newly gained tacit understanding against Chen Feng. Sorry. They were about to make their move. A faint radiance started converging. Although these people had all been incapable of participating in the earlier battle, they were ultimately still A-class warriors. As such, they were in fact rather powerful, much more powerful than Chen Feng. Goodbye. They launched their attack at Chen Feng. Suddenly, Chen Feng sighed. You guys have indeed selected the perfect timing to make a move against me. However, don't you guys think that there's something you are all forgetting about? Hearing this, they felt somewhat puzzled. Indeed, I don't have much energy left now. Even if you guys proceeded to take your time and block all the escape routes, I wouldn't be able to recover much of my energy anyway. I don't even have enough energy to release a single wind blade. However, suddenly, Chen Feng took out a familiar item. Have you guys forgotten about these? Their expressions changed greatly. Run. They started fleeing in alarm. Their fear toward Chen Feng was too great. As such, they had placed too much importance on the fact that the present Chen Feng had no energy left. Because of that, they had neglected something that Chen Feng had been producing all along here at this place. The red spheres. Chen Feng sighed. I was initially planning to leave behind some seeds for my future battles. Nonchalantly, he tossed the red sphere out. Bang, bang, bang. A bright explosion ensued. In order to attack Chen Feng in a group, they had all been crowded together. To get rid of Chen Feng, they had even sealed all escape routes. And now, everything they had done was instead acting against them. Bang, bang. The earth trembled and mournful screams resounded. Toward these guys who had repaid his act of saving them by trying to kill him, Chen Feng did not hold back. Numerous red spheres were tossed out, slaughtering countless people. After a long time, Other Shore Mountain recovered its peace. And now, this should end. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face as he saw several figures remaining a distance away from him. Not all of the people here had bad intentions. There's still some who had been too embarrassed to do anything toward Chen Feng, since he had saved them earlier. Even though they hadn't helped Chen Feng when he had been attacked by the group earlier, they were still too ashamed to face Chen Feng now. Chen Feng waved at them. Are you guys thinking of coming at me as well? Their faces paled. Shaking their heads, they retreated hastily. Chen Feng curled his lips. What are you guys so afraid of? In a somewhat exhausted manner, he stretched himself lazily. All around him were the corpses of A-class warriors. Presently, in the entire Other Shore Mountain, only Chen Feng remained. He had ultimately survived till the end. Chen Feng smiled. Well, my target for this trip has now been accomplished. As such, it's time to reap some additional rewards. Additional rewards such as the trump cards these dead A-class warriors still had on their bodies and the young hillsea beasts of this Other Shore Mountain. After the numerous fights the hillsea beasts here had gone through with those genetic warriors, it seemed even easier now for Chen Feng to capture those young hillsea beasts. Perhaps there might still be a chance for him to get the rewards posted by Oldham. At this thought, Chen Feng became excited. He had to obtain those 6-star secret hearts. Unknown to Chen Feng, along with the departure of those people earlier, he had now transformed into a legend. Everything that had happened here at Other Shore Mountain was spread by those people to the Genetic Union, to the various major powers, and to the internet. The entire world erupted in an uproar. With this, Other Shore Mountain had truly become a forbidden area. As for Chen Feng, he was now a legend. At the Genetic Union, the dusky sky remained. Have you guys heard? Chen Feng. Yeah, exactly. I heard that he has been slaughtering at Other Shore Mountain and he killed a bunch of A-class warriors. Even one guy named Oldham who possessed the strength of PK class was killed by him. Wow, so ferocious. One particular person reminisced about his history with Chen Feng. Yeah, man. I still remember the time back then when he helped us out with a mission. At that time, he was still very weak, and the sky was still blue. Also, back then, Chen Feng was still very young. Another person interrupted him while curling his lips. Oh, please. He is still very young now. Okay. True. I heard that he is still a B-class warrior now. B class? How did he challenge those above his class at B class? And to actually defeat a PK class warrior on top of it? Isn't the gap too huge? I heard that he accomplished that feat with the help of God Punisher. God Punisher? What in the world? It's that ability? That is quite an unreliable ability. Even though it grants the user the ability to transcend classes, the user's ordinary combat power will be very weak. How so? Take a regular B class as an example. Even if he has God Punisher as one of his abilities and has created a series of abilities with God Punisher as the core of all his abilities, thus allowing him to challenge an A-class warrior, normally, that person is only equivalent to a C-class warrior. This is because of the ability slot that he wasted to make way for this God Punisher ability. You mean the user will have a strength equivalent to someone of one class lower ordinarily, and when he erupts with the God Punisher, he will have the strength equivalent to someone a class higher than him. Exactly. I see. Everyone gained understanding. So it was actually God Punisher. Because of this incident, a lot of people noticed this previously unknown ability called God Punisher. Naturally, along with the spread of the news about what had happened at Other Shore Mountain, every tiny detail of what Chen Feng had done there was leaked as well. It reached a point that some people were even offering a high price to purchase this information. It was said that due to this incident, a group of adventurers with exploration, detection, and recalling related abilities were headed toward Other Shore Mountain to look for clues as to what Chen Feng had done there. Chen Feng's expressions, Chen Feng's strength, Chen Feng's clothes, Chen Feng's abilities. Even the color of Chen Feng's underpants was a target of their investigation. They were all extremely clear on the flaw of God Punisher. As such, the more they proceeded in their investigation, the more alarmed they became, to the point where they had no idea how to proceed any further. Ordinarily, even if God Punisher was used in conjunction with myriad illusions, the most an early tier B class warrior could accomplish was defeating an early tier A class warrior. This was already a rather heaven-defying feat. As for Chen Feng, he had actually challenged a PK class warrior directly. What did that signify? Exactly. Just look at Oldham. He, with his strength of PK class warrior, had killed several tens of A class warriors at Other Shore Mountain all by himself. Furthermore, what all those A-class warriors had suffered was a crushing defeat, a total defeat. A PK-class warrior was so much stronger than an ordinary A-class warrior. As for Chen Feng, with his level as a B-class warrior, he had directly challenged a PK-class warrior to actually defeat that PK-class warrior on top of it, to force that Oldham to retreat. This was truly too excessive a feat. What was up with the Chen Feng? Exactly. None of them had any answers. They were aware that there were a lot of abilities out there capable of giving the user an eruption in strength by damaging the user as well. However, even those abilities would be hard-pressed to allow a B-class warrior to actually defeat a PK-class warrior. What on earth is going on? Perhaps this is the result of a combination of several abilities. That might be true. They discussed this without stop. In this era where genetic evolution was in full throttle, the masses were all extremely interested in the cause of Chen Feng's eruption in strength. This curiosity was intensified by the fact that Chen Feng was someone who was extremely similar to those common people. He was an ordinary person with no power backing him. A lot of people had witnessed Chen Feng as he threaded his path to greatness. Therefore, if Chen Feng was capable of this, perhaps they could do it as well. You guys won't be able to do this. Chen Feng is the only one capable of such a miracle. Why? Do you guys even know that after fusing with God Punisher, the user's ordinary combat power will be reduced by an entire class? The more ability slots you guys use to support God Punisher, the stronger God Punisher will be, but you guys will also be weaker normally. Indeed, you guys will obtain the ability to challenge someone of a higher class, but there is a flaw in that. How did Chen Feng solve this flaw, then? Come on, he's a producer, and an excellent producer on top of that. Ultimately, Chen Feng is still a B-class warrior. Therefore, the gene reagents he produces are sufficient to erupt with a power equivalent to a peak B-class warrior. Do you understand? Despite the fact that God Punisher causes him to be one class weaker ordinarily, this seemingly lost combat power is something he did not even require in the first place. He can stick with using gene reagents for regular battles. Besides that, as an excellent producer, the gene reagents he produces are already sufficient for him to challenge someone of a higher class. So powerful. Only at this did everyone regain their rationality. So Chen Feng had been relying on his profession as a gene producer to pull this off. Indeed, with his gene reagents, He did not even need to be bothered with the seeming loss of combat power in his ordinary state. This was what made Chen Feng so powerful now. At least, this was what the masses thought to be the case. He is indeed worthy of being the Chen Feng we all know, someone exclaimed in admiration. Youngsters nowadays are truly scary, someone lamented. Looks like I have to start learning how to produce genes. Then, some started setting new goals for themselves. Not long after, on the market, a set of ability compilation based on what they guessed Chen Feng had done appeared, shocking everyone. Are you still struggling in the lowest rungs of society? Are you still a worthless person nobody cares about? Come and join our class at Wood Mountain. God Punisher based ability set. Gene production. The path toward becoming an expert is beckoning you. Numerous clickbait advertisements appeared everywhere. Moreover, no spokesperson of any sort was required for this. All these people were simply jumping on the trend set by Chen Feng. As long as one did not live in a cave, one would know how amazingly Chen Feng had performed with such an ability set. It was said that on that day itself, the number of applicants at the Gene Production Association exceeded 10,000. That brat Hu Liang's face was smiling so wide his face looked like a flower. He had never expected that, after going through several dangers, that Chen Feng kid had actually survived. Moreover, Chen Feng had even brought such unprecedented popularity upon their Gene Production Association. He indeed did not disappoint. Look at those cute rookies. For this to happen during this era of darkness, could this be considered a consolation of sorts? In a not too distant future, the Gene Production Association will most certainly become much stronger than now. When that happens, the number of geniuses at Star City will increase as well. Old Hu Liang was extremely gratified. At the same time, at a certain assassination organization, a certain boss was raging. What the hell have you guys been doing all this while? Why did none of you think of something this genius? B-class. With only a B-class God Punisher ability set, a B-class warrior will be able to insta-kill a PK class warrior. His underlings had wronged expressions. Boss. To do this, we need to learn gene production. The boss roared at his underlings. And why does that even matter? Hasn't Chen Feng used that ability just nicely? Why do we even need to learn gene production? It doesn't matter if our normal combat power is weaker. We are assassins. A single killing strike is all that matters. We have indeed tried that. But then, without gene production skills, we will not be able to kill a PK class warrior anyway. The underling stated bitterly. They had indeed attempted something similar to what Chen Feng had done. Even before this feat of Chen Feng's, they had tried it. Obviously, Chen Feng was not the first person to use God Punisher. Unfortunately, it had not worked for them. This ability was too unreliable. Boss looked at his underling, wondering if this guy was looking for an excuse for his incompetence. Who can we kill if not a PK class warrior? A class warrior. Without the help of gene production skills, a B-class warrior can only kill an A-class warrior when using this ability. The underling ended with a sigh. Boss looked at the underling like he was looking at an idiot. Isn't that enough? Wasn't it sufficient to be able to transcend an entire class? The underling shook his head. No, it's not. First, to train a B-class warrior with an ability set based on God Punisher, it would cost no less than what is required to train an A-class assassin. It is too expensive. Second, God Punisher is unreliable at times. In our tests, during the process of using God Punisher, there was a 50% chance that the A-class opponent would not be killed. Moreover, the amount of damage dealt varied too greatly. There was even one particular incident where, instead of killing the opponent, the God Punisher user healed the opponent instead. The underling said, finishing his report with a dark expression. Boss. This ability is such a scam. As the boss looked at the test results provided by his underling, he was somewhat dumbstruck. So this was the case? If so, how had Chen Feng? With a low voice, the underling reminded his boss, Chen Feng has his gene production skills. It's also possible that he has some methods of fighting using God Punisher we are unaware of. Otherwise, this God Punisher based ability set would have become famous long ago. Is that so? Presented with all these facts, the boss could only regretfully give up on his plan. The arts of gene production were too mysterious. There were some legendary and ancient gene formulas that possessed some powerful and mysterious abilities. If Chen Feng had learned such a formula, it might truly have enabled him to make use of this God Punisher. It would seem like they have no choice but to give up on this. Naturally, They were not the only ones that wanted to develop in this direction. The various assassination organizations and powers were all researching the feasibility of God Punisher-based ability sets, looking at the possibility of developing a group of assassins or suicide warriors. If it was possible, they would be overjoyed. Unfortunately, it was certain that this effort of theirs would be fruitless. Presently, at the Genetic Union, just as everyone was still passionately discussing Chen Feng, the main entrance of their headquarters was kicked open. Instantly, everyone raged. Who dares to kick open the entrance of our Genetic Union? What joke was this? Even a PK class warrior would not have the courage to be so unbridled here at their headquarters. However, just as they stood up getting ready to rage, they saw a huge figure walk in through the door. The first thing they saw was a head with a fierce expression and a pair of extremely vicious-looking eyes. What is that? Everyone widened their eyes. Glang, 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 accompanied by his steady footsteps. The huge figure approached them one step at a time. Glang. A certain A-class warrior unsheathed his weapon in preparation for a fight. As the figure walked forth and everyone got a clear look at him, they were all stupefied. That huge figure was actually a person carrying a huge mutated beast. That seemed to be Glang. The mutated beast was thrown down onto the floor, giving them a clear look at that person's face. It was a familiar face. Chen Feng beamed as he gazed at the stupefied bunch there. Hey, long time no see. I'm here to complete the mission. They were all dumbstruck. Chen Feng. None of them had expected that the person they had been talking about would appear right in front of them. What mission? The one with young Hilsey Beast as the target. Instantly, they recovered from their stupor. Oh, that legendary mission at Other Shore Mountain. True, since Chen Feng had been the only one remaining there, the beasts would. The employee wiped his sweat. Please wait a moment. Let us inspect it. Not a problem. You guys do what needs to be done. Let me go carry some more over. Chen Feng replied with a smile. The rest couldn't understand what he was getting at. What? Glang, glang, glang. Chen Feng proceeded to carry in one Hilsey beast after another. All the targets of this mission were thus completed by Chen Feng alone. Full of sweat, the employee completed the inspection and verification before handling the procedures for Chen Feng. If so, can you give me the rewards directly? Chen Feng asked with a smile. He had no intention of staying here too long. Despite the fact that he had been feeling amazing when he had killed all those A-class warriors at Other Shore Mountain, he guessed that some of those he had killed were ultimately people with backgrounds. Even right at this moment, someone might be making their way over here for Chen Feng. Yes, sure. However, there is a condition for me to do that, the employee stated. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Had he encountered those people coming for revenge already? As he thought of this, while staring at the female employee in front of him, energy started converging in his hands. Can you sign this for me? The female employee asked bashfully. Chen Feng was instantly speechless. After spending several days at Other Shore Mountain, he had nearly forgotten what place this was. This was the headquarters of the Genetic Union. If it had reached a point where people could kill as they wished here, then this world would have truly been in big trouble. Nowadays, one could battle or kill in the wilderness. However, in any city, killing was prohibited. As such, regardless of how domineering an assassin was out there in the wilderness, when they were operating in a city, they could only take it slow when assassinating someone. If not because of this fact, Chen Feng would have been killed off by an assassin back then. At a certain different location, amid a certain wilderness, a plum blossom bloomed midair. The faint radiance coalesced before. Suddenly, the plum blossom ignited. After a long time, a person walked out of the flame. That person was precisely Oldham. Oldham was overjoyed. Finally, I recovered. He had returned alive. However, he hadn't even basked in this short happiness for more than 2 seconds before his wristband buzzed abruptly. With a glance, Oldham's expression became unsightly, like a person who had eaten some poop. The rewards he had offered for the mission had all been claimed by Chen Feng. Oldham felt extremely hateful. Damn it. All those were resources he had prepared for himself to help him in his charge to PK class. He felt extremely hateful. Chen Feng. Even if he could forget what Chen Feng had done to him in the past, he had never expected that during this crucial period of his life, his plan would still end up foiled by Chen Feng. How could he not feel hateful? His entire heart was filled with hatred and killing intent. and he almost failed to resist looking for Chen Feng right away. However, he had only taken a single step forth before stopping. Could the present him defeat that Chen Feng? He truly doubted that. When had that God Punisher become so powerful? He pondered. God Punisher can only be used once per day. I might still have my chance at revenge. However, how could he be sure that Chen Feng had no other trump cards? Moreover, how could he be sure of the actual cooldown of Chen Feng's God Punisher? The content of the presently available information on Chen Feng all indicated that he was a very perverse person, especially the release of his God Punisher. That final radiance he had released seemed to be Nether Gaze. That ability was indeed powerful. However, it did not seem capable of enabling the user to challenge one of a higher class. Despite that, Chen Feng's Nether Gaze seemed much stronger. Oldham rubbed his chest as he still felt some lingering fear from when he had faced Chen Feng earlier. If he hadn't escaped fast enough, he would have most probably gotten himself killed there. That final radiance. Even if Chen Feng can't unleash his God Punisher, this Nether Gaze alone is already. The mere thought of this caused Oldham to shudder in fear. All abilities would seemingly become extremely terrifying in Chen Feng's hands. Regardless of Nether Gaze, God Punisher, or even myriad illusions, all of them had seemingly transformed from their regular version when used by Chen Feng. The present Oldham did not have the courage to take any risks when dealing with Chen Feng. Oldham calmed himself down. I can't be hasty. I can't let my emotions control my actions. I have an unlimited potential and future, and I can definitely not die just like this. Oldham was an intelligent person. Even as someone who had started from zero back then, he had managed to reach his current height. What was there for him to fear now? After all, the present him was a person with the combat power of a PK class warrior. In a sense, he already possessed the qualifications to stand above the vast majority of this world. Oldham pondered. Even if all those things were taken away by Chen Feng, he won't be able to use them anyway. Even if he sells them, the amount of people who can actually make use of those secret arts aren't that high either. Therefore, he won't be able to sell them off anytime soon. There's no need for me to be too anxious. If it wasn't for his calm and intelligence, he would have ended up dead long ago. Now, I need to think of a good plan to get Chen Feng to deliver those secret arts back to me. Presently, he had no wish to face Chen Feng head-on. Before obtaining all those secret arts, he had no intention of battling Chen Feng. All those 5-star secret arts were extremely suitable for Oldham's use. Granted, they were not those exceptionally powerful abilities like his Plum Blossom Flame. However, the support capabilities of those secret arts were rather scary. If they were all used together, Oldham's combat power would reach a whole new level. There were also those 6-star secret arts. Oldham took in a deep breath as he thought of those. The 6 genes he had fused with were sufficient to fulfill the requirement for him to learn those 6-star secret arts he had gathered. Those 6-star secret arts were also the very keys he was relying on to complete his transformation. Evidently, his transformation had not ended on the completion of his Plum Blossom Flame. Indeed, secret arts was something that could only be utilized by someone possessing the required genetic abilities. However, was it an ironclad rule that one could only learn a single secret art? One ought to remember that even for someone with only a water-related ability and a fire-related ability, there were countless 2-star secret arts that the person could use, such as Sword of Ice and Flame, Absolute Water Flame, 9 Layers of Ice and Fire, Gate of Flames, Red Ocean, Unrestrained Water Volcano, Harmony of Water and Flame, Storm of Ice and Fire, and so on. This was the case for 6-star secret arts as well. However, due to the limitations imposed by the required abilities one needed to have before one could make use of a secret art, obtaining a suitable 6-star secret art was much harder. For a regular A-class warrior, the act of obtaining a single 6-star secret art was already considered an extremely astonishing feat. Therefore, A-class warriors were separated by several stages as well. Those without any 6-star secret arts were considered trash among A-class warriors. Even if such a person reached the late stage of A-class, without a 6-star secret art, that person would still be considered trash. A vast majority of the A-class warriors that had gathered at Other Shore Mountain previously were such A-class warriors. This was also why they had been driven crazy by the promise of 6-star secret arts by Oldham's mission that they hadn't even heard of or seen before. This was the first type of A-class warrior. After possessing a 6-star secret art, their warrior in question would obtain an extremely formidable core ability. These A-class warriors were considered ordinary A-class warriors, possessing formidable strength and having advanced their level perfectly all the way to A-class. These warriors were normally those with a certain amount of popularity. This was the second type of A-class warrior. As for the third type of A-class warrior, these were those with 2 or more 6-star secret hearts in their possession. Such A-class warriors were the more outstanding ones among their peers. Each of them was extremely powerful, and most of them were PK-class warriors. They were also considered to be the strongest among A-class warriors. Naturally, those similar to Oldham who possessed a single heaven-defying 6-star secret heart were low in amount. After all, it was quite rare for a person to dedicate 10 years of his life just for a single ability. On top of that overpowered Plum Blossom Flame, Oldham had also prepared 5 additional 6-star secret hearts he could use. Try to imagine the strength of an A-class warrior with 6 6-star secret hearts. I will most definitely regain what is mine. Oldham was resolute. He had maintained his patience for so many years. As such, he would not give up during this crucial moment where everything was on the verge of success. After all, there was always someone stronger in this world. The only reason Oldham had selected such a super late-stage ability for himself was to make it easier for him when he would attempt to surpass A-class in the future. The future him would most definitely be someone surpassing A-class. As such, the present him would most definitely not risk it and fight it out with Chen Feng. He was well accustomed with how perverse Chen Feng was. He had no intention of getting himself killed by some random occurrence. How should I get those 6-star secret hearts from Chen Feng? Then, suddenly, Oldham thought of something. Even though he was not interested in facing Chen Feng, that did not mean he couldn't make use of those around Chen Feng. Oldham sneered. He. Wasn't this what those villain bosses in movies normally did? If so, he could most certainly do something similar as well. A plum blossom flickered into existence before him. Oldham sneered. Chen Feng, I will make you regret your actions. Shwa. The plum blossom bloomed before Oldham's eyes. Countless petals started falling. He had obtained quite a number of information about Chen Feng from the internet, and now, he used his plum blossom to analyze the information to obtain the information he required. The several major characters around Chen Feng. To make it easier for Oldham to control those he kidnapped and to facilitate the hostage exchange he was planning, he had limited the number of people his plum blossom would discover. Shortly after, Oldham obtained the simple information of the several peoples close to Chen Feng. Oldham frowned. Let me see. Qin Hai, Wang Yao. Since these two were among the first to appear from his plum blossom, they were evidently those who were closest to Chen Feng. Moreover, from the order in which their names had appeared, that person called Qin Hai should be even closer to Chen Feng. Then. Naturally, the main reason he selected Qin Hai was because he had only managed to obtain Qin Hai's information out of the two. Moreover, the internet had quite a lot of information pertaining to this Qin Hai as well. As for that Wang Yao, she was like a blank space. No information was available. This caused Oldham to be somewhat worried, hence his decision to select Qin Hai as his target. According to the rumors, this Qin Hai was a comrade of Chen Feng's and had joined hands with Chen Feng on countless missions. They had gone through numerous dangers together. On top of that, Chen Feng had even gone to the frozen sea tundra alone for Qin Hai's sake. Oldham sneered. Qin Hai. Open. At his command, 3 plum blossoms assembled together in front of him, turning into a whirlpool. Oldham's eyes became sharp as he planned to cross space and travel directly to where Qin Hai was. Shwa. Light swirled around. Oldham's consciousness drifted around with the assistance of his plum blossom, and he was able to locate Qin Hai shortly after. Found you. A faint silhouette had seemingly appeared before Oldham's vision. Oldham sneered. Playing tricks. He was quite clear on the strength of this Qin Hai. It was rumored that this was a friend Chen Feng had gained way back when. However, due to Qin Hai's strength being too weak, he had stopped moving together with Chen Feng. Such a person was someone perfect for Oldham's plan. If he could kidnap Qin Hai, Chen Feng would most certainly be ridden with guilt. Oldham had seemingly considered everything possible. Bang! He grabbed directly at the empty space in front of him. Right at this instant, That silhouette opened his eyes. With that, an extremely alarming radiance appeared and a terrifying power started descending, akin to a fiend awakening from an abyss. Bang! Oldham's consciousness trembled. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Before he could even react, his thread of consciousness was already shattered. His main body regained consciousness after suffering a grave injury. Fear was plastered on Oldham's face. What was that? In that instant earlier, he had felt like he had laid his eyes upon the Grim Reaper. That silhouette. What in the world was Qin Hai? Oldham was horrified. This task that was supposed to be so simple had now become so troublesome. Qin Hai. Oldham gulped before deciding to give up on Qin Hai. He had no idea what he had seen earlier. Perhaps that was someone guarding Qin Hai. Or perhaps it was someone else. Regardless, capturing Qin Hai was no longer possible. Oldham clenched his teeth. Let's switch the target. Then there were still several other important people of Chen Feng's he could choose. However, he decided on Wang Yao. He tried once again to investigate this lady, yet he again returned with no results. Regardless of where he searched, there would be no information pertaining to this young lady. From the looks of it, this seemed to be just some ordinary unimportant young lady. She seemed to be the sister of an ex-classmate of Chen Feng's. That was the only information he was able to find on her. The amount of information he could find on the internet was truly too sparse. Oldham heaved a sigh of relief. Since there's no news about her, she should be a mere commoner. Once again, he activated his plum blossom imprint. The power of his soul bloomed as his thread of consciousness pierced through space before directly locking on to the position of that Wang Yao. His thread of consciousness drifted around and landed near her. Wang Yao. Oldham moved forth and finally got a clear look at the young lady in question. Surprising him, this young lady had the appearance of someone around 13 or 14 years old. Presently, she seemed to be sleeping peacefully. The sight of her sleeping was so beautiful it caused one's heart to flutter. Sleeping. Suddenly, a feeling of pity arose in Oldham's heart. Has Chen Feng been hiding everything about himself from you because of this flaw in your body? You are obviously 1 year older than him and yet your physical appearance had remained young. Wang Yao's delicate appearance seemed capable of triggering a feeling of protectiveness from anyone looking at her. Even Oldham could not escape feeling so. Oldham lamented regretfully. Sigh. What a pity. Oldham's sigh seemed to alarm her as her eyes were opened shortly after. After opening her eyes, she gazed at Oldham calmly. Who are you? Oldham sighed. I'm sorry. If possible, he was not willing to spoil this enchanting sight of a slumbering beauty. Alas, for the sake of his strength, he would not let his emotions rule his actions. Pity? It was something that should not exist. Stretching his hand out, a small clump of flame appeared before drifting forth slowly. That flame drifted toward Wang Yao while she watched on silently, seemingly incapable of realizing that she was in any sort of danger. This further amplified Oldham's feeling that his current actions were indeed rather cruel. Oldham sighed again at that thought. He watched on as his plum blossom landed on Wang Yao's body. Next, with a curious expression, the young lady grabbed at the flame. Wang Yao stared at the flame in her hand in astonishment. This flame looks so magical. Instantly, Oldham was dumbstruck. Magical? Hold on, why hasn't the flame injured her? Even though he had only utilized the flame with the lowest intensity sufficient to trap her, she shouldn't be totally free from any damage after touching the flame. Moreover, since when had she obtained the ability to manipulate the plum blossom flame created by him? Oldham tried summoning the flame back to him. Return, he bellowed. Unfortunately, the ownership of that flame seemed to have changed the moment it had entered Wang Yao's hand, as it no longer accepted Oldham's command. Instantly, Oldham's scalp numbed. Damn it. He felt like something inconceivable had happened. Perhaps. Bang. An intense plum blossom flame appeared on his hand. Without any hesitation, he unleashed the strongest plum blossom flame he had upon Wang Yao. Next, with wide eyes, he watched on as his strongest plum blossom flame that had been so domineering at other Shore Mountain became incapable of movement after landing on Wang Yao's palm. This time, Oldham was truly stupefied. Ineffective? Even the strongest flame was ineffective? Such a flame! Wang Yao exclaimed in astonishment. Accompanied by a shrill cry, that flame was instantly absorbed by Wang Yao. After that, Wang Yao slanted her head as she pondered shortly before softly rubbing her tiny hands together. A small clump of flame appeared there. That newly appeared flame was actually exactly the same as Oldham's plum blossom flame. Instantly, An expression of extreme horror appeared in Oldham's eyes. She had only plundered a single plum blossom flame from him, and yet she was already capable of creating her own version of the plum blossom flame. This was something he had spent 10 years to create. What in the world was going on here? Who exactly was this young lady here? Oldham was collapsing emotionally. "Thank you." Wang Yao expressed her gratitude before looking at him curiously. "Do you have any other flames?" A horrified expression appeared on Oldham's face. Here at this place, Oldham had suffered the greatest humiliation he had ever felt and had also experienced the greatest horror he had ever felt. This young lady seemed to be a fiend that had crawled out of hell itself. He had an odd feeling that before her, all his abilities would be ineffective. Oldham waved his hands repeatedly. "No. No more." "Oh, if so, let me give you this as a present, then. It is proper, after all, to reciprocate when one receives a gift." Wang Yao waved her hand nonchalantly. The flame streaked toward Oldham with a speed so fast he couldn't even react to it. Bang! His thread of consciousness collapsed. Puh! A mouthful of blood was spurted out as Oldham returned to reality. Once again, his plum blossom imprint had been destroyed. Oldham was alarmed. How could this happen? It was truly outside of his expectations that those close to Chen Feng were all so terrifying. Even if he ignored his attempt at kidnapping Qin Hai earlier, this Wang Yao girl was truly too horrifying as well. Damn it! Oldham wiped away the blood on his body. In such a short period of time, he had lost 2 of his soul imprints. Oldham was furious. Damn it! Damn it all! No matter what, he could not understand how Qin Hai and Wang Yao were so powerful, to the extent that his existence was something they could look down on. Pika class? They were most certainly more powerful than that. As he thought of those two, for the first time in his life, he felt true fear. Oldham took in a deep breath before looking at the 2 spoiled imprints of his. What should I do? Now that he had suffered such disastrous loss, if he couldn't find something to compensate for this, he would have suffered too great of a loss for nothing. Oldham decided to select a different target. Let's switch to a different target, then. After a short consideration, he decided to look for someone who was rather close to Chen Feng and had been with Chen Feng for quite a while. Moreover, the new target needed to be someone comparatively weak. He was able to select a new target that fulfilled his requirements shortly after. After checking his target out online, he confirmed that this new target was most certainly an ordinary person. Back then, he had been the captain of some trashy genetic squad of mere E-class warriors. Subsequently, that person had slowly improved until he had reached C-class. Even if he was a genius, presently, he shouldn't be any stronger than a B-class warrior. This seems to be a feasible target. Light swirled around us. Once again, Oldham sent his thread of consciousness out and locked onto the target. There, within a dimly lit room, a baldy could be seen wrestling with a chick. The battle seemed to be rather intense as sweat splashed around while the ground beneath them trembled without stop. As Oldham looked at the baldy, he sneered as he concluded that this was indeed a mere regular person. A person with the emotions of a regular person, a person with the strength of a regular person. He could see that this baldy was merely a B-class warrior. Instantly, with disdain, he waved his hand. A weak flame drifted out toward the baldy. While all this happened, the baldy did not even notice the arrival of the flame. Finally, when the plum blossom flame landed on the baldy's body, he screamed mournfully. Oldham sneered. A weakling indeed. Somewhat surprisingly, though, the mournful scream of that baldy's sounded somewhat off. FCK. Who in the world poked my chrysanthemum during the most crucial moment? Ah shit, I'm coming. The mournful scream of the baldy intensified. How boring. The chick seemed to have obtained victory in their battle, yet she seemed rather disappointed. Evidently, she was disappointed by the fact that she had failed to find someone capable of being her match. Disappointed, she shook her head as she turned around and left. Hey, that's not what happened. The baldy explained himself hastily. I am very strong. It's true. Hey. Alas, the chick had already left him. Only now did the baldy turn around furiously, scanning around with his eyes before his gaze landed on Oldham. Turns out there's some weird thing here. Is this some soul or a thread of consciousness? Whatever. Who gives you SHT what you are anyway? The raging Zif charged at Oldham. Not dead? His defense is rather high. Huh? Oldham was not bothered with Xif's anger. Once again, he summoned a new plum blossom flame, one that was more powerful than the earlier flame. Bang! The flame bloomed as it swept toward Xuf, alarming him. From within that seemingly boundless clump of flame, Xuf charged out. Before Oldham's unbelieving gaze, Xuf's fist landed on him furiously. Bang! 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 Oldham was punched down by Xuf's fist. Once again, Oldham was stupefied to find that someone was beating him up once again. And this time, it was a B-class warrior that was delivering the beating upon him. Damn it. The furious Oldham no longer cared if he could actually kidnap Xuf to threaten Chen Feng with. This was the third time he had suffered a beating today, and he was no longer capable of holding his anger in. His strongest flame was directly unleashed. Path of flaming plum. Bang! Bang! The flame bloomed, and a boundless red radiance erupted out. Horrifying him tremendously, that guy called Xuf merely charged through his flame, not the slightest bit affected by that scary flame of Oldham's. Bang! Bang! Xuf rained his punches down as he furiously shouted, "Did your mother not teach you that it is very rude to interrupt someone in the midst of a battle? Bang! You cursed old fart! Bang! You perverted peeping Tom! Bang! Screw your mother!" As the punches rained down, Oldham was thoroughly stupefied. He tried to retreat, yet with great sorrow, he found that he was no longer capable of retreating. His body had been grabbed by Xuf, not allowing him a chance to escape at all. As such, he could only watch on helplessly as he was pressed down on the ground and beaten up by Xuf. When it came to physical strength, Xuf was simply in a different league than him. Bang! Bang! All that Xuf had wanted to unleash upon the chick earlier yet failed to, he was unleashing upon this Oldham now. Finally, this consciousness of Oldham was beaten to death. Bang! His thread of consciousness collapsed, returning him to his main body. His brain was still buzzing unendingly. He remained in daze for 10 whole minutes. What in the world had he experienced? His brain was still buzzing unceasingly as he wondered. After a long time, he recovered from his stupor. He had actually been beaten up by B-class trash. This wasn't the main issue here. The main issue here was that his plum blossom flame had been completely ineffective against that person. How was that possible? Qin Hai, Wang Yao, and Xuf. For the first time, Oldham started doubting his strength. He had once believed that once he completed this super late-stage transformation of his, he would be unrivaled. Now, though, that did not seem to be the case. He could convince himself that it was natural for him to suffer defeat against Qin Hai and Wang Yao, whose great strength was definitely above his. But what was going on with that Xuf guy? Oldham started doubting life itself. Perhaps the plum blossom flame was in actuality something not that powerful after all. Oldham shook his head and steadied his thoughts. No, that's not possible. Hadn't he crushed so many A-class warriors back then at Other Shore Mountain? Perhaps it was because those people there had been people without an ability that countered him? No, that couldn't be true. Oldham's confidence started swaying. Despite being aware that this should not be possible, after his 3 defeats in a row, especially his defeat by that B-class Xuf, he truly doubted his life now. Calm down. I must calm down. Finally, Oldham forcefully calmed himself down. As he looked at the list of names his plum blossom had generated earlier, he decided to stick to his plan. The only reason for this was because he wanted to prove his worth. This time, he selected a person who had been together with Chen Feng quite frequently recently. Both of them were rather close. More importantly, that person was a mere B-class warrior. There shouldn't be any problems this time, right? Oldham mumbled. This target was a mere B-class warrior. If there were truly so many B-class warriors out there possessing abilities countering him, Oldham reckoned that the 10 years he had spent in preparation would be totally pointless. After all, he had remained patient all these years for this single goal. Therefore, that would definitely not be the case. This time, he would most certainly be successful. He inhaled deeply. Light swirled before his eyes. Once again, the plum blossom flame bloomed, stripping a thread of his consciousness out from him. That thread of consciousness stepped through space, locking onto his new target before appearing there as a soul imprint. There, one person could be seen. In front of that person was a mirror. In a seductive manner, he flicked his hair before speaking to the mirror. "Dear demonic mirror, please tell me, who's the most handsome guy here?" "In any case, that is not you," the demonic mirror replied coldly. FCK. Without any hesitation, that person threw the mirror down before stamping his foot on it. "Screw you. I'm the only person here. If I'm not the most handsome one, who else can it be? Even if you break me, It won't hide your ugliness and the grief in your heart. That person raged. Screw you, old. Was this the person called Kong Bei? He had never expected that this would be the sight that welcomed him immediately upon his arrival. As for that Kong Bei, he did not seem to have noticed Oldham. This caused Oldham's heart, which had failed several times earlier, to feel somewhat comforted. Perhaps this ambush would be successful. Granted, it was rather shameless for an A-class to ambush a B-class, but then, Oldham had failed 3 times consecutively so far. Now, he only wanted to regain his ego, and he no longer possessed any sense of shame. At this time, filled with resentment, Kong Bei picked up the demonic mirror. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked in a manner as if he had thought of something extremely smart. Dear demonic mirror, who's the ugliest person here? Since he was all alone here and he was not the most handsome one, he shouldn't be the ugliest person here as well, right? Naturally, it's you, the demonic mirror answered instinctively, but it suddenly paused and corrected itself. The old geezer as ugly as a chrysanthemum behind you. Kong Bei was overjoyed. Indeed, it's not me. Ha ha ha. However, just as he was done laughing out loud, he felt that something was off. Abruptly, he turned around and was given quite a scare. What the FCK? What is this thing here? A class warrior. Kong Bei's instinctive reaction was to flee without hesitation. A normal B-class warrior indeed. Oldham wasn't particularly bothered with Kong Bei's reaction. Rather, he was pleasantly surprised that this new target here was actually fearful of him. After 4 attempts, he had finally encountered a regular B-class warrior who knew to flee when seeing an A-class warrior. Oldham was so touched that he felt himself tearing up at this. Ha 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 ha. Capture him. Capture him. After capturing him, all the secret hearts will come back to me. Oldham was immensely touched. Alas, just as he was about to start his pursuit, that Kong Bei guy stopped before looking at Oldham with a rather amazed expression. Next, he looked at the demonic mirror. Did you just say that he's uglier than me? Yes, the demonic mirror answered. Ha 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 ha. At that, Kong Bei started laughing wildly before stopping and looking at Oldham with a sinister gaze. Hee hee, dear you who is uglier than me. Hee hee, hee hee. Finally, I have encountered someone uglier than me. Hee hee. It's time for you to bear witness to the power of my demonic mirror. Ha ha ha. Accompanied by Kong Bei's wild laughter, the mirror shone brightly. Next, at a certain location, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Back in his main body, with grief, Oldham noted that his thread of consciousness had once again been destroyed? He was totally dumbfounded. The 4th soul imprint he had spent over a year to prepare had once again been cleanly destroyed. This time, the culprit was yet another B-class. Why? Oldham was bewildered. From that day onward, those passing by this area found with surprise that there was an old geezer wandering around while unendingly mumbling to himself like a mental patient. The content of his mumbling was as follows. What is going on with this world? What is going on with me? I can't even defeat some B-class trash. You are the ugly one. Your entire family is ugly. With this trash plum blossom, you dared to call yourself a super late-stage genetic warrior. Scammers. You are all scammers. Curious, some of the passers-by asked, what's going on with him? Looks like someone who went crazy after being provoked too excessively. Poor him. Let him be. Don't approach him. It is said that flames will materialize randomly around this old geezer. Quite scary, in fact. I wonder which expert it was that provoked him into this state. True, the other person agreed. There, only a wandering old geezer that mumbled unendingly remained. At a certain location, the sky above was covered with dense dark clouds. Dark rain descended without stop, yet the numerous raindrops were all seemingly pounding onto thin air. Not a single one of them capable of landing on the ground beneath them. A person was there, looking up at the sky. The sky is getting darker. Indeed, Lu Han's gaze intensified. Unfortunately, Chen Feng was able to ruin the mysterious organization. The other person replied faintly, in any case, since the devil race is already awakening, there is no longer any meaning to its existence. For now, we should be thinking about how to ensure that our plan is completed without any hiccups. I keep having a bad feeling about those devil race folks. Suddenly, Lu Han asked, should we seek Master's advice? Then, there's no need for that. Do you really think that Master is not aware of this? The other person stared ahead and continued, I'm afraid Master had already seen all this coming long ago. At the same time, at a certain faraway sea, an old man was pulling up numerous bones from the deep sea before joining them together. Next, His hands shimmered with a dim radiance, causing flesh to start growing on the bones. Hum, hum. Light swirled around. The skeleton started being filled up with flesh, and along with the reconstruction, signs of life started appearing, while the owner of the skeleton regained its previous appearance. This was actually a tortoise. On the shell of the tortoise, some faint words could be seen. A badge was taken out by the old man before it was hung around the neck of the tortoise. The silver badge was shrouded by a bizarre radiance, and the word Duma could be clearly seen on it. "My old friend, this time, don't run from me anymore," the old man muttered. Suddenly, the old man frowned as he rubbed his belly. "I'm hungry. Time to look for something to eat." At that thought, he entered the sea only to find that, sadly, nothing edible could be found. Next, his gaze moved around before landing on the tortoise. Bang! A clump of flame appeared. Shortly afterward, some delicious tortoise meat was done cooking. With a satisfied expression, the old man cut the meat into chunks and started eating them. "It has been quite a while since I last tasted this delicacy." After a long time, all that was left of the tortoise was a pile of bones. As the old man looked at the pile of bones, a feeling of sadness rose within him. A faint radiance swirled out, and next, the tortoise was once again resurrected. The old man patted the tortoise's head. "My old friend, welcome back." Scram! The tortoise roared angrily. "Screw you! I had only just returned, yet you were already feasting on me," the tortoise cursed. "Hey! Didn't I restore you after that?" The old man shook his head and sighed. "You must maintain a refined attitude, a refined attitude." The tortoise roared furiously. "Restore, my ass! Back then, when you reared me, wasn't the reason purely to satisfy your appetite? Damn you! I was truly blind back then for allowing you to use me as both mount and food, living a life worse than a livestock. Now that I see your true nature, I'm not working for you anymore, not even if you kill me." This was also why it had escaped back then. This was truly too excessive. This old geezer was totally a glutton who had a rare preference for the meat of tortoises. After this old man had started rearing this tortoise had suffered the fate of being eaten by that old geezer once per month. That was why it had escaped in the first place. When it had escaped back then, it had been resolute that it would do whatever it wished moving forward without a care for the consequences. It would no longer suffer any restrictions. Unexpectedly, it had encountered freaks like Chen Feng and Wang Ya and ended up dead before long. However, even death was not truly vexing for the tortoise. After all, it had years of experience dying all the time. Therefore, the tortoise was already used to dying. Unexpectedly, it hadn't even managed to stay dead for long before being found by the old geezer and once again being resurrected. The old man chuckled. "What a naughty tortoise." The tortoise was extremely furious. "Naughty my SS. Why can't you switch to a different tortoise for this?" "No, it wouldn't be the same." The old man looked at the tortoise lovingly. "A mysterious crystal snow tortoise like you is a breed so rare that one can hardly meet one of you even in 10,000 years. Your meat is so incredibly tasty and filled with energy. You are the only one I was able to find after searching everywhere." Tortoise. Curse this rarity. Suddenly, the rain seemed to grow heavier. Whoosh! Noticing that the old man was distracted, the tortoise was overjoyed and charged into the sea immediately before escaping. The old man gave it a glance, yet he wasn't really bothered. Instead, the old man maintained his gaze on the sky and stared blankly. "It's finally starting." At the genetic union, the attention of countless people was attracted by the sudden heavy downpour. The rain seems to have changed. True, it's heavier now, and the raindrops are more concentrated as well. The technicians of the genetic union were able to finish their analysis speedily. The density of the unknown particles in the rain has increased. Is this happening everywhere? Yes. The black rain has grown heavy worldwide. Nothing major has happened recently. The cities have remained the same as well. However, it is said that the bizarre phenomenon has been happening quite frequently at the unknown regions. A lot of lightning is appearing, and the sky and ground are trembling without stop. Unknown regions. There is nothing capable of blocking the black rain in those places. Everyone was anxious. The unknown regions were desolate lands, and those were also the only regions outside of their control in this world. As the black rain descended, those experts that had existed once upon a time there were seemingly being restored. The bizarre phenomenon seemed to be the signal for the start of something even scarier. Ignore the unknown regions for now. Presently, What is the location where the black rain is the heaviest? Star City. At this, they all blanked. The headquarters of the Gene Production Association? Yes, that place. They exchanged glances, yet they did not appear too surprised at this development. Looks like the information given by Chen Feng is accurate. The target of the black rain and the origin of the phenomenon is the restoration of the devil race. Devil race. For now, set our yet unknown target as the devil race. The head commanded. The rest nodded. Yes, since the information given by Chen Feng has been verified, let's start our plan. This time, let us do battle with them at Star City. I want those fellows to have a good look at us. We, the New Age humans, are not akin to those barbarians back then that they were able to slaughter at will, the head stated, hammering down the nail of confirmation on the path they should undertake. Yes, the rest howled. Their voices filled with battle intent seemed to pierce even the heavens. At Star City, the black rain was still falling, and the sky was still as dark as always. The entire city was brightly lit by their lighting systems, while the residents were still busy with their affairs as always. These people were seemingly not bothered at all by whatever major incident that was about to come their way. High above, in the black sky, suddenly, a cloud appeared before assuming the form of a pair of huge eyes. The eyeballs formed of clouds started gazing at this city attentively, and as it noted that everyone in the city was still behaving like normal, it dissipated in satisfaction, like it had never been there in the first place. Splat, splat. The raindrops landed on Star City's barrier, the pattering sound clear for all to hear. Shwa. A cold wind brushed past. Somewhat surprisingly, these producers that usually had low resistance to the cold were not at all affected, none of them shuddering from the cold. Was this because of the wind not being cold enough, or was it because of these producers now had resistance against the cold? Nobody seemed to have noticed this. In the sky, darkness converged accompanied by the occasional rumbling of thunder. A bizarre phenomenon thus appeared here, signaling the arrival of true darkness. Other Shore Mountain. The mission issued previously by Oldham had already been completed by Chen Feng, but due to the eruption in popularity of Chen Feng's feat with his God Punisher, this place was still filled to the brim. Everyone was targeting the Hilsey beasts. This time, they were not only hunting young Hilsey beasts, they were also hunting adult beasts. As long as they managed to obtain a single Hilsey beast and produce it into a gene reagent, they would stand a chance at creating an ability set similar to Chen Feng's God Punisher. Due to the huge amount of people flooding here, this place had lost its former reputation as a forbidden area shrouded by a somber atmosphere. Regardless of which forbidden area it was, when there were thousands or tens of thousands of people stamping around it, that place would no longer be able to maintain its mysteriousness. And today, the effect brought forth by Chen Feng's God Punisher demonstrated itself clearly. Were A-class warriors exalted existences? Yes, they were. In any given ordinary city, there would at most be 1 or 2 A-class warriors. Each of them was an existence that could dominate an entire region. But then, the number of human cities in this world was truly too great, so numerous that one could not even begin to imagine the number. Therefore, when the numerous powers across the globe finished their preparations and sent their people here to this other Shore Mountain, this place was filled with an ocean of people. Amazingly, all of them were entirely A-class warriors. When the A-class warriors that had been remaining here since Chen Feng's incident noticed this, they were indeed given quicker scare. Crazy. They have all gone crazy. Why are they here? For the God Punisher based ability set, I suppose. Man, I was still planning on capturing a couple Hilsey beasts to earn some extra income for myself. You can forget about that. Would you believe me if I told you that even if you manage to capture one, you won't be able to leave alive with it? They sighed. True. In the end, they decided to give up on this. Perhaps it was due to their bad luck, but they hadn't been able to locate any Hilsey beasts since the past 2 days. Now that there was this huge amount of people crowding here, they no longer had any hope of succeeding. Therefore, they could only give up. Let's leave, then. This is no longer a place we can mess around at. They were aware that with the arrival of these truly terrifying existences, the Hilsey beasts of the other Shore Mountain would suffer for real. As far as they could remember, the last time something similar had happened was during the discovery of a species called mysterious crystal snow tortoise. The only difference with this incident was that the last time it happened, it had been due to the tortoise being such a delicacy that all the gluttons had been induced. Because of that, the tortoise had gone extinct. This time, the same uproar was happening due to these people trying to obtain benefits for themselves. I'm afraid that, in the future, we will no longer have any chances to see hilly beasts. With a sigh, they left. Soon, a huge group of new arrivals stepped into Other Shore Mountain. Countless rarely seen experts were wandering around Other Shore Mountain seeking for traces of hilly beasts. Alarming all of them, nothing could be found. Damn it. Why is there not a single one of them here? They were all shocked at this discovery. It was rumored that there were a huge amount of hilly beasts here at this Other Shore Mountain. If so, why were none of them to be seen now? Had all of them been killed by Chen Feng and the earlier group of people here? That shouldn't have been possible. Could it be that they hid themselves after sensing danger? Some of them guessed. Such powerful beasts were normally equipped with a sharp danger sense. They decided to continue their search for them. With so many A-class warriors gathered here, how was it possible for them to fail at finding these beasts? Alas, even after searching the entire mountain, not a glimpse of a hilly beast could be seen. Some of the warriors were so angry that the entire Other Shore Mountain was leveled. Even after that, nothing was found. These greatly coveted hilly beasts had seemingly vanished from the face of the world. They have truly vanished? Are you guys the ones playing tricks here? I heard that you two brothers have illusion abilities capable of altering the look of the land, ensuring that all one can see is illusions. Are you blind? If we were powerful enough to shroud several thousand A-class warriors in an illusion, you would be the first we kill, you ass. Come at me, then. They started arguing. As for the rest, they gave those two a cold glance before looking around, pondering what exactly it was that had happened here. Inferring, analyzing, and all sorts of other methods were employed. Yet nothing was found. Regardless of what they did, nothing could be found. Nothing can be seen clearly. Aren't you the self-proclaimed half-immortal Kiao, the seer? How could you fail to see anything at all? It was blocked. Blocked? Yes. It's not that I can't see anything. Rather, the only thing I can see is a blank space of nothingness. Isn't that the same as seeing nothing? The others replied with disdain. Half-immortal Kiao raged. No, it's not the same. When my ability works normally, I am able to see clearly. However, when it fails, I can't see anything at all. Now, though, I can actually see something, but that something I see is entirely unclear. Everything appeared like a blank void. Do you guys understand now? Isn't that the same as seeing nothing? They yet again replied with disdain. Half-immortal Kiao, a different person with a similar divining ability, replied, "Let me clear some doubts." In short, the things we normally see when divining can be classified as something shown to us in pixels. If our ability fails, it's similar to losing the signal. But now, the only thing we see is a mosaic. Everyone gained understanding. I see. As for half-immortal Kiao, he became speechless. So one has to talk in such manner for these people to understand? Everyone became doubtful. How could this have happened? Suddenly, someone stated, "I have actually encountered something similar before." People are always saying that such a blockade is very mysterious and abstruse, capable of blocking everything, ensuring that we can see nothing at all. However, I believe instead that this is the most idiotic course of action. This is because, in this entire world, only one faction uses such a method. Without even divining anything, I know who it is that is behind all this. That person ended with a sneer. Who? The rest asked curiously. Mysterious organization. That person spat. Instantly, the rest gained understanding. It's them. So it was the mysterious organization? This was an organization initially only known to the Genetic Union. However, because of several major incidents involving them, their existence was no longer hidden. Now, everyone knew of them. Everyone was aware that there was such a hidden terrorist organization. As such, every evil deed in existence was now blamed on them. Evidently, what had happened here was blamed on them as well. Previously, someone had tried using similar divining abilities for several major incidents, and similarly, the result was a blank piece of nothingness. After studying it, they noted that this was something only the mysterious organization did. Naturally, none of them was aware that, in fact, this blank piece of nothingness was actually an effect of spirit seawood. This organization is courting death. I heard that their headquarters were destroyed by Chen Feng. That is the only reason their existence was leaked. Now that everyone is already aware of them, I truly wonder how much longer they can keep hiding. True. They were all feeling unhappy. Evidently, They were also not aware that the leak of the mysterious organization's existence wasn't due to the destruction, as they believed. Rather, it was because Chen Feng had plundered all of the mysterious organization's spirit seawood. As such, the mysterious organization was no longer able to block their headquarters from divination, thus causing their location to be leaked. I heard that they have secret bases at various major cities. I think so. Let's mess them up. Do they truly think that they are the king of the underground, daring to even lay hands on the hill sea beasts? They were all furious. And thus, the furious experts returned from the other shore mountain and proceeded to destroy all the different branches of the mysterious organization. Once again, the mysterious organization was dealt a heavy blow. As Luhan and the rest received this update, they were all dumbfounded as well. Gone. The great mysterious organization was going to be wiped out. What? Luhan was somewhat stupefied. Despite the previous damage dealt to the mysterious organization, the damage had been limited to only their headquarters, once by the Genetic Union and once by Chen Feng. But then, both those incidents had only affected their headquarters. Their experts scattered worldwide and their branches in various cities were in fact the actual foundation of their power. Hence, it was rather unexpected that, in a single day, the entire organization was destroyed. Those people that had returned from Other Shore Mountain had seemingly gone crazy. These people who shouldn't have worked together at all had worked together with much fervor to level the mysterious organization's headquarters. It seemed like the A-class warriors of the entire world had banded together against the mysterious organization. Even now, Luhan was still utterly confused. Although the mysterious organization was no longer of any use to them, this was still an organization that was helpful in information gathering or in taking care of miscellaneous tasks. Due to this, Luhan and his fellow apprentice brothers had been maintaining contact with the mysterious organization. Beyond their expectations, the entirety of the mysterious organization was reduced to nothingness in a single night. When he finally found out the reason, Luhan was even more dumbfounded. Due to the hill sea beasts, the numerous experts that had failed to find any hill sea beasts had unleashed their anger upon the mysterious organization. What in the world? Luhan truly couldn't comprehend the reason those people had blamed their failing to find any hill sea beasts on the mysterious organization. It was truly mysterious. If Luhan wasn't tied up by the matter of the soon-to-be revived devil race, he would most certainly venture out to personally beat up all those fellows. What they had done was too excessive. And yet this was merely the start of what was to come. Apart from the various branches that had been destroyed, their members were killed one after another as well. Even those who had been able to escape by fluke were being hunted to no end. Now, this powerful organization that used to be able to influence the entire world ceased existing. Luhan looked at the person beside him. Don't you have anything to say about this? This person was the actual leader of the mysterious organization, right? Since the mysterious organization has completed the purpose of its existence, it no longer matters if its existence continues or not. Qin Hai replied indifferently. Luhan snorted coldly. Despite not being the actual leader of the mysterious organization, Luhan had been the one who had spent the most time there, even compared to the leader. Hence, it was natural for him to be upset by this. Concentrate on what matters for now. After completing our plan regarding the devil race, we will naturally be able to find time to deal with what happened to the mysterious organization, a different person stated coldly. All right. Luhan gave up with much reluctance. However, his heart was still filled with hatred. If he was able to figure out which bastard it was that had caused the hill sea beasts to vanish and then laid the blame on the mysterious organization, he would most definitely deal that person his due. Presently, in Luhan's heart, this person had been upgraded to become his second most hated person. As for the one occupying first place, it was naturally Chen Feng. Luhan's killing intent surged as he thought, I will most certainly not let either of them off. At this time, in a certain unknown region, numerous huge figures could be seen. Streaking amid the wild, they moved as fast as a storm. Around their bodies, an extremely terrifying power bubbled about. These people were precisely the barbarians. After a time of tempering, the squad trained by Chen Feng back then was already reasonably developed. From the barbarian village, a huge group of powerful geniuses had appeared. As the barbarians streaked out of the thick bush to reveal themselves, an astonishing sight appeared. Mounted below them were all hill sea beasts. With the huge size of their bodies, These hill sea beasts were just nice to serve as the barbarians' mounts. Naturally, the hill sea beasts were not ones who would submit so easily. Therefore, bang, bang, bang. Beneath the dark sky, numerous colorful radiances flickered without stop. The furious hill sea beasts were unleashing numerous powerful abilities toward the barbarians. Toward the end, they were even unleashing god punishers. Unfortunately for the hill sea beasts, it was all in vain. The hill sea beasts were all beaten up by the barbarians that had selected them as mounts. What joke was this? The barbarians were all immune to energy, yet these hill sea beasts were blasting energy at them. And thus, the hill sea beasts started suffering a cycle of being beaten continuously. If one beating failed to tame them, they were beaten further. Ultimately, these lofty beasts were all beaten into submission. They truly had no choice but to submit, as those who refused would continue having pain delivered to them. Just like that, this squad of barbarians that had already been formidable obtained their own mounts that were similarly powerful. The initial barbarian infantry had now been transformed into barbarian cavalry, officially becoming a tribe with mounts. Chen Feng was immensely satisfied as he witnessed all this. Not bad. After trading the young hill sea beasts for the mission rewards of Oldham, he had been thinking of how to optimally deal with these beasts. His decision was to let the barbarians have the hill sea beasts as mounts. With their huge size, those hill sea beasts were simply perfect as mounts for the barbarians. After making his decision, Chen Feng had gathered all the barbarians and carried all the hill sea beasts back to the barbarian village. Indeed, the barbarians had forcefully carried the beasts back to their village. Indeed, the hill sea beasts were powerful and had numerous energy-based abilities. Unfortunately, all this was ineffective against the barbarians. Facing the barbarians, the hill sea beasts could only rely on their fangs, and because of that, the barbarians were able to carry all of them back here. Naturally, after carrying the hill sea beasts back here, taming them was only the foundation for their subsequent plans. The ultimate goal would be to teach these beasts to obey different commands. Only when reaching the point where all commands were obeyed unequivocally and the mount and the rider were akin to a single entity would the true power of cavalry be demonstrated. After a day of training, they had indeed reached a certain degree of compatibility. Stop, Chen Feng ordered. Shwa. Upon hearing Chen Feng, all the barbarians assumed a solemn expression and stopped their beasts within the shortest time possible. Indeed, they had ensured that the command was thoroughly performed. However, the method in which they had done it caused one to be speechless. Bang! A particular barbarian could be seen punching his mount to stop it. Indeed, he had managed to stop his mount. Immensely proud, he looked around at his companions with disdain. Next, with an extremely flattering expression, he looked at Chen Feng. His unsaid words were plastered all over his expression. Look at me. I am the one who stopped the fastest. Chen Feng. He truly did not know what to say in response. Praise him. As for the other barbarians, they weren't any better off. Each of them utilized different bizarre methods to force their mounts to stop. For example, some of them simply hopped down the mount before dragging the mount's tail to stop it with force. You guys are too excessive. They are your pets. They will be your comrades in your future battles. In treating them like this, are you guys not worried that they will be the cause of your death in battle? This is truly... Hold on. Chen Feng sighed and was about to reprimand them when he saw an astonishing sight. A particular barbarian was unlike all others. With his huge body, his foot slammed into the ground before pressing the mount beneath him onto the ground, forcing it to stop by way of friction. On the ground, a lengthy mark was left behind as the mount slid along the ground until it stopped. A deeper mark was in the middle, with 2 marks beside the deep mark. As Chen Feng watched, his jaw was left hanging. Was this the legendary penile break? One holy SHT. This was too excessive. Chen Feng looked at the hill sea beast that all appeared extremely indignant. His head ached as he thought of how to deal with this. The barbarians had indeed improved in terms of strength, but the way in which they thought still left much to be desired. Splat, splat. It was at this moment that the rain seemed to grow heavier. Not far away, amid the darkness, some sort of power seemed to be bubbling up from the black soil that had been eroded by the black rain. Chen Feng glanced over with his cold gaze before killing intent flashed in his eyes. Is it finally starting? Star City. The rain was growing heavier and the sky becoming darker. The dark clouds rolled through the sky akin to a demon, planting fear in one's heart. The entirety of Star City was brightly lit, seemingly trying to disperse this darkness altogether. Alas, due to the unceasing descent of the black rain. The range at which the lamps could shine was seemingly decreasing. From the defensive barrier surrounding Star City, noises could be heard without fail. Black raindrops were landing on the barrier without stop before slowly sliding downward, landing outside Star City. After undergoing a reinforcement by the Genetic Union and some revisions, this city was not the least bit affected by the black rain, causing the rain to act like some passers-by, tumbling everywhere around the city itself. After all, this was a city floating above the sky. Suddenly, the rain became much heavier. In Star City, a lot of people stopped their footsteps and looked at the sky, seemingly somewhat anxious. Despite that, the thin defensive barrier was still as firm as ever. Next, rolling thunder cracked, and with that, a dazzling radiance appeared, granting a sudden brightness to the dark world. Lightning appeared up in the sky, interwoven together akin to a spider web. Bang, bang. The lightning thundered. What's going on? Lightning is appearing suddenly. However, the rain is a black rain, and even the lightning doesn't seem like a normal lightning. Some of them were looking at the sky. Alas, this seemed to be a mere start of what was to come. Along with the lightning flashes and rumbling thunder, countless bizarre phenomena appeared, and a single ray of astonishing gold radiance surged out from space. So bright was this gold ray that all the lightning flashes were overlapped by it. The gold surged out unendingly, landing from the blue dome of heaven. Only when it neared them did the people there find with astonishment that this gold ray was in fact a weapon. This was a pole shining brightly with a gold radiance. This pole was thick and sturdy, akin to lightning. It smashed upon the thin defensive barrier surrounding Star City. Space started trembling. That weapon had been moving so fast that along its path of descent that space itself was ruptured. Despite this, it still failed to directly penetrate the defensive barrier with a single strike. After trembling slightly, that thin barrier was restored to its initial condition. A certain someone at the corner of Star City sneered. How funny. What joke was this? Did the attacker believe that the only function of the barrier was to defend against the black rain? The moment the information provided by Chen Feng had been verified, he had replaced the entire barrier. In fact, everything here had been changed. Presently, the Star City's defensive barrier was not some simple iron defensive barrier. Rather, it was a defensive barrier that this person had prepared with utmost care. A barrier capable of defending against an attack from even a PK-class warrior. The name of this barrier was World Calamity, signifying its ability to defend against even a calamity capable of destroying the entire world. The man's companion, however, seemed rather anxious. Will this work? After all, that golden weapon truly looked quite terrifying. Don't worry, this is my new invention. This is just the start. Soon, you will see the strongest point of this barrier. At this moment, the sky lapsed into sudden silence. The erupting golden attack earlier had seemingly never appeared, akin to a mere fragment of one's imagination. Evidently, the attackers had never expected that their attack on Star City would actually be resisted. Logically, their speedy ambush was not something Star City could defend against in time. Was it because this place already had such a powerful defense? Accompanied by a light bellow, disperse, a bizarre force undulated outward from the sky. The clouds enveloping the dark sky suddenly dispersed, revealing numerous figures with rather scary appearances. Their bodies had seemingly transformed into beasts with all sorts of formidable and mysterious tattoos, beasts that were emanating a formidable power that caused one's heart to flutter. High above in the sky, numerous devil race members appeared. They were comprised of all sorts of never-before-seen life forms. They were precisely the devil race. These devil race members had initially arrived fiercely together with the gold ray. However, due to Star City's defensive barrier remaining, they were seemingly at a loss as to what to do. Should they still continue charging down or not? Should they land or wait up here? This group of ferocious-looking devils could now only hover up though with rather awkward smiles while trying to not lose their imposing bearing. The sky sunk into a momentary stillness. This sudden counter of Star Cities had indeed shattered their plan. Initially, they were supposed to tear apart the defensive barrier of Star City and then invade it. Next, the black rain would be allowed to drop into this city, transforming the people here into offerings for the awakening of the devil race. However, it would seem like the humans had indeed prepared themselves in advance. They had indeed underestimated these people. However, the awakening of their lord. After a long pause, a bizarre character started spreading up in the sky. This was precisely the character representing the word kill in the Devil Race's language. Bang! The radiance intensified as the Devil Race members all started unleashing their strongest available attacks. Since the weapon had failed to rip apart this barrier, they would do it personally. Bang! Bang! Numerous ferocious-looking beasts descended. Their sharp claws and weapons were all aimed at the defensive barrier. However, at the moment their attacks connected, they found with astonishment that their attacks actually phased through the barrier before landing directly into Star City. That seemingly powerful defensive barrier was not defending at all. Shwa, shwa. Next, a heavy downpour started descending from the sky. However, not a single drop of rain was able to land in the city. This bizarre defensive barrier actually possessed a filtering function to it. However, idiotic humans, stated a particular Devil Race member with an alligator head with a fierce expression. Did these humans truly believe that they would be fine only defending against the black rain? Hee. If they were to kill all these humans instead, would there still be a point to the defensive barrier? After all, this was still a place controlled by mere gene producers. This thought had only surfaced in the Devil Race member's brain for a brief moment when suddenly, shwa, shwa, all the producers that were wandering around the city earlier took off their robes, revealing their true appearances. These people were actually experts from the genetic union. Bang! The terrifying power of A-class warriors surged. With the early warning from Chen Feng, those producers with no combat power had long ago been dispatched elsewhere on different missions. Those left behind here were true experts. They had prepared for this long ago. One of them sneered. "We have been waiting for you guys. So you ugly fellows are the so-called Devil Race? Hee. How are you guys different from some livestock with intelligence? Kill them. What's the point talking so much with these cannon fodder?" Blood started splattering about as one Devil Race member after another dropped down. Despite the strength of the Devil Race, the genetic warriors left here were, after all, the strongest among the genetic union members. Each of them was so powerful that they caused one to feel flustered. The Devil Race members were simply helpless facing them. Howl. The howls resounded without stop as the Devil Race members appeared without stop only to collapse one after another. Facing these powerful genetic warriors, the Devil Race members couldn't even resist the first round of attacks. The only thing they could do was swarm the perimeter with sheer numbers. So this is the Devil Race? Hee. Even if this is a mere vanguard of cannon fodder, they are still too weak, right? Try to save your energy consumption. These cannon fodder are merely to exhaust us. Don't worry. Everyone had cold and detached expressions. They had prepared sufficient energy just for this one battle. War of attrition? The newly awakened Devil Race would not be able to compete against them in this aspect. Alas, right at this moment, their expressions changed suddenly. That was because they found out that when the blood of the Devil Race members landed on the ground, it turned black. Could it be? This is bad. The black rain has been injected into the bodies of these Devil Race members. Instantly, their bodies chilled. None of them had expected that the Devil Race would employ such a method of sending the black rain into Star City. The first batch of the attackers were not merely cannon fodder, they were also suicide troops. Black. It's all turning black. Everyone looked down at the soil below them, which had never been tainted by the black rain so far but was now turning black under the suicide attacks of the Devil Race. Howl. Howl. The howls resounded without stop. Kill. The Devil Race members swarmed out of the darkness unendingly. However, different than the previous batch, the present Devil Race members were comprised of a single clan. All of them were huge and plump with a short and thin tail trailing behind them, resembling tadpoles. They weren't particularly powerful in terms of combat power. However, their advantage was their sheer quantity as they surged forth in a seemingly endless torrent. After being killed, black liquid would spurt out of their bodies, dyeing the soil black. They were precisely the clan with the strongest multiplicative ability among the Devil Race. Despite the fact that it hadn't been long since they had reawakened, they had already multiplied themselves to the point that they reached an extremely terrifying amount. Therefore, when the defensive barrier of Star City had been revealed, these tadpole beasts had been unleashed by the Devil Race as a trump card as well. This won't do. At this speed, it won't be long until all the soil here is tainted black. Everyone was anxious as they saw this. Old Lee, with your world calamity barrier that is seemingly so amazing, You can't even block out these damnable cannon fodder, one of them bellowed. Old Lee was furious. Yes, I can. However, it requires the full activation of this barrier. It won't be able to last long if we do that. To hell with that. Fully activate the barrier now, that person roared. If we don't keep them outside the barrier, who knows what terrifying monsters will start awakening within the city. Old Lee took in a deep breath. Fine. Shwa. He pointed midair. Hum. An incorporeal undulation spread out noiselessly. And now, the Devil Race members that had been charging in were all blocked outside the barrier. Good opportunity. Attack. Bang. Star City started its counterattack. Fully charged anti-aircraft cannons, A-class genetic warriors, and everything they had was unleashed at the same time, killing all the cannon fodder. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The black rain spluttered around as the Devil Race members died en masse. However, not a single drop was able to land within the city. They heaved a sigh of relief at this sight. Alas, right at this moment, the Devil Race unleashed a new attack. Numerous powerful attacks started descending. With that, the initially firm defensive barrier started tottering. They were all shocked. What's going on? Old Lee clenched his teeth. We can't last any longer. In this world, a defensive barrier capable of blocking against all attacks simply does not exist, let alone a barrier capable of defending against these stupidly powerful attacks of the Devil Race. Return for now, then. Just as these words left that person's mouth, shwa, that gold pole appeared once again and smashed down with a terrifying might. Bang! The gold radiance intensified. Pooh! Instantly, the defensive barrier collapsed. From the sky, the black rain started splashing downward. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Like a roaring river, the black rain landed on the ground within the city. The soil within Star City started turning black at a speed visible to the naked eye, and an alarming aura started leaking from the earth. It's finally coming. Everyone was in a heavy mood despite this being a development they had foreseen. Initially, the thin barrier had been the only thing keeping the rain out. With the strength of the Devil Race members, it was rather easy for them to rip this barrier apart. The invention of the World Calamity Barrier by Old Lee had indeed granted everyone present a sliver of hope. Unfortunately, this hope had been completely crushed by the Devil Race. Ultimately, despite the fact that a huge amount of the Devil Race members still had their consciousness in a hazy state, the Devil Race were beings with intelligence. Bang, bang, bang. The air trembled as the full invasion of the Devil Race began. As the black rain was finally falling into the city, the Devil Race no longer had any misgivings. Not having to think of ways to rip that barrier apart, they could now focus their concentration on killing everyone in the city. The tadpole beasts were too weak to be of any use now and had started retreating. Howl. Accompanied by loud howls, some powerful monsters appeared. From the dark sky, numerous fireballs started descending. Chen Feng's heart trembled slightly. It's coming. Despite the fact that he was standing in a certain faraway corner of Star City while watching this, that terrifying and powerful aura could still be felt. The full-scale invasion was finally starting. This scene was so very similar to the scene he had witnessed back then. However, there were still some differences here and there. In the future he had once accidentally glimpsed, a lot of people close to him had been hurt and countless people had died tragically. Now, though, things were no longer unfolding the same way. Genetic union. Chen Feng muttered. Let me have a clear look at the preparations you guys have made for this. This was a war. By himself, he would not be able to win it. Even if everything was ignored, just the tadpole beasts earlier would already be sufficient to flood him to death. He had no intention of competing in quantity with those Devil Race members. Therefore, from the start, he had delivered all the information he'd had on the Devil Race, after a slight revision. Liang. And now, it was proven that they had indeed heard him. Midair, a person appeared. He was stepping on thin air, a silver radiance shrouding his body. The silver was actually a thick layer of armor flickering like a breathe-in lamp, alternating between dark and light, attracting the gaze of everyone here amid the darkness. It's him. It's this lord. Everyone's heart trembled. This was Han Yula, one of the PK class experts of the Genetic Union. It was rumored that he was a rather cruel person and was rather extreme in his method of handling things. In his eyes, things were either black or white. There was no gray area. Moreover, he had no mercy when trying to accomplish his tasks. It was said that, back then, he had married into a certain family. However, due to his disagreement with the morality of the actions of that family, he had killed everyone in the family, including his wife and children. As for exactly how wrong the actions of that family that had triggered this incident had been, that was something outsiders couldn't know. On that day, Han Yule had dug his own heart out of his chest, becoming a literally heartless person. Despite that, due to his excessive strength, he was actually able to stay alive even without a heart. This was an expert capable of planting fear in everyone's heart. He was an existence disliked even among his fellow genetic union members. It was truly unexpected that he would be the one to appear in this war. Perhaps he would be the perfect person to deal with these damnable devil race members? Chen Feng frowned. So that's Han Yule? Han Yule the Heartless. This was a name Chen Feng had heard a lot of times. However, he had never expected that this legendary and terrifying expert would actually be a fan of RGB light systems. Who in the world would actually turn their armor into a flickering light? Is he sick? What? Do you think you're Razor? 1. Chen Feng focused his gaze. I hope you will live up to your reputation. After appearing, Han Yule merely raised his head and gazed upward. Distantly, the howling devil race members were nearly within reach. Numerous devil race members were charging out from the darkness. From the number of them, it could be concluded that this should be all of the devil race members that had awakened since the past few days. These guys were clearly putting everything they have on the line for this mission. In that case, Han Yule raised his hand coldly. It's time for you guys to go back. Shwa. Countless radiance swirled around. In Star City, from each of the normal buildings that were usually used as shops or to produce gene reagents, cannons radiating a bizarre light appeared. All of these were energy weapons. Welcome to the genetic era. A cruel smile appeared on Han Yule's face. Goodbye. Bang. A terrifying radiance erupted. Star City. A dazzling radiance bloomed and a shocking explosion roared, alarming countless people. The heavy downpour descending from the sky repressed this sound somewhat, and the pitch-black sky stopped the dazzling radiance from traveling too far. Despite this, nothing was able to erase the terrifying power that was being emanated. The entire ground was tinted red with blood. The main army of the devil race was all killed before they were able to even go through the entrance. On the ground, countless mournful howls could be heard. Dismembered corpses of the devil race members were sprawled everywhere. Even the A-class warriors of Star City were shocked by this sight. Was this the power of their genetic union? It was truly terrifying. One ought to know that all these freshly killed devil race members were at the power level of A-class warriors. And now, they had all been delivered a crushing defeat. Too powerful. This was the first thought that surfaced in everyone's mind. At times like this, the stronger the power demonstrated by the genetic union, the happier they were. Suddenly, Han Yule walked forth expressionlessly and dipped his finger into the blood on the ground. After tasting the finger with his tongue, he asserted, "No black rain was inserted in the blood here." Everyone else, do we need you to tell us that? It is obvious that the newly spilled blood is all red in color. They were also rather shocked by the fact that the blood on the ground had obviously been tainted with all sorts of yellowish pollutants, yet he had still dared to taste it with his tongue. Was this one of the reasons this heartless person was so feared? They can place a disguise on the black rain to make it look red if they wish to. Han Yule merely glanced at them coldly before continuing. Even if there is a 100% chance that this blood is not mixed with the black rain, I will not take that gamble. Rather, I will taste it myself to verify it properly. Moreover, Han Yule shut his eyes. From the blood, an unfamiliar power could be felt. Can this be counted as our victory? Someone asked in a low voice. After all the devil race invaders had been killed right outside their entrance. These formidable fellows had all fallen in the face of Star City's high-tech weapons. After all, the devil race's bodies were much larger than a normal human's and were easily aimed at by the human weapons. Every single shot fired by the cannons had been able to hit a devil race member. As they stared ahead, there were no signs of new invaders coming. Shwa. The black rain was still descending unendingly. Hum. Suddenly, an oppressive sound echoed distantly. From amid the darkness, with the help of the feeble lighting system of Star City, a huge figure could be seen appearing slowly from far away. Every single step that figure took resulted in a huge earthquake. Bang, bang. That huge figure approached them one step at a time. Everyone's mood sunk. Earlier, they had been making use of the weakness of the devil race members having huge bodies to kill them. Now, though, wasn't this newly appeared devil race member too huge in size? Bang, accompanied by thundering footsteps. That figure approached them. Immediately after getting a clear look at it, they all inhaled a mouthful of cold breath. This was an extremely ugly devil race member. Its entire body was green with black spots all over. Its skin was wrinkled and thick, while its body was as tall as a building. If one had to use a word to describe this newly appeared fellow, then one could say that this was a huge and ugly frog. Someone berated the huge frog. So those tadpole beasts earlier were only here to look for this mom of theirs. Bang, bang. The huge devil race beast neared. Attack! Hanula commanded without any mercy. Bang! The energy weapons started firing again, alarming them all. That devil race freak started swelling suddenly like a balloon as it absorbed all the energy attacks fired at it before spitting them out after taking aim in a certain direction. Bang! A terrifying radiance was let loose. A ray of light was spat out, destroying a building with weapons on it. The rest of them were greatly alarmed as they saw this. This fellow here was capable of absorbing energy. Not only that, it was also capable of using it back against them. What a terrifying ability. How had they figured out how to deal with energy weapons? This was, after all, a modern weapon. Hold on. Yes. The ancient race. Back then, despite the fact that the ancient race had not had energy weapons, they had been energy users. Unlike the barbarians, these energy handling methods were probably something the devil race had developed to be used against the ancient race back then. Now, though, these methods were being unleashed upon humanity. Perhaps, as far as these newly awakened devil race members were concerned, humanity was equivalent to the ancient race. After all, if one did not look clearly, the human race truly resembled the ancient race. Perhaps this somewhat unfamiliar human race was simply a part of the ancient race, a result of the several thousands of years of evolutions of the ancient race. As far as the devil race was concerned, absorbing energy. Hanula's eyes gleamed coldly. Adjust all weapons to the highest intensity. Continue attacking, Hanula ordered. But the faces of the rest greened as they heard this command. Highest intensity? For real? Even the current low intensity of their weapons was able to destroy a single armed building of theirs with one shot after being returned by the frog. If they were to fire their weapons at the highest intensity, they would most probably die before even realizing what had happened. After all, they had seen with their own eyes the power of this frog here. You all, attack together with me. Those who disobey shall be killed. Hanula had no intention of providing them with any explanations. As the rest heard his words, their bodies chilled. They exchanged glances before saying with clenched teeth, all out. Then some of them were already able to guess what Hanula was planning. Therefore, the only thing left to do was fight. Bang! Once again, the energy weapons started firing toward that huge frog. Bang! Bang! The terrifying radiance bloomed as the boundless energy landed on the huge frog. All the attacks of their energy weapons and the attacks of all their A-class warriors were directed at the huge frog. Once again, the huge frog started swelling to the point its entire body became a huge sphere. All their attacks had seemingly entered a bottomless abyss. They could only watch on as that huge frog continued enlarging before its huge mouth suddenly opened, aiming straight at them. This is bad. It's counter-attacking. Everyone was alarmed. Right at this moment, Hanula made his move. Shwa! A resplendent silvery radiance flashed out. This silvery flash did not appear formidable. Yet it was the final straw that overwhelmed the giant frog, as the limit of energy the giant frog could contain was now strained to its limit. Hum. The huge frog was still trying to open its mouth, yet it failed to open its mouth properly. Since its body was too huge now and it was now entirely round, it was unable to even open its mouth properly. It had evidently reached its limit in the amount of energy it could absorb. Hum. Yet even now, its body was still enlarging. Retreat. The Genetic Union members retreated hastily. Immediately afterward, bang! The earth trembled, followed by a huge explosion that rocked the entirety of Star City. At the entrance of Star City that had initially been littered with the corpses of Devil Race members, a huge crater appeared. That huge frog that had swallowed such a huge amount of energy had ultimately exploded. Even the dark sky seemed clearer due to the explosion. In the sky, the dark cloud shrouding the sky had cleared for the first time, revealing the silhouettes of all the Devil Race members hiding behind it. One after another, Devil Race members that had never been seen before appeared. Good chance. Hanula pointed at the sky without hesitating. Kill. Bang. First, the energy weapons started firing toward the Devil Race members. At the same time, All the genetic union members charged up. Now that the veil of mysteriousness shrouding the devil race had been lifted, the devil race had lost its biggest advantage. Even if they also possessed the combat power of A-class warriors, being newly awakened, they were still too weak compared to the A-class warriors of the genetic union that were all veteran combatants. In a short amount of time, all the devil race members were killed. In the entire expanse of dark sky, not a single devil race member remained. Everyone looked up at the sky. Is it over? Shwa, shwa. The rain was still descending without stop. Suddenly, the ground started trembling, and a power that caused one to feel flustered gushed out of the ground. An odd liquid rumbled out. Despite their efforts, the soil of Star City had ultimately failed to avoid being dyed black. Apart from the portion of the city that was still being defended by the genetic union members, the rest of the soil in Star City had already been tinted black. The black liquid with a layer of dim radiance around it streamed out, flooding the black soil speedily. The ground started trembling slightly. This seems somewhat different than what happened previously. The rest were anxious. They had once seen the reawakening of these so-called devil race members. In truth, said awakening was rather simple. The devil race members would simply crawl up from underneath the ground. But now, the black liquid and the dim radiance that had abruptly appeared seemed rather different from what had been seen before. The earth trembled, and that power that caused one to feel flustered increased in intensity. Bang! Suddenly, the sound of something bursting apart echoed. Next, a huge palm stretched out from amid the liquid. Glang! As the huge hand landed on the ground, the earth trembled. They were all alarmed. What freak is that? What terrifying size? It's actually bigger than the previous frog. Han Yula and the rest braced themselves. Be careful. Facing such a terrifying life form, none of them dared to look down on it. As for Chen Feng, who was watching from far away, he had a rather odd feeling. In actuality, he was not a pure genetic warrior. Rather, he was a comparatively powerful gene producer. As such, he knew much more about gene production than everyone here. That was also the reason why he kept having an odd feeling when he saw that huge hand. What is it that looks so off? As Chen Feng pondered, he remembered this scene. A possibility surfaced in his mind. At that, he checked with spirit. After using one luck value, his guess was verified. Indeed, he was pursuing the correct line of thought. After confirming that, he continued his analysis in the same direction and was able to obtain the answer he wanted soon enough. So this is the case. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. Spirit, deduce the formula for me. I want to show them clearly what a gene producer can do. All right. Spirit was still as reliable as ever. Presently, Han Yula had finally ordered them to destroy that huge palm that had appeared. Since this fellow had yet to fully appear, they should take this chance to destroy it first. Alas, they were rather helpless. Even after trying numerous methods, they failed to deal any damage to that huge palm. This incoming devil race member seemed much more powerful than all of them, Han Yulu included. This is bad. They started worrying. Right at this moment, a genetic warrior ran over before stopping beside Han Yula and whispering something to him. Are you sure? Han Yulu asked with his brows furrowed. Ultimately, he nodded his head, signifying his agreement. Shortly after, several genetic warriors appeared carrying numerous buckets of some bizarre liquid before directly pouring the liquid onto the rumbling black liquid. At this, an astonishing sight appeared. Almost instantly, the black liquid with a layer of dim radiance around it was immediately frozen. As this happened, that huge palm seemed to have noticed that something wasn't right. The palm shook rapidly as it struggled. Alas, the struggle was for naught. The spot where the palm had stretched out of had completely dried up, fixing the entire palm right where it appeared. The only way the owner of the palm could continue moving would be to chop its own palm off. It's been sealed, they exclaimed in astonishment. What advanced technology was that? Han Yula looked at the genetic warriors and asked, is this something the gene producer produced? The excellent producer you mentioned? The genetic warrior nodded. Indeed. However, I was only shown an excellent producer badge. The actual excellent producer is nowhere to be seen. The one who handed it to me is a youngster called Chen Feng. Chen Feng. As the rest heard this, they understood immediately. If it's him, then there's nothing weird about it. Han Yula patted the genetic warrior's shoulder. You have been in seclusion for way too long. The youngster you mentioned is precisely the excellent producer. If it's him, one could not forget that it was rumored that Chen Feng had just eliminated some PK class warriors recently. Moreover, Being one of the PK class warriors of genetic union, Han Yula had the privilege of knowing more information than others and was aware that the reason they had been able to prepare for all this in advance was due to the intelligence provided by Chen Feng. This perverse and logic-defying producer was walking an extremely unique path. Chen Feng. Han Yula gazed toward a certain corner of Star City. Previously, he had felt like someone was watching them. Now that he thought about it, that person was probably Chen Feng. Bang, bang. The ground trembled, alarming everyone present. However, after shaking several times, the huge palm still failed to free itself. Instead, due to the intense struggle, some traces of blood were now appearing at its wrist. They were shocked as they saw this. What a powerful seal. How did this seal come about? They asked the genetic warrior that had come on behalf of Chen Feng earlier. Oh, that person scratched his head and said, Chen Feng told me that some spatial collapse. Dimension. Tier. Or something is the reason this dim radiance has appeared. As a counter, he used some solidifying agent or something like that. The rest glared at him. What are you even talking about? You can even forget about something so important. That person smiled forcefully. It's not that. He was using terms only producers normally use. Those long and hard to remember terms. And the code name was 110 1 or something. How am I supposed to remember all that? But then, I have the general gist of how it worked. Chen Feng indeed gave me a rough explanation. Their eyes lit up. Oh, let us know, then. It's actually quite simple. That person started imitating the tone of voice used by Chen Feng. The devil race members might only be able to appear through the polluted soil. The stronger and bigger the devil race member is, the larger the amount of black soil that is required for the awakening. An ordinary devil race member can appear instantly and easily, yet this does not apply to this huge devil race member. Therefore, the amount of polluted soil here is too little for that fellow to actually appear. The portal will be too tight, so to say. Hence, as that person reached here, he appeared somewhat awkward. After bracing himself, he continued, if it's too tight, well, use some lubricant and the devil race member will be able to squeeze through. Shwa. Instantly, everyone sunk into silence. They looked at that huge hand before looking at the endless black rain. During this perilous moment of Star Cities, they wished to maintain a solemn expression at all times, but these words caused their lips to twitch without stop. Even if you are trying to use some layman's terms, this isn't proper, right? This is too excessive. What do you mean by using some lubricant? As for the odd liquid that's rumbling out, they had what the FCK expressions on their faces. I know the answer for that. That person patted his thigh and stated with a solemn expression, that is actually called radiance of demonic spirit. Something capable of radiating a huge amount of power to ease the awakening of the devil race members. This is a holy item of the devil race. This is the initial term that Chen Feng used when he was explaining to you, right? Han Yula asked coldly. That person appeared rather awkward. Yeah? Han Yula continued, asking, what about the layman's terms he used to describe that liquid? Then, that person paused before saying, he called it lubricant. Their lips twitched as they heard this. Indeed. How about the liquid that we added toward the end? Oh, Chen Feng said that the liquid is something he produced. It has no other function except freezing the lubricant. Oh, no, I mean freezing the radiance of demonic spirit, turning it into something like superglue. Oh yeah. The initial term used by Chen Feng was stabilizing the seal of the devil race members. Shwa. Instantly, everyone lapsed into silence as they became speechless. Superglue. Stabilizing the seal of the devil race? Sure. As they looked at the palm that was still struggling there, they started pitying it. They were not aware of what the owner of that palm was feeling presently. However, when they thought of the analogy used by Chen Feng, if the lubricant one was using were to suddenly turn into superglue, that would truly be tragic. 3. How pitiful. Everyone looked at the struggling palm. Sorry, because of Chen Feng, it had completely dried up here. No matter what, no radiance of demonic spirit would appear here. After a long time, that huge palm gave up struggling. Black radiance started shining out of some different locations. The ground trembled as numerous devil race members appeared instantly. They had finally given up on trying to first waken their stronger members. Rather, they were sticking with a simpler method. Bang, bang. Numerous devil race members appeared without stop. The devil race was coming. After failing to awaken a boss-grade devil race member, the devil race had decided to stick with their regular awakening method. Now, they had chosen to simply wake their members using the soil that was already tinted black. Since they weren't using the radiance of demonic spirit anymore, the solidifying agent prepared by Chen Feng would no longer work. Bang, bang. The earth collapsed as numerous ferocious-looking devil race members awakened. Howl. Numerous howls resounded, and in the dark sky, a bizarre green and blue radiance appeared. Everyone inhaled deeply. Finally, they are coming. From the start, they had been aware that a huge battle was unavoidable. The devil race members that had appeared earlier had merely been a prelude to this huge battle that was about to erupt. Their true enemies were those underneath them, those awakening from the soil beneath Star City. The devil race members that had been hibernating in the soil were all able to awaken through this method. It was something nobody could stop. Kill. Han Yulu ordered. As long as there were enemies around, he was not a person to show any hesitation. Bang. The energy weapons started firing. Kill. The genetic warriors charged forth. Amid a heavy downpour, the genetic union warriors clashed with the devil race members. As they clashed, raindrops mixed with blood, dyeing this piece of land violet. These devil race members were very powerful. The crucial part of the devil race's plan back then was the long years of hibernation and condensation underground, enabling them to be much more powerful after their reawakening. This was what they had planned, and this was also the reason they had decided to hibernate in the first place. Only by doing so would they be confident that the moment of their reawakening would also be the moment where the entire world would be conquered by them. We are back. An ancient language was once again heard in this world as hoarse voices uttered these words without stop. The devil race was, after all, not mutated beasts. They possessed intelligence and had a proper civilization and language of their own. Ultimately, they had been powerhouses back in the ancient era. The devil race members that had appeared were all A-class. Even an ordinary recently reawakened foot soldier of theirs was as strong as an A-class warrior. Their commoners had long vanished with time, leaving behind only those capable of awakening from their hibernation. All these were elites among the devil race. These were the strongest warriors of their race, who had been forged through countless years of hibernation, nurtured by the vitality of a huge amount of their own that had been used as a sacrifice back then, the strongest warriors that had exhausted an entire civilization to forge. Howl. Howl. All the devil race soldiers were powerful and ferocious. Kill. The genetic union warriors did not waste a single second as they were trying to get rid of the devil race members at this moment where these devil race members were still in their weakest state. Otherwise, one figure collapsed after another. Finally, the intensity of this battle reached its peak. This moment has finally arrived. Chen Feng muttered. This was war. Nobody could hope to survive by mere fluke. He was able to produce unique gene reagents to stop the experts of the devil race from reawakening. He was also able to provide support to others. Alas, he was still not qualified to fight on the front lines as he was still too weak. He was, after all, still not an A-class warrior. This was a battle only A-class warriors could participate in. Under certain unique conditions, Chen Feng might be able to unleash an extremely powerful combat power. However, that power he could muster was only a short burst of power capable of killing perhaps only one or two enemies. In a battle of this scale with so many enemies, he wouldn't be able to do much at all. Therefore, he had to keep his trump card until the crucial moment in the hopes that it would be of some help. Those truly in charge of participating in this battle were ultimately the genetic union members. Blood spluttered about unceasingly. This piece of land in front of the Star City entrance was now a battlefield. The newly reawakened devil race members were obviously still in a daze and were not fully clear-headed yet. As such, the genetic union warriors, who were veteran combatants, all worked together to kill a huge amount of devil race experts. However, as time passed, devil race members that were even stronger seemed to be reawakening. Things appeared rather bad for the genetic union at the moment. Bang, bang. Some of the genetic union members had even been forced back from the front line by the devil race members. At a certain location, the initially firm soil suddenly turned soft. Careful. The genetic warrior stepped back rapidly. A split second after he stepped back, a terrifying devil race member burst out of the ground before immediately swallowing a random devil race member nearby. Howl. After swallowing the devil race member, it burped. Who? A scary flame ignited around its body. What is that? Those who saw what happened were all alarmed. Bang, bang. This terrifying devil race member started its attack. With its huge body at a height of 6 meters and the flame around its entire body, it was akin to a fireball with extraordinary strength. On the battlefield, nobody seemed to be its match. Hanula decided to personally face that newly appeared devil race member. Let me deal with it. Alas, bang. All his attacks were ineffective. Energy attacks, physical attacks, all of them were ineffective. Even when weapons landed on the thick and round abdomen of this devil race member, the weapons bounced away. Even sharp blades and arrows did not work. Nothing seemed capable of damaging this devil race member. Everyone was horrified. What damnable thing is this? Despite the fact that this devil race member did not possess too powerful an attack, its defense was truly astonishing. Coupled with its huge size, it was akin to a berserk beast. By itself, it was able to keep 7 powerful genetic warriors busy. Everyone was anxious. This won't do. Regardless of how weak that devil race member's attacks were, it was still a class. If they ignored it, the consequences would definitely be fatal. However, if they continued getting tied down by this thing, the overall combat power of the genetic union would suffer a significant drop. And when that happened, they would not be able to kill those newly awakened devil race members in time. And by the time the newly awakened devil race members all regained their full consciousness, the devil race would become even stronger. And next, a vicious circle would be formed. Therefore, they had to deal with this fellow here. Unfortunately for them, regardless of what they did, everything seemed ineffective. In actuality, it wasn't particularly hard to deal with this fellow. Using piercing attacks or something similar would be sufficient. As long as a genetic warrior with such an ability was here, this devil race member would be dealt with easily enough. Alas, there was no such genetic warrior here. As abilities with piercing attacks were generally not part of any well-known or proper ability set, these abilities weren't popular. As such, it was quite normal for the genetic warriors deployed here to not have such abilities. When I return from this, I will most certainly train a genetic union member with piercing-related abilities. Yeah, sure. What should we do now, though? Well, we can only keep at it. They clenched their teeth. Thereupon, an entire group of them continued keeping this huge devil race member occupied while trying to kill other devil race members at the same time. During such a crucial moment, they had no intention of wasting any power available to them. However, just as they thought that they had things under control, that fellow started raging. A terrifying power erupted as that huge devil race member rolled like a fireball before knocking into a genetic warrior that was in the midst of battle. Careful. The expressions of the rest changed greatly as they saw this. The targeted genetic warrior had noticed this as well. Unfortunately, his discovery came a tad bit too late. Turning into a dazzling red streak, the fireball slammed into that genetic warrior. Bang! A huge explosion erupted at the point of impact. Everyone's heart thumped. This is bad. A huge explosion erupted. Everyone looked over in alarm, and their eyes widened abruptly at what they saw. There, as the huge devil race member was about to knock into its targeted genetic warrior, its advance had been blocked. In its way was a youth that was not particularly tall in height. His hand was outstretched, pressed against the devil race member's body. Kai. The flames surged violently yet failed to deal any sort of damage to that person. He looked young, yet on his head was no hair at all. Under the dazzling radiance of the flame that was shining on him, his bald head looked like a recently boiled soy sauce egg. Presently, on this particular soy sauce egg was a rather ferocious expression that was aimed at devil race member. Back then, the ones who interrupted my battle was you devil race folks, right? One. He took 2 steps forward, pushing the devil race member backward. Xif, it's that kid. Holy shit, I haven't seen him for a short while and he has suddenly become so strong. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Different from Chen Feng, Xif was indeed a full-fledged member of the genetic union. As such, even though Xif hadn't been that active in his mission participation, they had still seen him hanging around every now and then. It was truly unexpected that this junior back then was now so very valiant. Scram! With a punch, Xif beat that fireball back. Bang! The fireball was punched back, smashing a huge crater into the ground. Are you fine? Xif asked as he pulled up the genetic warrior that had almost been killed by the fireball earlier. I'm fine, that person stated gratefully. Thank you. Why are you here? This was a battle between A classes. Therefore, Only A-class genetic warriors had been notified to come here. Even though Xuf had saved them, with his present strength, he was not supposed to be here. By right, he wasn't supposed to even know about this. In that case, why was he here? Xuf smiled. Someone informed me. Everyone was astonished to hear this. Who? Xuf grinned. You all will find out in the future. But someone was still trying to say something. But that huge devil race member was already back on its feet now. It was, after all, still an A-class, and its physical body was extremely powerful. Therefore, it was natural that this devil race member had not been defeated by a single punch from Xuf. Xuf laughed heartily. Let me deal with this fellow here. Howl. After letting off a howl, the huge devil race member charged at Xuf. Bang! Xuf let off another punch toward that devil race member. The punch connected, creating a huge shockwave over 10 meters high, and the flame around the devil race member trembled. The devil race member had been stopped. With his mere B-class strength, Xuf had blocked that big guy that was comparable to an A-class warrior. He is actually this strong, so he already possesses the combat power of an A-class, transcending his level of B-class to battle an A-class. He can stop that huge freak by himself. Times are indeed changing, eh? Everyone lamented endlessly. Presently, Xuf was already engaged in a battle with that huge devil race member. Let me deal with this guy. Xuf was rather confident in himself. Indeed, that gigantic devil race member was very powerful. However, despite how strong it was, there was a limit to it. How was it possible for something perfect to exist? This fellow was someone with an immunity to energy-based and physical abilities and who possessed a terrifying flame. But then, the stronger its defense was, the weaker its attack had to be. This fact was even more pronounced since this fellow was immune toward both energy and physical attacks. Therefore, the damage this devil race member could deal was certainly very low. Naturally, being an expert among the devil race members, it still possessed a different ability that was very powerful. Its flame capable of crushing anyone at its level. Its dual immunity coupled with its flame granted this devil race member an ability to do as it wished. Unfortunately, this was ineffective against Xuf. Flame. It was truly unfortunate that, when it came to Xuf, the only thing threatening about this devil race member was its physical strength. Coincidentally, Xuf wasn't a person known for his physical prowess either. Come! Xuf howled. Bang! Bang! They both started engaging in melee battle. Stripped of its three main advantages, how strong could the physical body of this devil race member be? Truth be told, it was rather ordinary. At most, it was equivalent to a peak B-class. Therefore, this fellow and Xuf were actually evenly matched. Naturally, due to the immunity of this fellow's, Xuf's attacks were not able to do much to it. However, what caused everyone to be speechless was the fact that, similarly, this fellow's attacks were unable to do anything to Xuf either. Both of them fought each other, neither one of them capable of harming the other. As for the flame that was surging out unceasingly, it was like a decorative firework, incapable of doing anything of substance in this battle. Bang! Bang! Explosions echoed without stop. Everyone was dumbstruck as they witnessed this battle. One could not forget that earlier, it had taken 7 of them to stop this damnable devil race member from wreaking havoc. The only thing they had been able to do was limit its advance, nothing else. Now though, Xuf alone was already sufficient for this task. Bang! The battle continued. With Xuf dealing with this huge devil race member, the genetic union regained their superiority on the battlefield. Gradually, the devil race members were pushed back. Blood spluttered around without stop. The number of the devil race members reduced without stop. Alas, right at this moment, a ray of light flickered out from underground. Next, a tiny and sparkling black and furry ball soared up toward the sky, revealing a pair of bean-like eyes that gazed upon the battlefield. What is that? Careful. Everyone heightened their vigilance. Deal with it. All right. Shwa. A cold radiance flashed past. The cold radiance slashed at the ball yet was unable to deal any damage to it. Hey, it looks like an illusion. Everyone was rather confused. Illusion? There actually existed illusionary devil race members? Suddenly, countless black balls surged out from underground. It had been a while since the first batch of devil race members had reawakened. Finally, a new batch had appeared. But then, these newly appeared fellows. What on earth are these guys? Everyone frowned. If these had been regular devil race members, they would have had nothing to fear. But now, light swirled around. The entire sky was filled with the black balls. There was only 1 meter of empty space between each ball. This scene appeared both rather bizarre and freakish at the same time. The genetic warriors erected their defensive barrier as they gazed at those balls carefully and prudently. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Bang! All the black balls exploded. Next, the initially furry balls transformed into something cactus-like with thorns all over their bodies. What are they doing? The onlookers were alarmed. None of them had any idea what in the world these things were, exactly. Regardless, these balls did not look like something simple. Spirit, can you deduce what they are? Chen Feng asked solemnly. Yes. Spirit was aware that Chen Feng wanted an answer. Using 2 luck value, the following result has been obtained. This is an extremely formidable life form among the devil race known as charm devils. Their body makeup can be classified as a soul, capable of traversing the illusory and real world. Moreover, they are also capable of latching onto anything with life, charming their chosen target to obtain control over the body. Presently, they have just reawakened and are absorbing the energy required for their charm. The positions of their reawakening have all been calculated precisely, with a genetic warrior near each of them. The moment they are done absorbing the required energy, they will be able to latch onto their targets shortly after. The moment the latching succeeds, the genetic warriors of the genetic union will fall under the temporary control of these devil race members. So that's the case. Chen Feng studied their positions. It would seem like the reawakening of the devil race members is actually being controlled by someone else. Spirit nodded. Indeed. Some things did not require luck values for them to accurately guess. Hum. The black balls swelled without stop. The situation did not look too encouraging. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. These things, high above the sky, amid the boundless darkness, a pair of huge eyes were seemingly shimmering there. Suddenly, the swelling black balls started stirring. The black balls transformed into numerous black streaks as they charged toward the genetic warriors near them. Careful. Everyone was horrified. Although they had no idea what these things were, anyone worth their salt knew that nothing good would come from letting those things touch them. As such, they all unleashed their defensive abilities hastily. Alas, their defensive abilities were ineffective, as these black balls were simply illusory objects that would not be stopped by anything in the physical world. The black balls latched onto their bodies. Submit. A faintly discernible voice started echoing from the dark sky. Suddenly, each genetic warrior that had been latched onto felt their consciousness growing hazy. It was at this very moment that a dazzling red radiance flashed past. The red radiance flickered about. Astonishingly, the black balls that had latched onto the bodies of those genetic warriors instantly disappeared as the red radiance appeared. Instantly, they regained their consciousness. When they raised their heads once again, they were rather confused, as all they could see was a tiny red snake hovering in the air. The snake in question was presently swallowing up those black balls. That's right. This snake was devouring those black balls. Those unique black balls that were immune to physical attacks were being swallowed down just like that. Moreover, after swallowing all those black balls, that red snake seemed to grow longer as well. Was this a misconception? After swallowing several dens of the black balls, that red snake was obviously longer now. Furthermore, it was growing thicker as well, and its movement speed had increased as well. The red flickered around. In a short instant, all the black balls were swallowed cleanly. Once again, this place regained its initial tranquility. The genetic union warriors were rather dazed at this new development. What was going on? Not only had they failed to understand what those black balls were, what was the deal with this red snake that had appeared suddenly? With the strength of these genetic warriors, it was not a sure fact that they couldn't have defeated these black balls. Among the rich experience they had, numerous experiences dealing with these things with unique immunity existed as well. As long as one paid a sufficient price, even if the price was high, it was definitely doable. It was truly unexpected that before they had even been able to do anything, the battle was already over. As the red flashed about, only several seconds passed before all those black balls were erased from existence. The only thing remaining was the afterimage of that red streak. Everyone gasped in admiration. What in the world is that thing? Gluttonous snake? No idea. Perhaps it's a trump card of someone from our side. I think so as well. Everyone started guessing. Despite their guesses, that red streak had only appeared for a short while before vanishing completely. Perhaps that person is not willing to expose his trump card. Yeah? Everyone was guessing without stop. Since the threat posed by the devil race was still looming about, they couldn't spare much of their energy to look for an expert unwilling to reveal himself. Regardless, now that the black balls were no longer here, the Genetic Union warriors could stop wasting time on them. Rather, they could now pay attention to the next batch of Devil Race members. In this plan that had been conceived by the Devil Race after spending so much time, a huge frog and many black balls had appeared. What would appear next? Based on the information supplied by Chen Feng, the Devil Race has been in preparation for this awakening for many years. As such, it definitely won't be as simple as what we have seen so far, Han Yula stated coldly. This plan they have prepared with utmost care was prepared with the ancient race in mind. Since we resemble the ancient race greatly, we must, Before Han Yula could even finish his words, once again, the earth trembled violently. This was the third batch of the Devil Race's attack. The third wave was starting. Bang, bang. Numerous explosions erupted on the ground, leaving numerous craters behind. From the darkened soil, a terrifying fog shot out suddenly. Alarming everyone there was the fact that before even dealing any sort of damage to anyone here, the fog had already dissipated amid the air. What is that? Their expressions were unsightly. The black balls that had appeared previously were still something they had been able to see with their naked eyes. Now, though, this newly appeared fog. This looks bad, someone muttered. This development was much harder to deal with than they had expected. They had initially thought that regardless of how powerful those Devil Race members were, as long as they were strong enough and were cohesive enough, they would be able to defeat the Devil Race. However, these two batches of the Devil Race's attacks had proven that the Devil Race's attacks were not limited to direct battles. Were these prepared by the Devil Race with the ancient race in mind as well? Someone asked softly. Shwa, shwa. The fog dissipated among the air without stop. One genetic warrior tried to stop a particular burst of fog. Alas, the fog still managed to dissipate without any trouble. What exactly was this fog? No clue. Everyone shook their head. Something like this that they couldn't see or understand was the scariest thing to face. Shwa, shwa. Soon, all the fog vanished, with no new fog coming out of the ground. Howl. Once again, some powerful Devil Race members crawled out from the ground. These newly appeared Devil Race members had thick scales all over their bodies, showcasing their astonishing defense. They were obviously stronger than the earlier Devil Race members. Despite this, the genetic warriors were still all focused on the fog that had appeared earlier. What had that been? Exactly? Oh, one of them scratched his head. Was that fog something to create a proper mood to welcome the appearances of these new Devil Race members? Everyone else. What? Do you think this is some stage performance? Creating a proper mood? Do you want a spotlight while you're at it? Furthermore, that fog was not the dry ice normally used for performances. Okay, bang, bang. The Devil Race members started their attack. As for the Genetic Union members, they could only hold in their doubt and once again face those Devil Race members. However, their curiosity was answered immediately right after the battle started. The purpose of that damnable fog was instantly revealed. This is bad. Insufficient energy. One of them cried out in alarm. What? Everyone else's expression sunk. What joke was this? In a battle of such a scale, what would be the consequences of insufficient energy? It was something easily guessed. How is this possible? We clearly prepared sufficiently. Everyone was still rather confused. However, after several clashes with the Devil Race members, their expressions were already changing. That was because the rate of their energy exhaustion had been increased by more than tenfold. Their exhaustion had increased greatly, let alone their natural recovery rate. Even after using their energy reserves, they still had insufficient energy to continue battling. This rate of exhaustion was simply too astonishing. Tenfold? What concept was that? What's going? Before the question was even completed, they received their answer. It's the fog from earlier. Their bodies chilled. At this speed, we will use up all our energy soon. They had never expected that the third batch of the Devil Race's attack would be energy exhaustion. The Devil Race had actually employed such a method to exhaust their energy. This plan of the Devil Races that had been prepared for the ancient race actually worked so magnificently against humanity. The moment their energy was fully exhausted, What are you guys afraid of? Han Yula stated with a cold expression. When your energy is about to be exhausted, leave here and recover your energy. As long as you guys recover yourselves quickly using the energy stones, everything will be fine. Their expressions were unsightly. But this will cause our combat power to be reduced by 50%. If they employed this idea, it would be equivalent to half of them being reduced to non-combatants. There would always be half of them recovering energy outside at all times, causing the combat power of genetic union to drop drastically. What would happen if their combat power dropped drastically when facing enemies such as these devil race members? They would suffer disastrous losses. Don't worry, Han Yula stated with a cold expression. Do what you guys must do. I will handle the rest. Shwa. After saying this, he tightened his grasp on the weapon in his hands. If possible, he truly hoped that he could survive this as well. At Star City, Chen Feng was still observing the entire battlefield. He was aware that he couldn't participate personally in this battle, but he did not wish to do nothing at all as well. Ultimately, he still wished to use his very own method to change whatever he could change. From the glimpse of the future he had once caught, all of Star City was supposed to be destroyed with countless casualties. And now, at the very least, they had prepared themselves to face this war. The devil race was extremely powerful, and their numbers were numerous. As such, this war would not be one that could be ended by a single decisive battle. Therefore, the assistance of a particular person was required to ensure that the genetic union warriors could maintain their peak condition at all times in this war that Chen Feng had foreseen to be a prolonged war. Who would that person be, then? Xi Zongtong? Obviously not. If that fellow was the one to appear here, she would most probably cause a drop in the overall combat power of the genetic union warriors present instead. What Chen Feng wanted was, it's about time for you to arrive, right? Chen Feng muttered. Shwa. Light swirled around. In the world that was presently still enveloped by darkness, every single speck of radiance appeared so very dazzling. Presently, a huge group of the genetic union warriors was on the verge of energy exhaustion, and they were about to retreat. Astonishingly, when this happened, those newly reawakened devil race members that had yet to fully regain their thoughts actually moved on instinct alone to stop the retreat of the genetic union members. These devil race members still lacked independent thought. Before their thoughts were fully recovered, they could only act on instinct. To be accurate, they would act in accordance with the script that had been decided for them before they had gone into hibernation back then. The massive sacrifice expended for this plan of the devil races had caused the strength of these devil race members chosen for hibernation to be much stronger after reawakening than what one would expect. Howl. The howling devil race members started chasing after the retreating genetic warriors. Not willing to let go of such a good opportunity, these devil race members started chasing after the genetic warriors that were suffering from energy exhaustion. Because of this, the genetic union's plan to retreat was forcefully halted. If this continued, they would most probably die from exhaustion alone. Han Yula's eyes gleamed coldly. We can't hold on anymore. Faint radiance was converging on his hands as he was about to make his move. Right at this instant, a bizarre-looking blue streak flashed past, and a slight vibration resounded. Hum. The air trembled as the blue undulation spread out. At that, the genetic warriors who had already been exhausted of their energy recovered a huge amount of energy instantly. This is, my energy has recovered. They were all overjoyed. However, not all shared this feeling of joy, as some of them had recognized this ability. This is energy supply, an F-class ability. Effect. The energy ball will flicker once per minute and supply 20% of the energy the user possesses to the target. In total, the ball is able to flicker 5 times. Cooldown, 20 hours. The ability with the cooldown of 20 hours. Instantly, they were all rudely awakened from their short-lived happiness. Now that their energy exhaustion was tenfold higher than usual, let alone 20 hours, even if the cooldown was 20 minutes, they would still suffer energy exhaustion. This mini blue ball could only save them temporarily. Hum. The mini blue ball was still pulsing right where it had stopped moving. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. After 5 pulses, everyone had already recovered all their energy. Despite this, none of them were feeling happy, as this was exactly as they had guessed. It was indeed that ability. If so, they had to think of what to do next. For this mere F-class ability to be able to recover the energy of everyone here once, It was already an extremely commendable feat. And now, they should decide on their next course of action. Just put everything on the line and fight it out. No, that's not the proper course of action. We should instead. They started discussing. Suddenly, a familiar vibration was felt, distracting them all from their discussion. That blue ball was still pulsing. As they were still in the midst of their stupefaction, with a faint buzz, the blue ball started vibrating as it unleashed yet another blue wave that undulated outward, a wave filled with energy. There's more? Their eyes all widened in shock. This ability did not seem to be the one they remembered. Bang! Once again, the Devil Race's attacks were blocked. After recovering their energy, the genetic warriors had no fear toward these Devil Race members, and once again, they clashed in melee. At the same time, somewhere in the distance, blue radiance could be seen flickering amid the darkness. The figure of a youth stepped out of the darkness. The blue ball was being controlled by him, and with every step he took, the blue ball pulsed. Once again, a faint undulation spread out. "Dear everyone, let me take care of the energy supply issue," he stated calmly. Despite his help, the Hanula opposite him merely regarded him coldly. After all, this Star City battle was something only a select few people were aware of. Therefore, Hanula had to verify the identity of this person. If it turned out that this guy was a Devil Race member in disguise. "State your identity," Hanula stated with a calm gaze. "Oh, fine." That person shrugged and continued. "I am Kong Bei. Chen Feng is the one who told me to come." Chen Feng. Hanula put his weapon away. As he gave it some thought, he found this reasonable. Apart from the genetic union, the only person who could be telling others about this was Chen Feng. The blue radiance flickered without stop. "This young brother here, how long can you keep this supply up?" the others asked excitedly. Kong Bei beamed. "Unlimited." "Nice. Ha ha ha, I like it." Those damnable Devil Race members were actually thinking of chasing after me earlier. Well then, it's this father's turn to deliver some pain now. Some of the genetic warriors with comparatively more violent temperaments stopped hiding their real strength. Bang, bang. The battle intensified. With an unlimited energy supply and no need to limit their energy consumption, the combat power of these genetic warriors increased 3 times. And right at this moment, bang, a Devil Race member burst out at the ground before charging directly at Kong Bei. Careful. The expressions of everyone present sank. As far as they were concerned, Kong Bei was their bringer of luck. As such, they could not allow anything to happen to him. Toward this, Kong Bei merely smiled coldly. Shwa. In his hand, a mirror flickered into existence. Instantly, a terrifying radiance bloomed from the mirror and blasted the A-class Devil Race member away. The rest were shocked as they saw this. Holy SHT, he's this fierce. That was a Devil Race member with the combat power of an A-class. Granted, for them, that was a rather easy opponent. But then, Kong Bei was a mere B-class warrior, and he was a person capable of supplying unlimited energy to boot. It was rather unexpected that he was also someone with such formidable combat power. His only flaw was his looks, as he truly wasn't a good-looking person. Devil Race? You guys are nothing much after all. Kong Bei flicked his hair confidently as he finished his words. Bang. Next, he took the initiative to join the battlefield. The power erupting from him was proven to not be lacking even when compared to the other A-class genetic warriors. This feat of his had shocked everyone present. The future belongs to the young, after all. The rest lamented endlessly. At this point, they knew that as long as Kong Bei survived this battle, he would most certainly become a person known throughout the lands. Alas, it was truly unfortunate that his looks were somewhat lacking. With a fierce expression on his face, he charged at the Devil Race members. For others, this might have been a place filled with danger. However, for Kong Bei, this was precisely the kind of place he could showcase what he did best. That was because these Devil Race members were all actually uglier than him. Ha ha ha. You folks who are uglier than me, die. Oh, another guy who's uglier than me? Ha ha ha. Another. Bang, bang, bang. Kong Bei's deranged laughter, accompanied by the sounds of the energy blasts erupting from the demonic mirror, resounded throughout the battlefield. Despite the fact that Kong Bei couldn't actually insta-kill these Devil Race members, his mere appearance had helped turn this entire battle around. Devil Race. How many trump cards do you guys still have? Howl. A sudden howl surged through the clouds. Seemingly noticing that things were getting worse for their side, a certain devil race member that had been staying hidden all this while finally made a move. However, after the single howl, the voice of that devil race member immediately changed. The howl transformed into a mournful scream, instantly eliminating the imposingness that devil race member had established with its earlier howl. What happened? Everyone focused on the sky. Han Yula smiled. My old friend, are you finally making your move? Indeed, the devil race had had trump cards hidden all this while. However, it was the same for the genetic union. This might not have been the case if they had not been aware of this battle in advance. However, with the intelligence Chen Feng had provided, how could they have not made any preparations? Ignore them, Han Yula stated with a sonorous voice. Focus on our tasks. All right, the rest replied. Their mission was to eliminate these damnable devil race members. Shwa, shwa. The rain was still falling upon them. As for the soil beneath their feet, it had long turned pitch black. Wave after wave of devil race members shot out of the ground before being killed by the genetic warriors. The devil race was seemingly incapable of presenting any threat to the genetic warriors. Blood spluttered everywhere, and slowly, the ground was painted purple. This was a color resulting from the combination of black and red, and it was a color that caused fear to rise in one's heart. All of a sudden, the devil race stopped appearing from the ground. The battlefield stayed silent for quite a while, and it continued long enough for them to actually believe that the devil race had given up. But suddenly, the ground started shaking again. Kong Bei sighed. Why do they shake first before each of their appearances? Foreplay, I suppose. Xif curled his lips. I suppose they think that by shaking, they can get through easier. Kong Bei chortled. He exchanged glances with Xif, and instantly, they felt like they were the same type of person. A faint radiance flickered into existence. Just as everyone was preparing for the next batch, the newly appeared radiance finished converging, forming a figure. As the rest saw this, they blanked. Unexpectedly, a young lady was the one that had appeared this time. She gazed at the genetic warriors around her before flashing a smile at them, a seductive and bewitching smile. Bang! They all felt their consciousnesses shuddering before they entered a brand new world. Here in this world, the sun shone brightly and a comfortable spring-like breeze was brushing past them. Seated in front of each of them was a person they each loved. At this moment, the battlefield, the war, everything had seemingly vanished. What was I doing earlier? Oh, I was taking a rest. We obtained victory in the war and are now enjoying the fruits of our victory. Such thoughts surfaced in their brains, and with the people they loved by their sides, everything seemed so fine, tempting all of them to be bewitched by everything they were experiencing presently. Slumber on, my dearest. The gentle voices of their loved ones were seemingly reverberating everywhere as one genetic warrior after another slumped down onto the ground. This newly appeared young lady was Mling, the holy lady of the bewitching clan of the devil race. Different from other devil race members, she was a devil race member who had been able to regain all her memories and thoughts immediately upon her reawakening. As such, she was clear on what it was that she was best at. Regardless of gender or age, so long as one possessed any sort of desire in one's heart, that person would not be able to avoid this attack of hers. This applied to even those who loved nobody but themselves. Despite this, one particular person suddenly opened his eyes at this moment, and without any mercy, a sharp blade was stabbed at Mling's heart by that person. At this, she widened her eyes abruptly. Mling stared at the person in front of her. You? Yes, me, Han Yue replied solemnly. Mling could not believe this. How are you immune to my illusion? Because I am a person without a heart, Han Yue replied. Since he was a person with no heart, naturally, there was nothing that his heart desired. The only exception was that particular child. That child who, despite her willful actions, he could not avoid loving. Mling was able to guess something from his expression. You are lying. You have someone you love. You are an ancient race member, and you are someone who can feel desire. You might not have a heart physically, but this does not apply to your consciousness. Slumber on. Mling started muttering gently. She was able to see that Han Yule was still someone who had a person he loved dearly. Slumber. Her gentle voice was seemingly capable of bringing anyone to an extremely cozy land of dreams. Alas. Pop. Han Yule pulled out the blade before stabbing it in again and then sliding it in and out 2 more times. At this, An expression of pain appeared on the young lady's face. "You," she glared at Han Yule hatefully. "How is it possible for this to be ineffective against you?" Han Yule was still as cold as usual. "That's because this is not what she is like. Regardless of how much she loved me and how much I loved her, I am aware that she is not able to restrain her natural instincts. Therefore, in the dream, I loved her, yet I am also aware that the her in the dream is not the real her." He. A self-mocking expression appeared on Mling's face. "How unique is that lady? Exactly. Even after using my ability to construct her based on your spiritual energy, you still have not been fooled. She is unique and unmatched." As he said these words, both joy and pain flickered in Han Yule's eyes. He would forever unable to forget that fateful day. That was the day where his emotions, his desire toward love, and everything he had known had been destroyed. Was it truly a good thing for him to have met that lady? He had no answer to this question. He had once tasted joy, yet he had once suffered as well. He was a person whose world consisted of only black and white. However, that lady's appearance had allowed him to bear witness to other, different colors. "What was her name?" Mling asked. "Xi Zongtong," Han Yule stated faintly. Mling nodded her head. "Good name. This lady must be a very unique person." "Indeed." Han Yule furrowed his brows, seemingly happy and in pain at the same time. "She is very unique and a very sincere person. Alas, her worldview is somewhat different than mine." Mling's voice became exceptionally gentle as she asked, "Oh, how so?" Han Yule frowned. "The number of people she loves is rather large." Mling gently replied, "Is that so? Then, do you feel that she is wrong?" "I don't know." Han Yule blanked as he talked on. "I once believed that she had betrayed me. However, from the emotions expressed through her eyes, I found out that for her, this is something extremely normal. At that moment, I became lost." Mling's voice was incredibly bewitching as she spoke. "You will find it in you to forgive her. She will also forgive you. You both truly love each other. Just look at how she accepted you despite your lack of a heart. If so, why can't you accept the fact that she is generous in sharing her love with others, not just you?" "You're right." After this series of questions, Han Yule had seemingly lost his sense of awareness. "If so, go and enjoy it. Then, enjoy the world that belongs to the both of you. To be more accurate, enjoy the world that belongs to all of you." Mling finished her words softly. Alas, right at this moment, a feeling of pain stabbed at her head as a youth slammed a club down on her head. Glang! She was momentarily dazed by this blow to her head. She turned around and saw that it was precisely that person called Kong Bei that had hit her head with a club. "It's you." She had clearly given him the illusion of a perfect life based on his memories. If so, how had he left the illusion? Kong Bei sneered. "You wish to scam me with a mere illusion?" Mling focused her gaze on Kong Bei. "How did you find out that it was fake?" Kong Bei sneered. "I have been single all these years. No female has ever told me that she loves me, not a single one." And suddenly, that perfect goddess in the dream actually confessed her love toward me? How ridiculous. "Even if I think with my feet, I can figure out that there is a trick somewhere." Mling. She felt like this species before her was somewhat different from the ancient race she had once met. Perhaps, this was a newly appeared species that had mutated from the ancient race? Her eyes gleamed coldly. "If so, I shall kill you." The only thing that mattered was getting the strongest Han Yule under control. This Kong Bei before her seemed rather weak. As long as he was killed. Just as she was contemplating what to do, suddenly, the energy weapons on the buildings nearby suddenly activated. At the lowest intensity possible, the weapons started blasting the bodies of all the genetic warriors present. Instantly, they were all roused from their dreams. Damn it. Mling's expression changed abruptly. Someone else had remained awake as well? No, that wasn't possible. All the warriors here. She glanced around and, with astonishment, found that the person who had awakened everyone with the energy weapons was actually not a genetic warrior. Rather, it was a technician responsible for maintaining the weapons. A technician in their 40s. Mling was alarmed. How is it possible you to leave the illusion as well? She could overlook the fact that these genetic warriors could escape the illusion, but now, it seemed like even a normal technician could see through her illusion. Had she been in hibernation for too long? So long that she did not notice that the people of this new era were no longer controllable using illusions? With sorrow, that person replied, "Why, you ask? Well, how is it possible for a nerd programmer like me to actually have a girlfriend?" It would seem like everyone was now capable of reawakening from her illusion. Han Yule, Kong Bei, even that technician. Their awakening caused Mling's ability to look like a joke. This ability that had once dominated the world during the era of the ancient race was no longer of any use in this new era. The dreams Mling induced in one's brain were too beautiful, so beautiful that they became unreal. Granted, the ability's immersion was still able to cause a lot of people to believe in the dream. However, for those who had never believed that such a thing could actually happen to them, this ability was ineffective. An example was Han Yula, he who could not believe that Xizongtong would actually be willing to live with him alone. A second example was Kong Bei, who could not believe that someone would actually confess her love toward him. And a third example was the technician, who refused to believe that a nerd programmer like him could actually obtain a girlfriend. Mling was somewhat dumbstruck. It was truly beyond her expectations that, after so many years of hibernation, she would no longer be able to keep up with the new era, akin to someone who was still using outdated memes on the internet after everyone had moved on to new memes. Were these people truly the ancient race? Their thought process was truly too complicated. One ought to know that during their era back then, any sort of romance had absolutely been an affair between only two people. Moreover, nobody so ugly that they could never find love like Kong Bei had existed back then, and a technician back then had been a person worthy of respect rather than someone incapable of obtaining a girlfriend. Mling blanked. What era had she awakened in? She had a feeling that the devil race had chosen the wrong era to reawaken. The newly reawakened Han Yula stabbed at Mling once again. He truly couldn't tolerate this person who dared to toy with his love toward Xizongtong. Accompanied by her confusion, Mling's life perished. Even in death, she was still unable to understand the kind of era the devil race had reappeared in. Her corpse collapsed onto the ground. Han Yula pulled his hand back coldly. The rain poured down, highlighting his cold and imposing appearance. At this time, those of the genetic union all regained their consciousness as well, each of them with an ashamed expression on their face. Their lives had nearly been harvested by the enemy earlier. They had truly been too careless. Be on high alert, Han Yula stated coldly. They were extremely ashamed. Yes, shwa. The rain was still as heavy as ever. The reawakening of the devil race members might have seemed endless, but after the appearance of that Mling earlier, they knew that the number of devil race members still contained in the soil beneath them was now rather low in amount. The normal soldiers of the devil race here were probably all dead already. Those who would appear next would be those at the level of Mling. Perhaps the next batch of reawakened would be the final goal of the devil race this time. Everyone maintained their vigilance. As for Han Yula, his expression became colder. At this time, the shameless Xif walked over and cautiously asked, the Xizongtong you mentioned earlier. You have seen her before? Han Yulu asked as his eyes gleamed with killing intent. Shwa. The weapon in his hand was aimed straight at Xif. Xif waved his hands hastily. No, I have only heard of her from Chen Feng. Han Yula's gaze sunk. Oh, she has mentioned Chen Feng before as well. Xif laughed. They are friends. At that time, Chen Feng even told me that he would introduce me to Xizongtong. Bang! Xif was flung into a particular building, collapsing the entire building. Han Yula glared at him coldly. You dare think of taking advantage of her? No, definitely not. Xif scrambled up and waved his hands non-stop. Bro, I'm only trying to get close to you. Let me tell you, you might see me as a young person, but in fact, I am an expert playboy. As my family is rather well off, back then, the number of girls I saw probably numbered 800, if not 1000. Perhaps I might be of help to you in this. Shwa. Han Yula continued gazing at Xif coldly. However, the pressure he was subjecting Xif to was now gone. Xif wiped his sweat before asking, how did the two of you meet? Xif was in fact trying his utmost to get close to this expert of the genetic union by making use of this free time while no new devil race members were appearing. After all, this guy was the boss of the boss of the boss of the boss of his boss. Han Yule was a person who preferred to keep his sentences short. A while ago, when I was hunting for mysterious organization members, I discovered her being. Next, I killed all those fellows from the mysterious organization. Unexpectedly, only toward the end did I find out the truth. Despite the short sentences, Xif was able to guess clearly what happened. I see. Due to Chen Feng, the mysterious organization was in deep trouble, to the point that their own members were abandoning them. Next, Xizongtong had probably escaped as well, resulting in what had happened next. Perhaps after doing it with her, this Lord Han wanted to take responsibility for what he had done. Unfortunately, she wasn't the least bothered with him and continued on with her happy days. Thereupon, this Lord Han had been stuck deeper and deeper in this pit of love and hatred. He couldn't bear doing anything toward the woman he loved and had ultimately remained stuck in this huge dilemma. Xif was very sure that if this story of Han Yula's was written as a novel, it would most definitely sell well. A two-person love story featuring Han Yula, the domineering and cold male lead, and the innocent and vivacious Xi Zongtong, who had a rather unique worldview, as the female lead. What a perfect plot. Xif's confidence surged. Don't worry, I will help you educate her and adjust her worldview. Han Yula looked at Xif doubtfully. For real? Of course, Xif bragged without any inhibition. After all this is over, I will deal with her for you. All right. When Han Yula looked at Xif once again, his gaze was much friendlier. If it was truly possible to readjust Xi Zongtong's worldview, Han Yula might truly be able to stay together with her. Helpfully, everything would proceed smoothly. Naturally, at present, they had to focus on surviving this war instead. Shwa. Rain poured down, yet nothing happened. This continued for 2 whole minutes. Suddenly, numerous miniature life forms started appearing. From the dark clouds, they appeared and streaked toward the ground, knocking into the ground. Everyone braced themselves. Careful. The genetic union warriors slashed down, killing those life forms. Surprising them, from the start till the end, these life forms ignored the entirety of the genetic union's attacks. Just like that, they had appeared suddenly only to be killed suddenly. Their corpses sprawled everywhere, leaving behind numerous puddles of purple blood. The purple blood blended with the soil. Instantly, the ground cracked. That huge palm that had been as still as a statue for so long trembled suddenly before breaking free of its frozen state and once again started moving. Bang, bang. With a terrifying sound, a dense purple flame erupted out of the huge palm, swallowing everything it touched. Shwa. The black rain continued pouring down. When the bizarre raindrops landed on the flame, it burned even more intensely. Amid the endless darkness, the huge flaming palm seemingly tinted the entire sky red. All their hearts trembled. It's coming out. Glang. The ground burst upward, and underneath the palm, the silhouette of the devil race member enlarged. By the time its entire body appeared, everyone there inhaled a mouthful of cold air at the sight. This devil race member was as large as a building. Howl. With a howl, its entire body ignited. Above its hand, a clump of flame appeared before taking the shape of a huge flaming sword. The flaming sword flickered with a dazzling radiance, causing the hearts of all onlookers to fluster. What monster is this? Everyone there was shocked. Was this the final boss the devil race was trying to reawaken? This guy here? The world was still shrouded in darkness. Amid the endless clouds, a pair of eyes was flickering with a silver radiance. Silently, he regarded Star City, which was enveloped by darkness. He watched on as numerous devil race members reawakened before being killed by the genetic union. Nothing seemed to be developing according to the plan. Humans. He looked at this new race. Initially, he had believed that during the reawakening, they would have to confront the ancient race. Beyond his expectations, after that war back then, the ancient race had vanished as well. Now, humans were the one who ruled this world. Shwa. His eyes flashed. The destruction of each batch of devil race members that appeared was seen clearly by him. He had also borne witness to the strength and methods available to that organization called Genetic Union. Just like that, in the darkness, he silently observed and analyzed. Batches of reawakened devil race members kept dying off, yet he wasn't the least bothered. For him, they were ultimately all cannon fodder. His silvery eyes flashed as he hid himself amid the darkness. Interesting. Everything that happened here, he witnessed with his very own eyes. He had been watching on all along, watching as the blood of the devil race dyed the earth red, watching as the black soil turned purple and as that huge monster finally broke free from the ground. Howl. An awe-inspiring roar was let loose from the monster's mouth. The formidable power the monster was emanating caused one's heart to fluster as they realized that this monster was a PK class. A PK class in the truest sense. Comparatively, this was equivalent to a human that had mastered a 6-star secret art, a powerful genetic warrior that no ordinary person could hope to match. This monster here, With its tough skin and huge size, it was likely that its pure physical strength alone was already as strong as a PK class. Xif charged forth fiercely. What is there to fear, Pa? With a single slap, Xif was smashed away and flung out like a shot artillery shell. Bang! He smashed into the ground, leaving a huge crater. The strength of this fellow. Damn it! His physical strength alone is already equivalent to an A-class. Xif grimaced in pain. Charge together. Hanula bellowed coldly. At that, all the Genetic Union warriors made their move. Bang, bang, the battle began. Several tens of Genetic Union members surrounded the single devil beast, yet they still seemed disadvantaged. This beast is too huge. We are at a loss facing it. Their expressions were unsightly. Question mark. Its skin is strong enough to resist your attacks? Hanula couldn't understand the reason they were disadvantaged. He was aware that this beast had powerful physical strength. However, despite how strong the beast was, could it be immune to the attacks of A-class warriors? After all, they had so many A-class warriors here. One of them smiled bitterly. It's not because of that. The problem is that its skin is too thick. With a confused expression, Hanula tried launching an attack. Bang! As his attack landed, an intense vibration sprang up through his hands. This feeling, Hanula's expression changed slightly. He had indeed hit the target. His weapon had indeed been stabbed in. However, the moment his weapon had stabbed into the skin, with sorrow, he had found that the thickness of the skin exceeded the length of his entire weapon. It was too thick. It was no wonder that all the genetic warriors here appeared stupefied. We can't do anything at all. I reckon his skin is at least a meter thick. Too scary. Who's capable of inserting through it? My attack tore out half a meter worth of skin from this beast, yet this beast did not even feel anything from my attack. What if our attacks are focused? That won't work. It's healing too fast. Before all the attacks can land, it will have already healed up from the previous attacks. This fellow is simply like a huge meatball. They all felt helpless. Nearly all their attacks failed to pierce through the skin of this beast. This final devil race member was truly too formidable. So formidable that it gave one a stifling feeling. Why not try stabbing its chrysanthemum? I tried. It failed. How about attacking its vital parts? Only some skin comes off from those attacks. Sigh. How good would it be if we had some piercing abilities? They all sighed. Piercing abilities had never felt so precious to them. With the appearance of the devil race, with their skin and physical characteristics, piercing abilities would most certainly become extremely popular among humans from now on. Alas, for now, they would still have to rely on what they had. Everyone looked at Hanula. What do we do? Bang, bang. That devil beast was wreaking destruction in Star City in an absolutely unrestrained manner. None of them were capable of stopping it. Hanula had also tried unleashing his strongest attack, yet it had been blocked by the devil beast's huge flaming sword. That taught them that this beast here wasn't exactly a fool that would stand there and take on all attacks. After all, the devil race was unlike those ordinary beasts. Despite their appearance that resembled mutated beasts, the devil race was a race with wisdom. A thick and sonorous voice traveled to their ears. They could seemingly hear that beast jeering at them. Howl, howl. With two loud howls, the ground started trembling as numerous gigantic beasts that looked the same as that huge beast started appearing from the ground. 2, 3, 4. And more. Soon, 9 extra such beasts had appeared. 9 more. They paled as they saw this. Each of these beasts was as powerful as a PK class warrior, nearly surpassing A class, to be precise. If there was only one here, they could still have tried working together, but now there were 10 of them. Howl. As the 10 beasts howled together, the killing intent they emanated was sufficient to paralyze someone. Surprisingly, Hanula became calm after seeing them. Finally, you guys have shown yourself. Is this your final trump card? 10 devil beasts? If so, it's our turn, the Genetic Union's turn, to make a move. Senior, please, Hanula said while facing empty air. Shwa. Light swirled around. Abruptly, several silhouettes of light appeared mid-air. An old man appeared out of thin air. Staring attentively at the devil beast, he slowly stretched out his finger. Next, an indescribable pressure converged at the tip of his finger. Slowly, The old man pointed downward. A hole appeared on the forehead of one of the devil beasts. Dead. The rest widened their eyes as they saw this. Dead? Holy shit. This terrifying devil beast was dead just like that. They were aware that the genetic union would most certainly have deployed some scary seniors here. Unexpectedly, the expert that had appeared was actually this powerful. Bang! The devil beast collapsed onto the ground, akin to a skyscraper collapsing, bringing about a loud bang as it landed. At this time, the old man pointed down several times, and with that, several bloody holes appeared, accompanied by loud bangs. The 10 terrifying devil beasts collapsed loudly onto the ground just like that. The devil race had been eliminated. Instantly, the entire area lapsed into silence. Many thanks, Senior, Han Eula said. At this moment, 2 other silhouettes that had appeared at the same time as the old man gazed toward the empty air up in the sky. One of them pointed at the air. Instantly, numerous mournful screams resounded from the sky before several devil race corpses rained down, landing on the ground beneath the sky. As for the other silhouette, he merely gazed up at the sky. He uttered a single calm word. Please. Next, light started swirling as a terrifying gust of power surged out. Instantly, the darkness shrouding the sky cleared. The darkness receded rapidly and the black rain within Star City evaporated cleanly. Next, that terrifying gust of power pierced through the cloud, puncturing the thick layer of clouds. Finally, the sky was once again bright. Star City. The sudden eruption of gold reverberated through the darkness. Enveloped by gold, the Star City that had been shrouded by darkness underwent rebirth. All the devil race corpses and bloodstains were cleared under the gold radiance. After a long time, when the gold finally dissipated, Star City regained its previous appearance. The devil race was no more. The black rain was no more. Even the soil that had been dyed black had recovered its original color. We did it. Everyone remained in a long stupor. A second earlier, Star City had still been shrouded by darkness, the devil beasts wreaking havoc and dealing damage in an absolutely unrestrained manner akin to fiends. The next second, Star City had regained its previous appearance. The sun that had been missing for a long time was shining upon them once again. In the sky, a rainbow had even appeared. We won. We resisted the invasion. They looked at each other blankly. The silhouettes of the 3 old men up in the sky swept their gazes past the people before nodding in a satisfied manner. A gentle voice could be heard saying, "You guys have been working hard." Hearing that, all their hearts shuddered. They might not have been able to recognize the appearance of that old man, but that voice was precisely the voice they would hear frequently in some of the classes they had been attending. The owner of this voice, the person akin to a living textbook, was precisely the deputy president of the Genetic Union. It was only through the perseverance of all of you that we managed to last till the end. Without that, if we had moved prematurely, all this would have been naught. The deputy president sighed. None of them had dared to underestimate the devil race invasion. Capable of shrouding the entire world in darkness, the prowess of the devil race was apparent. The news regarding the upcoming full-scale invasion by the devil race had indeed alarmed the entire genetic union. As such, they had prepared in advance for this, resulting in everything that had happened today. They had been unaware of the total number of waves the devil race would be sending. As such, the strongest trump cards they had prepared had to wait till the end before making their move. If they had moved earlier and ended up being targeted by the devil race, it was quite probable that they would have been unable to save everyone during the final moment. Chen Feng. Suddenly, they recalled that child. It was precisely the child called Chen Feng that had been hiding undercover at the mysterious organization, obtaining information regarding this secret that would otherwise have remained undiscovered. It was precisely due to him that this invasion of the devil races had failed. That child had contributed greatly in this defense against the devil race. Thank you all. Every single second you guys held on was in itself a contribution to the entire world, the deputy president stated as he regarded the genetic warriors covered in wounds. Since there were some genetic warriors with formidable healing abilities, there were no actual casualties. However, nearly all of them were injured. This had truly been a rather difficult battle. They all beamed. It's nothing. The sun shone upon them. In the sky, the darkness that had enveloped the world for quite a while was now receding, starting from the region near Star City. Presently, the sunshine here at Star City was akin to the only sunshine in existence in this world. So very dazzling. They were finally able to feel relieved. It's finally over. They patted the shoulders of Xif and Kong Bei. It has been hard on you guys. The sudden appearance of these two was the reason they had been able to last this long. Hee. They exchanged glances and smiled, yet doubt could be seen in their eyes. From how this was progressing, things seemed somewhat different than Chen Feng's prediction. From what Chen Feng had predicted, the devil race members that would be invading would be extremely terrifying, so terrifying that even PK class warriors would be helpless. There would be numerous casualties, and the entirety of Star City would be destroyed. Now, though, Xif was doubtful. Is it because of the involvement of the genetic union? Kong Bei shook his head. Perhaps. Since Kong Bei was a person with the power of transmigration, he was aware of the changes a sequence of events could have on the course of history. Had this ended so easily due to the excessive strength of the genetic union? The genetic warriors at Star City were immersed in the joy of their victory. At a certain location, Chen Feng glanced around. When the gold radiance had spread through Star City earlier, that vast power had been so strong that it had caused his heart to flutter. That was most certainly the power of someone surpassing A-class, a super expert in the truest sense. This proved that the boss of genetic union was most certainly someone surpassing A-class. After the gold radiance had swept past them, the entirety of Star City, black soil included, had been thoroughly cleansed. That caused the devil race to have no way of further concealing themselves. By right, they should have all died as well. However, Chen Feng glanced at his luck aura's warning signal, which was still flickering red. Spirit, does the devil race still exist? Chen Feng asked in a low voice. Yes, Spirit confirmed. Are they remnants that survived this battle? Chen Feng guessed. Spirit shook her head. Number. With luck value, I obtained an estimate of the strength of the devil race. The danger level of the devil race members that invaded this time was extremely high. Regardless of it being before the devil race's awakening here in this city or after their destruction at the hands of the genetic union, their danger level has remained the same. Chen Feng's heart jolted violently. What? Remained the same? What did that signify? This signified that even the death of the devil race members today, including the 10 terrifying PK-class devil race members earlier, had no effect whatsoever on the total strength of the devil race. In other words, what they had seen today had all merely been cannon fodder. Suddenly, Chen Feng's body chilled. PK-class cannon fodder. The devil race invasion was much more powerful than his initial estimation. What should we do, then? Spirit asked. Shall we use luck value to force them out of hiding? Chen Feng shook his head. No. The devil race was too terrifyingly strong. If he got himself involved now, the consumption of his luck value would be too high. The little amount of luck value he had in him had to be saved for something more important. As for those from the genetic union, Chen Feng gazed at them. If they were unable to even detect the devil race members, it was pointless to even try saving Star City. Everyone should just return from where they had come from. At this time, amid the victorious cheers, do not relax. Han Yule's cold gaze swept past them. Maintain your vigilance as necessary. The rest of you, start cleaning up the battlefield. The deputy president smiled. Don't worry. The darkness has already been expelled. The devil race can no longer show themselves here. Before he could even finish his words, his gaze that was focused on space paused suddenly. After the momentary pause, a dazzling gold radiance shone out of his eyes. Bang! A golden ray surged out, revealing 2 dark silhouettes. The deputy president sneered. HMPH. Surprisingly, there are still 2 remnants here. A melodious voice resounded. We have been discovered. The hovering figure was a white feline-like life form. Despite the fact that it was standing on 2 feet, despite the fact that it was wearing clothes, one could still clearly see that this was a cat, a shiny white cat as beautiful as a precious stone. Clown. The deputy president seemed resentful of its sudden appearance. Just as he had bragged that the darkness had already been expelled, these 2 devil race folks had appeared. As he thought of this, he pointed down with a single finger. Die. This single faint word was seemingly filled with a might capable of shattering space. Instantly, a terrifying power descended upon the forehead of that devil race member. Alas, something astonishing happened next. An ancient imprint flickered into existence on the devil race member's forehead, blocking the deputy president's attack. The white cat licked its sharp claws playfully. "You are even weaker than I imagined." Behind the white cat was a different devil race member that had remained silent. This was a species never seen before. Its body shimmered before abruptly multiplying itself numerous times. Instantly, tens of thousands of devil race members that looked exactly the same as it appeared. Each of them was at the power level of an A-class. Shwa. The expressions of everyone in Star City sank. How is this possible? Their bodies chilled. So this was the actual trump card of the devil race? They had initially believed that they had already killed off a huge amount of devil race members. Even if there were some remnants left somewhere, it wouldn't mean much. Unexpectedly, they had actually missed such powerful devil race members. The deputy president focused his gaze on them. "You two are not part of those who awakened this batch." It was obvious that those who had reawakened this time had all been killed. Moreover, when these two talked, their train of thoughts appeared rather clear. They did not resemble newly reawakened devil race members at all. Therefore, these two were most certainly devil race experts that had already reawakened earlier at some other location where the concentration of black rain was the highest. If so, since the both of you possess such strength, why didn't you move earlier with those devil race members? The deputy president asked faintly. These two were extremely powerful. However, it was precisely because they appeared excessively powerful that the deputy president started doubting them. If they had attacked together with those recently reawakened devil race members, the genetic union would have been helpless. Why had they allowed those powerful devil race members to die like cannon fodder? What trick were these two hiding? The white cat laughed. Hee hee. What other reason could there be? Obviously, we were waiting for you three old geezers. Although we weren't able to detect the three of you earlier, from the aura of experts lingering in the air, we were able to sense that the three of you were indeed somewhere nearby. Therefore, to be safe, we decided to let those fellows charge in as cannon fodder, the white cat stated indifferently. In any case, to kill all of you here, the two of us are already sufficient. Am I right, Chielyu? Beside the white cat, the numerous Chielyus replied together. Yes. The hearts of the genetic warriors shuddered at this sight. When so many A-class experts replied at the same time, the oppression posed by their voices was truly. The deputy president sneered. Do you believe that this will do? He felt that the reason given by this white cat was somewhat ill-founded. Next, with a cold gaze, he stated, "Oh well, I suppose we only need to kill you two and things will end for now." Bang! Without hesitation, he made his move. A brilliant radiance erupted. The deputy president and the other two people beside him moved at the same time. A boundless power started descending toward the white cat. Alas, once again, that imprint appeared. A crafty smile appeared on the white cat's face. It's useless, yo. Bang, bang, bang. The imprint flickered as it defended, rendering all attacks ineffective. Finally, the expression of the deputy president changed slightly. How is that possible? He was clear on the strength of the three of them, let alone a PK class. They could even destroy those surpassing A class with their earlier attack. But this fellow here, Chielyu, I will be relying on you, then. White cat sneered before continuing, destroy them all. Don't worry, Chielyu replied coldly. By myself, I am equivalent to an entire army. Kill. Numerous figures streaked out. The numerous clones, each with A-class power level, charged toward the genetic warriors. The deputy president tried to intercept their charge yet was stopped by the white cat. The opponent of the three of you shall be me. The deputy president's eyes gleamed coldly. Damn it. He and the other two with him, who were actually here as clones, solidified their clones once again and started attacking as numerous gold radiances bloomed. Alas, the attacks were ineffective. I told you, the white cat stated, disappointed. Your attacks are too weak. Bang. Once again, a battle erupted. Different from the previous battle, this battle was a one-sided oppression. Total oppression of the entirety of Star City by a single white cat and a single Chielyu. Even with the clones of the deputy president and the other two here, they failed to do anything to help. The oddest of all was the fact that the white cat and Chielyu truly had the power level of only PK class. After all, the black rain hadn't been falling for long. As such, those devil race members that had surpassed A class had yet to appear. Even with the never-ending black rain at the unknown regions thus far, it was still insufficient to sustain their awakening of those surpassing A class. Alas, would they truly be eliminated by only two PK class devil race members? Their hearts chilled as they thought of this. The PK class devil race members were actually this powerful? Careful. The main body must be among these clones. After killing the main body, he will die for real. How are we supposed to locate the main body, though? Everyone started concentrating their gazes. There were so many clones of Qiliu here, and each of them looked the same. Even their auras and strength were the same. As such, forget actually killing the main body. They were unable to even locate the main body. Moreover, different from humans, Qiliu was a devil race member. This was a sphere-sized life form with yellow skin in the truest sense, unlike the pseudo-yellow of human skin. Some tried chopping down at the yellow skin, yet their attacks instantly bounced off. This was truly an odd life form with excessively powerful defensive power. Killing it was near impossible. On top of that, the genetic warriors were presently outnumbered. Those huge yellow spheres were all bouncing around and attacking all the genetic warriors there. With their high vitality, the genetic warriors all despaired. What else could they do, let alone killing the main body? They couldn't even kill a single one of the clones. On top of all that, these clones were not mere duplications. Each of them seemed to have their own consciousness, appearing extremely lifelike and making it difficult to ascertain which of them was the actual main body. Things are getting really troublesome now. They despaired. Presently, the genetic union members were at a true impasse. Surrounded by Qilius, they could only defend themselves passively. The more the battle raged on, the worse off they were. If this continued on, they would die from exhaustion before long. How about the deputy president? Instinctively, they gazed at the deputy president with a begging gaze. Next, the sight of three flustered and exasperated old men entered their field of vision. Those three were attacking the white cat without stop, yet they were failing to accomplish anything. We have indeed been countered. Right at this moment, bang! Han Yule erupted suddenly, changing the direction of his attack that had initially been heading at Qiliu toward the white cat instead. Another imprint appeared, blocking the attack. Ineffective. Yet another attack had proven ineffective. Han Yule's eyes gleamed coldly. How is that possible? It was clear that the three seniors had been countered, but now it seemed like his attack had been countered as well. They were similarly PK-class existences, yet he had actually been defeated by two devil race members at the same power level. The white cat merely looked at him toyingly. How naive. On Han Yule's body, two additional bloody scars appeared. These two wounds would not hamper him much. Alas, that uncomfortable feeling of having failed in his attack could not be erased. They were being oppressed to such an extent by only two devil race members? Xuf frowned. Things look somewhat bad. Was Chen Feng still unwilling to make his move? Granted, he was aware that Chen Feng was merely a B-class warrior, but every time that fellow moved, miracles ensued. This applied even to battles at a level he wasn't supposed to be capable of participating in. Make your move, Chen Feng. Otherwise I will have no choice but to escape by transmigrating, Kong Bei thought as he inhaled deeply. Presently, the Chen Feng that the both of them were thinking about was watching the battlefield from somewhere far away. White cat. The moment that bizarre life form had appeared, Chen Feng's attention had been piqued. Naturally, with the three old men there, nothing too bad would happen for now. Despite the fact that their attacks were ineffective against the white cat, the white cat would not be able to defeat them anytime soon. The main problem presently was the other fellow, Qiliu. If this guy wasn't dealt with, everyone in Star City would probably die. Of course, Chen Feng was aware that he wasn't capable of facing them just like that. If he went out to face them right now, he would most likely be encircled by the yellow spheres and killed before he could see anyone else. A point to note was the fact that Qiliu was a fellow using numerous clones to protect itself. At any given moment, this Qiliu could let one of its clones die on its behalf. If Chen Feng wanted to insta-kill it, it was quite likely that Qiliu would actually escape alive. Therefore, Chen Feng couldn't directly do anything to Qiliu. However, that did not mean that he couldn't assist others. Who shall I help? Then, Chen Feng studied the battlefield, looking at the yellow spheres that were all bouncing about. As he saw the numerous spheres, he became somewhat speechless, as it reminded him of a battle of emojis. Look, that sphere that had just smashed Xuf away. Did that sphere not resemble a smiling emoji? And look at the other sphere that was beating Kong Bei up. Did that sphere not resemble a disdain emoji? And the sphere battling the female genetic warrior. It looked like a love emoji. In Chen Feng's eyes, all those yellow spheres were simply akin to living emojis. As for Qiliu's main body, Chen Feng was able to lock onto Qiliu's main body shortly afterward. With luck value, these cloning abilities were incapable of hiding from Chen Feng. With only one luck value, Qilyu's main body was discovered. Chen Feng noted that the perverted emoji was precisely the main body of Qilyu. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Very good. Presently, after failing to attack the white cat, Han Yule had returned and started helping others against Qilyu. Alas, there were way too many Qilyus around. Each time one of the Qilyus encountered a problem, the other Qilyus came to help. In any case, there were so many of them here anyway. One would be hard-pressed to even differentiate them from each other. As such, locating the main body was simply impossible. This won't do, Han Yule muttered with a cold expression. So far, he had managed to deal serious injury to 3 Qilyus. Alas, those Qilyus had been rescued by other Qilyus each time it had happened. As such, Han Yule simply had no way of looking for the main body. Suddenly, a voice drifted into his ears. The 16th fellow on the left side, that's the main body. Who are you? Han Yule asked coldly. The one helping you. That voice replied softly. Why should I trust you? Han Yule replied. Indeed, he had a powerful sure-kill trump card. Unfortunately, that was an ability he could only use once. If he trusted this person and killed the wrong Qilyu, they would truly be in trouble. He only had one shot to locate and kill Qilyu's main body. Because this is also your only chance, that voice stated faintly. Has Xf given you any ideas on how to be together with Xizongtong yet? Han Yule's killing intent surged. How did you find out about that? Clearly, this person had been observing them all this while. Was this also a remnant of the devil race? Let me provide you with an ideal solution, then. That voice continued. Kill Qilyu before swallowing its heart. With that, you will obtain its ability to create numerous clones. With this, you should be able to satisfy Lady Xizongtong's desire, right? Shwa. Han Yule was instantly enticed. This method. Was this a chance for him? He looked at the yellow spheres around him. Should he truly do this? Back then, when he had first broken through into A class, he had discovered his wife's affair. Due to that, he had dug his own heart out, becoming a heartless person. And now, should he become a person with a heart once again for the sake of Xizongtong? The heart of a devil race member on top of it? This is your only chance, that voice muttered faintly. This is your only way to privatize that public car. Shwa. The veins on Han Yule's forehead throbbed. Who are you calling a public car? If you still fail to get her for yourself, she will most probably end up known to everyone before long. That voice stated toyingly. The 6th person to your left. It is approaching you. This is your best chance. Slowly, the voice became deeper and deeper. For yourself, for Xizongtong, for the genetic union, and for humanity. Han Yule grasped his weapon tightly and looked at a certain yellow sphere that was hidden between numerous yellow spheres. The 6th person to the left. Bang! Instantly, a terrifying aura erupted. Star Destroyer. The weapon in Han Yule's hand transformed into a ray of starlight before slashing toward that yellow sphere that had a bizarre expression on it. Puh! The starlight shone dazzlingly. With a single slash, that huge yellow sphere was cut down. Han Yule's sudden eruption shocked numerous people before they could even react to it. As the starlight shone dazzlingly, all the yellow spheres on the battlefield vanished. On the ground, only a single yellow sphere remained. It looked at Han Yule, unbelieving. You, not good. The distant white cat had an ominous feeling and tried to move over to assist Qilyu. Unfortunately, it was stopped by the deputy president. Shwa. Han Yule stepped forth. His hand stretched out and grabbed at Qilyu's heart. The heart was still pulsing. Resolutely, Han Yule pulled the heart out. Accompanied by a mournful scream, he pressed the heart into his chest. Slowly, the heart blended into Han Yule's body. An astonishing yellow radiance started shining out of Han Yule's body. Ah! He's now yellow. Everyone exclaimed. Xuf frowned. He was originally blue, right? Initially, with Han Yule's ice-cold disposition, his aura had been sky blue, fitting his character. Now, though, as yellow and blue mixed together, the final result transformed his aura green. Xu. All over Han Yule's body, a dazzling radiance flickered. By his side, the Qilyu that had still been so mighty earlier started dying. Along with the departure of its heart, slowly, its entire body lost its vitality as the yellow sphere started drying up. Qilyu. The white cat screeched mournfully. Bang! The white cat raged and charged toward Han Yule, trying to take the heart away from him. Alas, by the time the white cat arrived, it was already too late. Bang! The radiance surrounded Han Yule shattered, signifying the completion of his fusion. The white cat first looked expressionlessly at the dead corpse of Chi Liu before looking at Han Yula coldly. Ultimately, it turned around and looked at all the genetic union members. You all deserve death, the white cat stated with a sinister tone. Well done, the deputy president praised before looking at the white cat and stating, although I have no idea how you obtained immunity to my attacks, you are ultimately a mere PK class. White cat's eyes became red in color. Is that so? As for the snow-white fur around its body, it turned black before transforming again into a black-red color. Slowly, a pair of black-red wings stretched out of its back. Howl. As it howled, a clump of flame ignited around it. At that moment, its power increased dramatically, becoming 10 times stronger than it had previously been. Shwa! A black flame burned around its body. A single spark of this clump of flame was capable of scorching a huge piece of land. This terrifying flame was evidently strong enough to kill any PK class warriors in existence. In fact, this was not a cat. Rather, this was a tiger, part of the flying tiger clan of the devil race, the rulers of darkness. Glang, glang. One step at a time, it walked forth. Black flame sparkled around as it stepped forth. Even a tiny spark from this flame was sufficient to deal calamity-like damage. This was an extremely destructive flame. As the rest saw this, their hearts shuddered. The hell, this fellow. It's also immune to all attacks. We are completely helpless here. How are we supposed to beat this thing? How about spirit attacks? I tried. They're ineffective. How is this possible? It's obviously only a class. How can it be immune to spirit attacks? I have no idea. They all despaired. This was also the main source of their grief. They were all similarly PK class existences, yet why was this thing here so powerful that even their deputy president was helpless? Being immune to all attacks, wasn't this thing here undefeatable? Then, its red pair of eyes ignited. You all deserve to die. However, just as it was about to pounce forth, a youth appeared before it suddenly. Having its route blocked, the flaming tiger raised its head. Do you truly believe that your ability is undefeated? That person asked with a smile. The tiger's eyes gleamed with killing intent. Darnite devil tiger. Your bloodline ability is divine eyes, am I right? By looking at an ability being used, you can analyze the structural makeup of that ability before setting a direction to it and modifying it to create an imprint. Ultimately, the result is that, thanks to the numerous imprints you have, all abilities you have seen once are ineffective against you. Am I right? Chen Feng asked calmly. Opposite him, the once white cat, which was now a black tiger, was for the first time looking at Chen Feng with an amazed gaze. It was astonished. Even back then, among the devil race, its bloodline had been an extremely rare one. It had only been several days since it had reawakened. So how had this fellow here figured out this secret? Chen Feng smiled. Looks like I'm correct. The rest around him exchanged glances as they realized the reason the tiger had seemed undefeatable earlier. So it was actually due to such an ability? The reason you used all the recently reawakened devil race members as cannon fodder is not because you were hiding yourself as a trump card. Rather, you were using those cannon fodder to perfect your imprint collection, to produce more imprints to deal with us. During this battle, you have seen with your own eyes the majority of the abilities these genetic union members have. As such, making use of those cannon fodder, you created imprints countering Han Yula, the deputy president, and all the genetic warriors here. In turn, that means you are nearly undefeatable here on this battlefield, Chen Feng stated coldly. The Darnite devil tiger remained silent, yet it maintained its gaze on Chen Feng gloomily. This guy was giving him an extremely ominous feeling, causing the tiger to have a feeling of extreme danger. This feeling of danger had exceeded that of even the deputy president. Who are you? The tiger asked coldly. Chen Feng laughed. Me? A mere human. A human lucky enough to witness the holy war between the ancient race and the barbarians back then. Suddenly, all the tiger's fur shuddered. Holy war. Witness. How many years had it been since the holy war? Despite the long lifespan of devil race members, they had only survived till the current era through hibernation. As for this guy here, human? What freak was this? Hold on. How was it possible for the human species to have existed during that era? The tiger's eyes gleamed ominously. You are lying to me. As a response, Chen Feng's gaze became trance-like. How am I lying? That was quite a war. Shwa. With a wave of his hand, countless light particles spread around before condensing in the air. The sage, the barbarians, Everything that had happened back then started replaying in the air. Everyone present widened their eyes as they witnessed this glorious sight, witnessing the awe-inspiring strength of the ancient race. The tiger became horrified. You were truly there? Only those who had actually been present back then could show this scene. The reason for that was because the energy undulation from the war back then had been intense, to the point that nobody could obtain the scene of what had happened through divining abilities. Even merely divining certain keywords describing the war back then was impossible, yet this person here was actually able to play out the scene of what had happened back then. Who are you, exactly? The tiger howled. You don't need to know that, Chen Feng stated indifferently. I am only here to tell you something. To be precise, I am here to let the devil race know something, because I believe that they are able to see what's happening here through you. What I want to say is that the ancient race is still around. Through years of hibernation, your devil race has indeed become stronger. However, after numerous years of development, the ancient race has probably grown even more than you guys. The difference between the ancient race and the devil race is that the ancient race is smarter. They have been hiding behind the scenes by allowing the devil race to reawaken and battle humanity. The ancient race will be the one to reap all the profits after our war. Please do remember the existence of such a terrifying enemy. Chen Feng smiled calmly. The tiger sneered. Do you believe that, just because of this, the devil race will let you humans off, a new species known as human? Were all of them this naive? Even if this guy was telling the truth about the ancient race hiding somewhere, the devil race would still not let humanity off anyway. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak, a world where the weak couldn't exist. Chen Feng shook his head. Regardless of whether it's the devil race or the ancient race, you guys are all alien races to us humans. For us humans, there is a rather well-known saying, those of a different race are never to be trusted. The only reason I'm telling you all this is so you won't die knowing nothing. Finished with his words, Chen Feng raised his hand. A faint radiance converged in his hand. At this, the tiger took 2 steps back. Facing this person who had once witnessed the holy war back then, it was still fearful. Otherwise, it would have pounced and tried to kill him long ago. What in the world was this person here? Let alone this tiger, even those from the genetic union were rather confused. They had indeed obtained a small amount of information about the ancient race. All that had been obtained from Chen Feng. But then, the holy war and the barbarians. At this moment, a tinge of mysteriousness had seemingly shrouded Chen Feng. At this moment, Chen Feng waved his hand downward. The terrifying attack that everyone was expecting to appear was nowhere to be seen. Just as everyone started to believe that Chen Feng was merely scamming them all, the earth started trembling and an oppressive sound of footsteps echoed. Glang, glang. The earth trembled. An orderly and steady marching sound could be heard. Soon, a group of formidable and burly warriors appeared. Most shocking were their mounts. Each of them was mounted on a hilly beast. Your imprints have indeed granted you an immunity to all abilities, energy and physical abilities included. Therefore, I am rather curious whether you are also immune to pure physical damage. Physical damage delivered without any abilities, without any energy, without any bloodline. Physical damage delivered by pure strength alone, Chen Feng said coldly. Finally, the expression of the tiger changed. Go! Chen Feng barked. Bang! The entire barbarian squad charged forth. At this sight, the tiger's expression sank. A long time ago, during an era long gone, when the devil race had first encountered the barbarian, they had actually played the role of the barbarian's prey. As for the barbarians, they were natural hunters. Howl! Howl! The excited barbarians surrounded the tiger. Sacred flame, immunity. All the immunities the tiger had were pointless against the barbarians. Bang! The battle erupted. Surprisingly, this was also an extremely one-sided oppression. The entire group of barbarians pressed the tiger down onto the ground before beating it up. Despite the formidable physical strength of the tiger, it still could not avoid the fate of being beaten up badly. Suddenly, a bright radiance erupted high up in the air. The one that had been hiding all along were finally making a move. The terrifying power pierced through space before piercing the tiger and shooting straight toward Chen Feng directly. That person was willing to sacrifice everything just to kill Chen Feng. The expressions of others changed greatly as they saw this. Careful. They had all been bracing themselves for the counterattack of the tiger, yet it was outside of all their expectations that the devil race would decide to sacrifice the tiger just to kill Chen Feng. Even the deputy president couldn't save Chen Feng in time, as the strength behind this attack was definitely not any lower than his strength. Sure. That attack charged at Chen Feng, and Chen Feng locked his gaze on the sudden incoming attack. Was this the devil race as well? Nope. What the devil race could unleash they had unleashed. This was, instead, an attack from the ancient race. Indeed, those words of Chen Feng's earlier had indeed managed to drag the ancient race into this war as well. From their role as observers, the ancient race had now been pulled into this war as well. Since you are here, don't have any hope of leaving, then, Chen Feng muttered. Sure. Once again, his hand was raised. A faint radiance started converging on his hand, and coldly, he spat two words out. God Punisher. Bang! An endless white bloomed. The entirety of Star City was enveloped by a scorching white as the terrifying radiance started spreading out. The ancient race had finally made their move. This was something unexpected, yet at the same time, it was expected. According to their plan, the humans and the devil race were supposed to kill each other off. What they had not expected to happen was the one-sided defeat of the devil race. Granted, this was merely the strongest of humanity crushing only a small portion of the devil race. However, this was still not something that was supposed to have happened. The strength of humanity that had been shown here was not all humanity had to offer. The same was true for the devil race. The war between these two races should have been on a much larger scale. The result of their war should not have been so uneventful either. Because of this, the ancient race couldn't help but make a move themselves. Alas, unknown to them, Chen Feng had been waiting for them to make their move. The moment the ancient race made a move, the devil race would not move as hastily anymore. God Punisher. A terrifying radiance surged. A frightening power erupted from Chen Feng's hand, blocking the incoming attack. The two attacks clashed mid-air, their shockwave piercing the clouds around them. Bang! The radiance bubbled up, and subsequently, a silhouette smashed down into the ground. That was a female of the ancient race. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. You have finally appeared. The ancient race female glared at Chen Feng fiercely. How did you discover me? To avoid detection, she hadn't even sent her main body over. Rather, she had merely formed a unique clone and sent it to hide nearby. Even the deputy president hadn't noticed her. How had this guy? Alas, before she could even finish her words, she was flooded by God Punisher. Bang! A boundless radiance surged out. The numerous abilities rumbled out like a flowing river, submerging her. The female ancient race member. What damnable ability was this? Pa. The ability slapped her face unendingly, yet even without defending herself, these abilities failed to even hurt her face. The level of these attacks was incredibly low. B class? She widened her eyes at this realization. She did not dare to believe this. She was an illustrious super expert. Measured with humanity's power level, she was equivalent to an existence surpassing A class. Yet now someone was attacking her with some B class abilities. This opponent actually despised her this much. She glared at Chen Feng indignantly. You dare? Just she opened her mouth to talk. Several different objects, such as petrified objects, icicles, and cylindrical objects, all the result of Chen Feng's ability spam, were stuffed into her mouth. Catcha! She bit down, crushing those objects before continuing to glare at Chen Feng furiously. This was humiliating. This was pure humiliation. These abilities were obviously incapable of doing anything to her, yet this guy was actually attacking her with them. She was furious. You are courting death. She charged forth trying to kill Chen Feng. Alas, she was only midway there before she was intercepted by the three old men. We shall be your opponent. Bang! A battle erupted. This ancient race member that had appeared suddenly was indeed very powerful. She was so powerful that even by herself, she was able to face the three old men without being disadvantaged in the slightest. However, she was extremely furious. The damnable energy being spammed by Chen Feng was still raining upon her. Bang! Bang! Chen Feng's God Punisher continued on. The huge amount of energy was still unendingly spamming toward the ancient race female. These attacks were all ineffective against her. In fact, these attacks couldn't even leave a scratch on her skin. However, The chaotic mess of attacks was no different than rubbish as far as the ancient race member was concerned. This guy was actually humiliating her with rubbish. This was too excessive. She was filled with hatred. After I kill these three, I will most certainly kill you. As a person of respectable status among the ancient race, never before had anyone dared to humiliate her in this manner. Kill, kill, kill. The angry ancient race member started raging. The three old men tried suppressing her with all their might, yet they were only capable of stopping her temporarily. From the look of things, this stalemate would not continue for long. The others were all shocked. So this is the strength of the ancient race? How powerful. They are even stronger than the devil race. Chen Feng curled his lips. Who's afraid of who? Bang. Once again, a new bunch of abilities were thrown at that ancient race member's body. Even the genetic union members were speechless as they saw this. They could also see that despite the huge amount of abilities being spammed by Chen Feng, they were essentially useless against the ancient race member. Was this the ability called myriad illusions? Most probably so. They had once studied this ability as well. After all, this was a unique gene that theoretically contained countless abilities within it. As such, it was able to attract the fascination of countless people. However, their fascination ended as far as studying this ability. The moment they figured out how unreliable this ability was, nobody bothered with using it. Now, though, they bore first-hand witness to a unique characteristic of this ability, its capability to annoy the enemy. Just look at the furious expression of the ancient race member. That was testimony enough. Venom, clay, swamp, dot. All sorts of bizarre abilities were spammed at the enemy. With Chen Feng's present strength, these abilities were indeed incapable of damaging the enemy. However, these abilities proved to be extremely disgusting, especially the sticky feeling brought about by his abilities. Under normal circumstances, this ancient race member wouldn't really have been bothered with someone like Chen Feng. She could kill him any time she wanted. Now, though, she was facing the three old men. Despite her confidence in her formidable strength, she still could not afford to be careless. As such, she had to put all her attention toward her battle with them, and it was precisely during such a moment, when she was trying to concentrate, that those attacks of Chen Feng's became excessively annoying. Bang, bang, bang. Another pile of attacks were spammed at her once again. Even the three old men did not know if they should laugh or cry. The battling method of this child called Chen Feng was truly somewhat, but then, it was still proving somewhat effective, as the ancient race member had been angered so much that she had missed several opportunities to counterattack against them. She raged unendingly. Damn it. This battle that was supposed to have been a sure win was now turning into a somewhat difficult battle due to that annoying bug called Chen Feng. Moreover, those bizarre abilities spammed by Chen Feng seemed to be gaining strength as time passed. This caused her to have an acute feeling that things were becoming bad, resulting in her becoming even twitchier. This can't go on. Suddenly, a bright radiance shone out of her forehead. A pink diamond appeared there, gleaming brightly. This is. Chen Feng's expression became solemn as he saw this pink diamond. This fellow was indeed Qin Hai's senior apprentice sister. Qin Hai once mentioned that his senior apprentice sister might make a move. As for her ability, it was control, enabling her to control the devil race members that were amid the primal chaos. This operation, those awakened devil race members. It was quite probable that she had been influencing it all along. Such a method of control went unnoticed even to the devil race members. This was her most terrifying aspect. Now, she had finally been forced out of her hiding. This person here was precisely the final hidden boss in this episode of the Devil Race War. With a cold bellow, a pink radiance surged out of her. Awake, souls among the primal chaos. On the ground, numerous light particles appeared and started shining dazzlingly. The earth started shaking. The devil race members that had been killed earlier and the tiger that had been killed by her earlier started to slowly stand up, a blank expression in all their eyes, akin to something dead. She pointed at Chen Feng angrily. Kill him. Even as she uttered those words, Chen Feng was still unleashing a huge amount of rubbish abilities toward her, giving her an excessively uncomfortable feeling. Kill him. He must die. She screeched in anger. The newly revived devil race members raised their heads slowly and locked their gazes on Chen Feng. Dragging their incomplete bodies, They charged at Chen Feng. These were the entirety of the devil race members that had appeared in this entire war. Even the 10 huge devil beasts and the tiger were included in this attack against Chen Feng. The rest chilled as they saw this. This is getting troublesome. The scope of this Star City battle had exceeded their expectations greatly. Genetic union. There, suddenly, someone raised his head and gazed toward Star City. This power. Have we underestimated the strength of the devil race? He was somewhat anxious. Don't worry, they will be able to handle it, the person beside him stated unhurriedly. The reawakening of the devil race. The reappearance of the ancient race. Both of these had caused the genetic union to have way too many things to deal with. As such, they could only spare a small amount of manpower for the defense of Star City. There has been a new breakthrough in our research to counter the Black Rain. You might be required there. A powerful devil race has likely been reawakened at some unknown region. At a certain location, traces of the ancient race have been found. One update after another was received. As he saw these updates, he could only sigh. Star City. You guys have to rely on yourself now. Presently, at Star City, the recently cleared sky was once again enveloped in darkness. The souls of the devil race members were all revived from the darkness as their corpses started moving again, akin to an undead army. This was precisely the effect of that pink diamond. Bang, bang. All the devil race members were resurrected. They stared at the numerous devil race members in despair. How are we supposed to beat all this? Chen Feng glanced at them. What are we afraid of? Barbarian squad, go deal with those huge devil beasts. Xif. As usual, go deal with that meatball. Han Yula, you will have to deal with that tiger. As for you, Kong Bei, choose what to do accordingly. Instantly, the chaotic battlefield was reorganized clearly by Chen Feng. Among these resurrected devil race members, the trickiest ones to deal with were assigned to different people accordingly by Chen Feng. As for the rest of the ordinary devil race members, the remaining genetic union members should be sufficient to deal with them. All right. They exchanged glances and once again made their move. After resurrection, the bodies of these devil race members were much sturdier. They had higher endurance, as they were now essentially undead. However, their gazes were all empty, and their overall combat power was also obviously lower than it had been when they were alive. This was the single piece of good news. Everyone accepted their assigned task easily. As for Kong Bei, he laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. You guys are actually even uglier now. Bang, bang, bang. Next, with astonishment, everyone noted that Kong Bei appeared even stronger now. He was obviously a mere B-class genetic warrior, yet he was now capable of crushing those A-class devil race members. Come at me, you ugly bastards. Accompanied by his wild laughter, Kong Bei started wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Devil race members were slain by him without stop. Everyone exclaimed in admiration as they saw this. How powerful. Despite being a B-class warrior, he was actually able to unleash a combat power equivalent to a late-stage A-class warrior. This guy called Kong Bei could very well reign high above all of them in the future. This was a person who would most certainly stand tall above everyone else in the future. Alas, his looks were truly somewhat lacking. Bang, bang. Thanks to Chen Feng's arrangement, the advance of the resurrected devil race members was stopped. Despite their increased durability, these undead devil race members were obviously somewhat weaker now when it came to attacking. As such, all their attacks were blocked. As for Chen Feng, a succession of abilities was stuffed right into the female ancient race member's mouth. She was furious. If these were abilities that were actually powerful, she would treat them as normal attacks. But these abilities of Chen Feng's were incapable of even damaging her hair. These abilities were no different than trash. In fact, Chen Feng's act of spamming these abilities at her was akin to someone spitting at her. Even more vexing was the fact that she couldn't do anything to stop him. Her killing intent surged. You have no idea what exactly is it that you are doing. Chen Feng merely chuckled calmly as a response. From the initial release of his God Punisher until now, he had never stopped. 200, 400, 600. Through training, Chen Feng was already capable of unleashing 200 abilities per second. However, to unleash all his abilities, 32 seconds were still required. The reason for this was because he had built up his history of used abilities from the initial 2,300 abilities to the current 6,400 abilities. In fact, this was a rather easy feat for him. With myriad illusions and his unlimited wind blades, Chen Feng was able to unleash a huge amount of abilities each second. As long as he utilized a small amount of luck value, he could release a huge amount of abilities he had never used before, building up his history of used abilities. As such, discovering new abilities contained within his myriad illusions hadn't posed him many problems, despite the fact that the majority of these abilities were actually rather useless abilities and were only there to make up the numbers. Bang, bang. With 6,400 abilities and a firing rate of 200 per second, a total of 32 seconds was required for a full release. This was, in fact, an extremely unreliable cast time. It was truly fortunate for him that the three old men were blocking that female ancient race member for him without even realizing that they were doing him a favor. And now, from the start of the release, 20 seconds had passed. So far, a total of 4,000 abilities had already been unleashed by Chen Feng. Now, when his abilities were unleashed, the amplification had already reached 40 times. Alas, as the abilities he was releasing were still too low in level, they were still ineffective against the female ancient race member. For example, low-level abilities such as Wind Blade. With Chen Feng's present strength, even an amplification of 40 times wouldn't be of any use when it was applied to such an ability. Therefore, for everyone present, Chen Feng was still spamming trash abilities. Toward the end, 21 seconds, 23 seconds, slowly, time passed until the final few seconds. All the support, defensive, and low-level attacking abilities were nearly done being unleashed. At this moment, Chen Feng's eyes lit up. It seemed like it was nearly time. He adjusted his posture slightly. This small detail went unnoticed by anyone. The three old men were thinking that Chen Feng was merely trying to distract the female ancient race member, while the female ancient race member was thinking that Chen Feng was purely trying to humiliate her. As such, nobody spared much thought to this action of Chen Feng's. After all, the difference in their strength level was too huge for Chen Feng to make any difference. Bang, bang. As the full-scale battle erupted, that female ancient race member was no longer able to hold her anger in. This was especially true after some sticky and mucus-like abilities were spat right onto her face. Finally, she raged. "You are all courting death." Bang. Her pink radiance surged. In the sky, a huge eye flickered before vanishing. Next, the pink diamond on the female ancient race member's forehead started shining brightly as a power that caused one's heart to flutter began to appear. This power signified the descent of the main body. Not good. She is actually trying to summon her main body here into this clone of hers. Damn it, has this woman gone crazy? Everyone's expressions changed greatly. The descent of the main body. Although this was not the arrival of the main body in the truest sense, this long-range forceful arrival of the main body into the clone was an ability that would damage even the user herself greatly. This signified that both the clone and the main body would both receive huge damage. Hee, she sneered. Despite the high price she had to pay, as long as she could kill these annoying bastards, everything was worth it. Die. The radiance around her hands bloomed. Her first target, the three clones of the super experts in front of her that had yet to react to what was happening. A terrifying pink ray streaked past. Instantly, one of the clones vanished. The deputy president was horrified. "You are crazy." This ancient race member had gone crazy. She pointed once again, destroying the second clone. And now, among the three top experts of the genetic union deployed here, only the deputy president remained. Finally, the female ancient race member's gaze landed on him. The deputy president's scalp felt numb. It's over. He was clear that the moment all three of them were eliminated, the entirety of Star City would fall, descend. He howled furiously. A terrifying radiance shone dazzlingly as the deputy president tried to summon his main body as well. Only by doing this would he stand a chance at stopping this female ancient race member. Alas, it was too late. Naive. The female ancient race member pointed Medea. Shwa. Instantly, the clone of the deputy president froze Medea. The female ancient race sneered. "Since the power of my main power has already been unleashed, did you really think that I would give you the chance to descend your main body as well?" The clone of deputy president shattered. And now, within the entirety of this huge star city, there was no longer any super expert in existence. Yet what they faced was this terrifying female, a person who far surpassed an ordinary person. A cold smile appeared on the female ancient race's face. "Next, it's your turn." Alas, she was only halfway through her sentence when, Suddenly, a current of 7 colors flashed past with a resounding bang. Instantly, a chaotic mess of abilities were all stuffed straight into her mouth before exploding loudly. Kai, numerous bizarre liquids of differing tastes erupted within her mouth. At this instant, the entire world had seemingly lapsed into silence. Everyone's jaw was left hanging as they disbelievingly watched this scene unfold. They were especially shocked by the sight of that seemingly undefeated female receiving the shot right on her face. Xif remained dazed for quite a while after seeing this. Wow! Kong Bai was incredibly alarmed as well. How ferocious! Someone actually dared to do this to a person who had insta-killed their deputy president. How brave! What could they say toward that person? By the side, Chen Feng merely shrugged helplessly. This truly wasn't something he had planned. The moment God Punisher has been activated, he had become unable to control the spammed abilities. The only thing he could do was stop the ability, nothing else. It was not possible that he would stop it willingly, since now, God Punisher was his only hope. He checked the time and noted that the God Punisher release had already reached the final 3 seconds. From now on, all of the remaining abilities that his God Punisher was going to unleash were extremely powerful abilities. After the amplification effect, they would be even scarier. Instead of being the end, this was the mere beginning of his true attack. You dare? The female ancient race screeched sharply. Bang! Her pink aura surged as numerous rays of light swept toward Chen Feng. In their path, space itself was ripped apart, demonstrating the unordinary strength of these rays. It seemed like this female ancient race was planning to rip Chen Feng apart instantly without giving anyone a chance to block her attack. Careful. Xif's eyes gleamed furiously as he calculated if he could take this attack on for Chen Feng. As for Kong Bai, his gaze remained cold as he stood silently, analyzing if his transmigration ability was capable of transmigrating this attack out of this place. Right at this instant, facing that attack, Chen Feng merely aimed forward with his hand. Bang! Another group of abilities shot out. You still dare to keep throwing out that trash? The female ancient race was so angry she started laughing instead. Previously, due to the 3 old men blocking her, she hadn't been able to do anything to Chen Feng. Now that those 3 were no longer here, this guy still dared to act so rampantly. Alas, she failed to notice that this time, the attacks released by Chen Feng were somewhat different from what he had released earlier. This trash, her pink energy clashed with these trash abilities. Right as she was expecting that she would kill this annoying bug easily, she was surprised to find that those trash abilities actually pierced through her pink energy. Bang! The multiple layers of pink energy were destroyed. Bang! With a bright explosion, those abilities even pierced her defensive barrier and landed on her body. Bang! She was smashed backward, smashed to the point her head became dizzy. She was now dumbstruck. What was going on? She had actually been smashed away by those trash abilities that hadn't even been able to break through her defenses earlier. She lowered her head and studied her body. Her initially neat clothes were now torn, and on her originally spotless white jade-like skin were now numerous scars. She had actually been injured by this damnable human? How was this possible? She couldn't believe this. She had been injured by this guy who had been firing nothing but trash abilities. One ought to remember that previously, the abilities that person had unleashed had been incapable of even leaving a scratch on her skin. Was this sudden eruption his trump card? Her gaze became gloomy as she felt like she had underestimated this fellow. Fine. Since you can still mount some sort of resistance against me, I can properly enjoy this feeling of crushing you. Once again, she made her move. This time, she was not moving frivolously like she previously had when she'd believed that she was merely killing a bug. Rather, she was prepared to utilize her full power, to teach this fellow who did not know what was good for him a proper lesson. Having decided, she raised her head only to notice that the guy was still throwing trash at her like usual. Indeed, he was still throwing out those trash abilities. That guy did not even realize that it was now time for him to release some truly powerful abilities and had instead stuck with spamming that current of trash abilities with bizarre colors. If one had to describe the current Chen Feng, he was akin to a mobile hose, with her being his target. Bang! Bang! The ray of myriad colors shot straight at her. She inhaled deeply. Although she had no clue what this fellow was firing at her this time, due to the previous injury she suffered from him, she decided to face this person like she would an opponent at her level. Star World Defense. A huge defensive barrier appeared. The same moment her defensive barrier was erected, that bizarre attack of Chen Feng's arrived as well. Bang, bang, with two loud sounds, this barrier that had never failed her started wavering! This time, her expression changed completely. This ability she had been regarding as a trash spammer was actually capable of such might. Hastily, she replenished the energy supporting her barrier. Condense. She did not intend to allow an attack capable of threatening her barrier to land on her body. Naturally, even now, she still couldn't understand what damnable ability this was. Exactly. Unknown to her, she was not the only one who had been alarmed by the attack earlier. Everyone in Star City was similarly shocked. Such an attack. Was this truly Chen Feng? Earlier, even the trio consisting of their deputy president had only been able to reach a forceful stalemate facing this female. Now, Chen Feng was actually capable of smashing her away. This Chen Feng fellow was actually so powerful. With their own eyes, they looked at that chaotic ray of various colors before looking at Chen Feng, the person responsible for firing the tray out. All of them were submerged in a feeling of deep shock, wondering what exactly was it that Chen Feng was firing. Even the boss of these genetic warriors couldn't figure out what ability this was, exactly. At least, as far as they knew, this was an ability they had never seen. Presently, Chen Feng was still silently counting down. Earlier, when there had still been 3 seconds left for his release of God Punisher, a huge bunch of powerful attacks had been unleashed. Each wave of his attacks consisted of 200 different abilities. On average, each of these abilities had been amplified 50 times. After 200 such abilities slammed down, even that woman's strongest defensive barrier had started wavering. Now, there were 2 seconds left. Every single second, his next wave of attacks would grow stronger than the previous wave. Those abilities that had been kept toward the end were all the strongest attacking abilities he had in his repertoire. Presently, his God Punisher required 32 seconds to fully unleash all his abilities. However, the first 29 seconds essentially consisted of abilities that were as good as non-existent abilities. One could say that the initial 29 seconds was no different from a cast time, a mere prelude. The true eruption of God Punisher would happen during the final 3 seconds. From Chen Feng's current ability history that contained around 6,000 different abilities, the strongest abilities were all kept toward the end. Along with the amplification, these abilities would erupt with an explosive might. As he saw the defensive barrier erected by that female ancient race, Chen Feng merely smiled. Time to end this. It was now the final 2 seconds of his God Punisher release. Bang! From Chen Feng's hand, a huge amount of attacks erupted. The Star World defense of the female ancient warrior failed to last even 1 second before it shattered entirely. As this happened, God Punisher reached its final second as well. Bang! A terrifying attack bloomed. The strongest abilities Chen Feng had were instantaneously unleashed. The seemingly endless attacks all landed on the female ancient race, instantly inflicting a serious injury on her. Just as everyone thought that this was the end of Chen Feng's attack, both Chen Feng's eyes started gleaming with red, signifying the arrival of the final attack of God Punisher, Chen Feng's strongest attack, Nether Gaze. This was the attack Chen Feng had taken 1 whole day to condense when facing the head of the Wild Saint family back then. Now, this terrifying attack was unleashed with a terrifying amplification of 60 times. Bang! The red shone dazzlingly. Had it ended? Everyone gazed at the dazzling red radiance. None of them had expected that this battle would conclude in such a manner. A conclusion where the female ancient race member erupted suddenly and killed the clone of their powerful deputy president only to end up killed by Chen Feng in an extremely alarming manner. Without a doubt, those trash-like abilities of Chen Feng's that had seemed like they were only useful for annoying someone had ultimately erupted with a power that caused one to feel flustered. So powerful. I'm afraid this attack has already surpassed PK class, right? All their hearts shuddered as they bathed in this bright radiance. After a long time, the radiance faded. On the ground, only a large crater remained. Mid-air, countless pink particles hovered. These were the remains of that female ancient race member. She had actually been blasted so hard her entire body had been forcefully shattered into numerous pieces. Once again, a powerful clone of an expert had been killed by Chen Feng. As time passed, those pink particles slowly dissipated. It's finally over. Everyone clenched their fists as they thought this. It was over. Finally, this confrontation with the devil race and ancient race was over. They had successfully defended the Star City. Alas, at this moment, they noted that even now, the feeble pink particles were still flickering with a faint glimmer, attracting the attention of countless people. They widened their eyes. What is that? Why is it still moving? Has the female ancient race member not given up yet? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. This. And so, under numerous unbelieving gazes, those pink particles started converging together again. After a while, a flawless body appeared there. This was still the same female ancient race member, as beautiful as ever. This time, the number of clothes on her body was significantly lower. The sight of her was so very enchanting. Yet not a single person in Star City dared to have any distracting thoughts when it came to her. This female was still alive. She was still perfectly fine. All their hearts chilled as they saw this. Chen Feng studied her body indifferently before sighing deeply. Is there a need for this? Previously, to defeat the deputy president trio, you forcefully poured your energy into this clone of yours. And now, even after your clone has been destroyed, you are forcing the clone back together again. If you do this, how much of your energy will you have left in your main body? Doing this, the gains do not make up for the losses, Chen Feng stated regretfully. The female ancient race member's gaze was filled with hatred. You have no idea the number of sacrifices I have made. This devil race resurrection plan is supposed to be the start of my legend, yet everything has been ruined by you. You annoying bug. I will not allow my previous investments to go to waste. I will destroy you all and recover everything I have lost. She was filled with hatred. Yes, she was aware that it would be better to have retreated the moment her clone was destroyed. After all, the price she had paid was much higher than she had imagined due to the long-distance clone formation. The only fortunate thing was the fact that her main body was still hidden somewhere safe. Chen Feng shrugged. Is that so? I suppose you have no idea what sunk cost fallacy means, then. The female ancient race member became somewhat confused as she heard Chen Feng. Chen Feng shook his head and did not bother explaining. He merely gazed at her calmly. Even if you had condensed your clone here forcefully, even after paying such a high price, do you believe that you will most definitely complete this plan of yours? She sneered. Yes, I can. I have already seen through your true strength. Chen Feng raised his eyebrow. Oh, you are very weak. You are truly only a B-class warrior. Thanks to that weird ability, your attacks start weak before increasing in strength without stop. Perhaps that ability is weak initially, but ultimately, it is amplified without stop, increasing the strength of your attacks. This is an ability I have never seen before, an ability capable of defying the heavens at its strongest point. However, the flaw of this ability is too obvious. As long as I deal with you when you first activate the ability, it's simply a trash ability, the female ancient race member said, a sharp gaze in her eyes. Chen Feng's heart shuddered as he heard her. What a terrifying power of observation. He had only used this ability once in front of her. He had even tried disguising his ability using numerous methods, yet this female ancient race member had been able to see through Chen Feng with a single look. Indeed, the biggest flaw of God Punisher presently was the long duration it required to reach its potential. Normally, such abilities have huge limitations. I don't know if you can still activate it again. However, it does not matter. I will not give you any opportunities this time. The female ancient race member focused her gaze on Chen Feng. This time, she was truly treating Chen Feng as an opponent at her level. If you have other trump cards, please do use them. If not, go regret your actions in the eternal hell then. After finishing her words, the female ancient race member moved. Bang! A terrifying radiance erupted. A pink radiance shone dazzlingly from both her hands as she charged straight at Chen Feng. She was able to see that now, the only person capable of threatening her was this person here. Alas, all this time, Chen Feng had merely regarded her calmly. Chen Feng smiled faintly as he asked, do you truly believe that there won't be any issues even after forcefully exhausting the energy of your main body without any restraint? You must be clear on the type of damage one's body will suffer after excessive overexertion, right? I don't need you to worry about that. Her killing intent remained despite Chen Feng's words. After forceful overexertion, the worst that would happen was losing the ability to use any energy for several days. For her, this wasn't much. With her intelligence, she was not the type of person to let Chen Feng waver her confidence with mere words. You will most certainly die today. Shwa. The terrifying radiance pierced at Chen Feng. Right as her attack was several centimeters away from Chen Feng's heart, when she was about to pierce through him, her body suddenly froze. This terrifying clone of hers was actually frozen in space. Her eyes widened abruptly. Full of disbelief, She lowered her head. There, on her chest, a huge flaming sword was protruding. The sword had been inserted from her back and was piercing out of her chest. Her heart chilled as she realized this. Most terrifyingly, she still couldn't see anyone or anything behind her. This was a sword that had appeared out of nowhere. Chen Feng shook his head. What a pity. Why have I baited you here to this battlefield? The female ancient race member gazed at this youth before her. From his somewhat mocking gaze, she guessed an extremely terrifying truth. From the start, he had been aware of her existence. Devil Race Resurrection, Darnite Devil Tiger. Despite all those, this young man's true target had actually always been her. I have been waiting quite a while for you. Chen Feng stepped forth and approached her frozen body before lightly whispering in her ear, now, it's time for you to return. I have a rather nice surprise waiting for you back at your main body. Glang. Chen Feng's right hand pointed at her forehead softly. A bright radiance erupted. Just like that, the clone of that terrifying female ancient race member started dissipating. I won't let you off, she screeched. Shwa. Light swirled around. As her clone dissipated, her consciousness returned to her main body. Here, at this place she had previously deemed the safest, the place where her main body rested, a young lady of around 13 or 14 years old was seated before her. On that young lady's hand was a huge flaming sword, and presently, the sword was stabbed right through the female ancient race member. This was the very sword that had brought her back to her main body. The young lady was smiling sweetly, yet the female ancient race member chilled as she saw the sweet smile. I have been waiting for you for a while. Star City. With the departure of that female ancient race member, this place regained its peace. The remaining devil race members weren't able to pose much threat and were all killed off. When the genetic union warriors were done with the battle, they turned around, and their hearts felt heavy as they took in the view before them. The devil race had indeed been repelled. However, Star City was completely messed up as well. This headquarters of the Gene Production Association had now been reduced to mere ruins. Even with this price, would this be the end of the devil race's attack? After all, this was only the first battle with the devil race. What about the second battle? It was said that the royal devil race members were hibernating here. As such, the devil race would most certainly not give up easily. When the next attack came, could Star City still hold on? What should Star City do then? The strength demonstrated by the devil race had indeed surpassed their every imagination. Apart from that, there was also the ancient race, which was even more mysterious than the devil race. These two races that had appeared suddenly had planted fear in the hearts of the humans. The strength of these alien races was far beyond their imagination. They had themselves witnessed how even the weakest cannon fodder of the devil race was an A-class. What about their other members? Then, this world would likely cease being peaceful from now on. After a long time, finally, the genetic union started wrapping up their affairs there. What to do about Star City? This single question was the one asked most. It was rather impossible for them to actually give this city up, with the devil race aiming for this place. If they gave it up, wouldn't that be equivalent to giving the devil race a boost in their strength for free? That was something unthinkable. Defending the city? That did not seem doable either. After all, this was still the territory of the Gene Production Association. They were members of the Genetic Union and would not be able to stay here to defend forever, yet the combat power of gene producers was rather low, and it did not seem likely that they would be able to defend this city without the Genetic Union's help. If the devil race invaded again when the Genetic Union members weren't around, what could they do? As they looked at the messed up Star City, they felt that this issue of what to do with Star City was a rather thorny issue. As they contemplated, suddenly, they all looked at Chen Feng. He was an excellent producer of the Gene Production Association. Moreover, he had also been the biggest helper in this battle of theirs. Therefore, his words would perhaps hold some weight when deciding the fate of Star City. They looked at Chen Feng solemnly. What do you think we should do? This place? Chen Feng glanced around. Just smash this place ourselves. What? They were all dumbstruck. Smash? Chen Feng shrugged. Yes, this city has already been destroyed anyway. Just look at the craters everywhere. Rather than repairing all of these, we might as well rebuild a new city altogether. Besides, one particular prince of the Moon Devil clan is hibernating here. This is now too dangerous a place to be the Gene Production Association's headquarters. If so, we might as well smash this entire city apart. Then, Their eyes widened as they exchanged glances. Surprisingly, they found this suggestion agreeable. If so, Their next job was to completely destroy this city. Presently, at a certain faraway location, some devil race members were gazing in the direction of Star City. We failed. None of them had expected that their enemies would actually be prepared to face them. After using everything they could, they had still failed. There was also the damnable ancient race. Don't worry. There's always next time. Yes, next time, we will most certainly reawaken the prince. We will, they stated solemnly. The esteemed devil prince was slumbering there. A day would come where they stepped into Star City to awake their prince. When that happened, their esteemed prince would most certainly lead them. Bang! A sudden loud explosion startled all of them. As they looked in the direction of Star City, their eyes all widened. What in the world was that? The Star City where their prince was slumbering had been totally destroyed. All the devil race members were dumbstruck as they saw this. This sudden development had shocked them tremendously. What the hell? The humans had destroyed their own city? What about Lord Prince? Then one of them charged at Star City furiously. Prince, calm down, calm down. Another devil race member grabbed hold of him and stated, there is still hope for us. The first devil was puzzled. Hope? What other hope do we still have? Only the shell of Lord Prince is slumbering there at Star City. Even if the entire city is destroyed, as long as the dust there remains, as long as those particles are still there, a day will come where we reawaken our prince. Look. After the destruction of the city, all the dust has landed on the soil beneath the city. When humans no longer have their defensive systems, when the black rain lands, we will be able to awake the prince easily, that devil stated in a gratified manner. As the rest of the devil race members heard this, they exchanged glances in ecstasy as they understood what that person meant. Ha ha. If so, hold on. Suddenly, one of them looked toward Star City. What is that? The other devils raised their head and looked over. Instantly, they all blanked. Huh? What they saw was the sight of the entire Star City disintegrating into countless specks of dust. Those specks of dust were supposed to all land on the earth, yet right at this moment, a sudden gale swept past, and just like that, all that dust drifted in various directions. All the devil race members were stupefied. What was going on? At the same time, where Star City once stood, in midair, Chen Feng was leading everyone as they all used immense fans to blow the dust in various directions. The wind blew wildly. Those huge fans were capable of generating rather powerful winds, especially when used by the barbarians. Just like that, the dust was blown away in various directions. Everyone blanked as they asked, This works. Of course, Chen Feng was confident. After all, in his previous world, there was a precedent. A patent had been filed for some huge fans that would be equipped by 15 million people to solve the terrible smog problem in their capital. When that had happened, it had created quite an uproar on the internet. This did not seem like a reliable plan, yet surprisingly, the patent had been approved. As such, it had caused a huge uproar back then. Chen Feng reckoned that once this method became normalized, in the future, the site where cities blew their polluted air toward each other would appear. Naturally, those cities could choose to work together to blow the polluted air out of their country directly. This was something proven to work. As such, when used in a small city like Star City, it would most certainly work. Although Chen Feng couldn't get 15 million people to do it, the genetic warriors and barbarians were much powerful than the humans of his previous world. Besides, Star City wasn't that huge a city anyway. It would be quite easy to fan the dust away. With a casual wave by one of the barbarians, half the dust enveloping Star City was blown away. Come, here. Correct, put more strength into it. Don't stop. Put more strength. More. Yes, that's right. Faster. Excellent. No, don't all blow in the same direction. You guys, face that direction. Yes, correct. Thereupon, the dust that was the reincarnation of the previous Star City drifted worldwide. At a certain location, the devil race members that had still had some hope earlier were all dumbfounded. Gone. Even the dust was gone. When the devil race boss saw the sight of those burly barbarians waving the huge fans crazily, the boss's worldview collapsed entirely. What kind of people were they, exactly? I will fight them with my life. One of the devil race members howled. Two different devil race members stopped him immediately. Lord, calm down. There's still hope. There's still hope. The other devil race member despaired. There is? Yes, Lord. The dust and soil are mere physical objects. Just like us, Lord Prince transformed his entire body into energy form to temporarily latch upon that dust. Let alone blowing the dust away, even if the dust is destroyed, the energy of Lord Prince will still remain. As such, this is not something we need to worry about. From our observations of the humans these 2 days, we have concluded that they do not have any energy capable of erasing our energy. Therefore, we have no need to worry, the Devil Race member stated confidently. Is this true? Only now did the other Devil Race members regain some hope. Presently, a thick cloud of dust drifted out from Star City. Under the efforts of the barbarians, the dust was all being blown in various directions. Distantly, black rain was still falling, and a cold breeze was whizzing through the air. Some of the dust landed before drifting too far away, while some was blown far away due to the strength the barbarians were waving with. And thus, Star City no longer existed. As for the Devil Prince that had been hidden underground, it vanished together with the city. Chen Feng was immensely satisfied. Look, how easy. The methods of the Devil Race's awakening were indeed rather unique. However, after their research, they had concluded that the reawakening was not merely the act of sealing the Devil Race members underground. Rather, the Devil Race members had all transformed into particles that had blended with the earth. If so, destroying Star City should do the job. This was what Chen Feng believed. As such, he acted on such a plan as a counter without any hesitation. With this, he refused to believe that they could still awaken the prince. Will there be any problems? Chen Feng asked Spirit. Spirit shook her head. Nope. The only way for this prince to be reawakened is if the Devil Race is capable of recovering every single speck of dust here. Chen Feng pondered. Recovering every single speck of dust? As he pondered, he noted that it was actually quite doable. After all, this was the genetic era. In this era, anything was possible. Even if the dust could vanish, what about the particles of the prince that were residing within the dust? Would the particles vanish together with the dust? Clearly, that was not possible. As the dust was destroyed, those particles would most definitely leave the dust before dissipating away amid the air and continuing the long wait for reawakening. This won't do, Chen Feng muttered. Since he had already decided to eliminate the Devil Race, he could not allow them any chances. Chen Feng pondered and beckoned at the technician of the genetic union. Do we have any air purifiers here? Ah? The technician was somewhat stupefied. Air purifier? He was at a loss. Why was Chen Feng looking for air purifier at times like this? Chen Feng nodded. Yes, those capable of filtering the air. Indeed, we do. The technician smiled bitterly. However, they can only be used to filter physical dust particles. What was this Chen Feng fellow thinking? After all, this was a war between experts, and that dust was, after all, the results of the reawakening ability of the enigmatic Devil Race. As such, Chen Feng should have some sort of respect for the strength of the Devil Race, right? He should consider their feelings, right? Chen Feng curled his lip. Well, it's only a matter of changing the filter cartridge. Get the genetic union to install an energy sensor on the filter cartridge. In any case, we only need to trap all the dust containing energy undulations. The technician was at a loss. Will this work? However, since Chen Feng had already made the request, the technician would have to act on it. Soon after, the genetic union gathered several huge air purifiers, and the filter cartridges were changed according to Chen Feng's instruction. Chen Feng appeared immensely satisfied. Not bad, not bad. Everyone else. Would this really work? Chen Feng watched on silently. He was sure that the moment Star City was destroyed, apart from the huge amount of dust blown away, a lot of the dust had also been entirely destroyed as well. Since the dust had already been destroyed, the Devil Race's energy that had latched upon the dust would most certainly still be around here. In the air around here, they would wait until the moment of their awakening. Chen Feng smiled calmly. Sorry, you no longer have any chances. Bang! All the air purifiers were turned on. Instantly, the alarms buzzed without stop. They all widened their eyes as they witnessed the numerous reports that were popping out as the filter cartridges started trapping the energy remaining in the air. These air purifiers had actually managed to trap so much energy in them. Within the cartridges, the remains of our energy during the battle earlier are included as well. Filter those out. As for what remains, Chen Feng commanded decisively.